friends, the fighters, we are hard at work to make sure that all the damage caused of excluding our people in Nelson Mandela and focusing on minority in Nelson Mandela, and people come here and behave as if they were true representatives of people of Nelson Mandela, when the majority of our people has been left outside. We are dealing with that. Yes, of course, we are acknowledging the challenges of any coalition government. Since 2016 in Nelson Mandela, we have been grappling with that. I don't know how many times DA has been in and out of those coalitions itself. If even the municipal manager, city manager they are talking about, that municipal manager was suspended by them. And also the coalition there is currently under strict restriction. You would understand metros are non-delegated. Whatever that happens in a metro, it draws the national attention. So we are working beyond the coalition, but we are working with national government to find a permanent panacea to the challenges of Nelson Mandela. But we'll be able to respond, Honorable Speaker, in detail in all the areas that Honorable Odendaal has cited in writing. I would urge that you allow that when the MEC is back, MEC Cocta, we are able to make a formal written submission, at least to update him so that he can campaign better from a very knowledgeable point of view. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Premier. If you can just switch off your mic, Honorable Premier. Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable members, that brings to a close the member statements. Before we proceed, let me just take this opportunity to note, for members to note the following, that the Multi-Party Whips Committee took the following decisions. 1, the time for consideration of our reports for these plenaries have been reduced from 105 minutes to 90 minutes. Each chairperson has been allocated only 10 minutes to table their reports, and the members of the Executive Council each been allocated 10 minutes to respond to the debate. The time allocated for questions of clarity to the committee and or to the members of the Executive Council is 5 minutes each, and that includes responses. We don't always have to use that, honorable members, to save time, but be that as it may, those are the decisions that the Multi-Party Whips Committee has taken. I will now ask the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
Consideration of vote number 1, Office of the Premier, Appropriation Bill 2025.
I will call Honorable Saziwa as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee to table the report. Honorable Saziwa, over to you. And your 10 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, let me observe the already established protocol in the House. The report that we are tabling has been agreed upon by all members of our committee, so we don't expect anybody that is going to speak against the report when he or she debates here. We are not going to read all the findings and recommendations due to the limitation of time. Program 1, for the 2025-2026 financial year, the Office of the Premier has been allocated a budget amounting to 1.5 billion rands, representing 319 million rands, which translates to 22.3%. Program 1 has been allocated a total budget of 167 million rands, representing 7.4% increase compared to the previous year. Finding C, a discrepancy has been identified between the budget figures reported in the budget policy speech by the Premier and estimates of provincial revenue and expenditure white book. The OTB reports an allocation of 167 million rands for Program 1, reflecting a 7.4% increase from the previous year, while the white book indicates a higher figure of 175 million rands, representing a 10% increase. This inconsistency, which is applicable to the policy speech, may affect budget credibility and financial oversight. We want, therefore, the House to accept recommendations in this regard. Program 2, finding B, The provincial government currently lacks dedicated plans or strategies to address climate change and disaster management in the province. The approach to disasters remains largely reactive rather than proactive, which limits the province's capacity to anticipate, prepare for, and effectively respond to climate-related occurrences and disasters. So we want the House to note the recommendations in this regard. Program 3. The Office of the Premier is experiencing cost pressures related to the implementation of small town revitalization projects. Despite the growing financial demands of these initiatives, no additional funding has been allocated to support their long-term sustainability, posing a risk to the continuity and impact of the projects. Several functions of special programs unit are currently not placed within the offices of their respective heads of departments. Despite the recommendations made in the Office of the Premier's report on their transfer, the affected departments are as following. Community safety is currently placed within corporate services. The provincial treasury is placed under strategic management. In the economic development department, economic affairs is located within corporate services, and human settlements is located under destitute and vulnerable groups. The committee noted that the special programs function is significantly underfunded despite its critical role in supporting vulnerable groups, including youth, persons with disabilities, and the elderly. Although the function is provincially coordinated through the Office of the Premier, it is implemented at the local level within the Municipal Manager's Office and within the state-owned enterprises through the CO's offices. However, the lack of sufficient resource constraints continues to hinder the effective implementation of the program across all levels. In addition, the position of Director for Special Programs in the Office of the Premier has been vacant for over 6 months. This prolonged vacancy has negatively affected the leadership, coordination, and the overall performance of the unit. We so table the recommendation in this regard. Program 4. Finding B. In the 2025-2026 financial year, the provincial government allocated 452.5 million rands to the Office of the Premier for the implementation of the broadband connectivity program, targeting 2.7 sites for connection. Currently, 1,175 sites have been connected and 725 sites are unconnected due to budget constraints. The following were established. The Office of the Premier experienced a budget shortfall of 327 million rands for the 2025-2026 financial year. Accruals from the previous financial year amounted to 256 million rands, which remain unpaid and further impacted on the current financial year. The remaining available funds are committed to the maintenance of the 1,975 connected sites, leaving no financial capacity to extend connectivity to the remaining sites. Out of 2.7 broadband network sites established across the province, several are not fully utilized. In particular, 73 sites under the Department of Health are not utilized at all, and that undermines the intended benefits of the broadband. 66 sites under the Department of Education have been subjected to vandalism, theft, and neglect. Several library sites have also been affected by vandalism and equipment theft and compromising public access to digital resources. The rollout of broadband connectivity in the African Resort District is significantly limited. Out of the total planned sites, only 10 have been connected, representing a mere 10% coverage. This indicates that the district is underrepresented in the current phase of the broadband rollout and is not receiving equitable access compared to other provinces, to other regions, In the province, there's currently no policy framework in place to govern early childhood development centers. Most of the ECD centers are privately owned, although they receive government subsidies, and some of them operate in substandard infrastructure conditions, raising concerns about their safety and learning environment. The Office of the Premier is still in the planning phase for conducting training on the implementation of and effective use of digital systems, including e-leave, e-PMDS, e-recruitment, etc. The lack of training has delayed the full utilization of these functions. We so table the recommendation in this regard. On the entity that is within the Office of the Premier, EXEC. In the 2025-24 financial year, the entity received an additional funding of 8.285 million from the Provincial Treasury to support short-term positions for the following strategic functions: Eastern Seaboard Program, long-term planning, regional observatory. D, the entity is faced with a challenge of not implementing its mandate under the Eastern Cape AIDS Council program, particularly in relation to activities funded by the implementation agents. This is due to restrictions stemming from executive orders issued by the President of the United States of America, which have impacted the flow and usage of international funding. We saw table, therefore, the recommendation in this regard. On general findings, Honourable Speaker, significant service delivery backlogs persist in key areas across several district municipalities in the
Honourable
province.
Saziwa, you only have 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. The Ora Tambo District Municipality experiences the highest backlog in refuse removal, while the Afrin Zone District Municipality experiences show the most critical shortfall in water supply services, and the Matua District Municipality face severe challenges related to sanitation, infrastructure, and services. D, the Office of the Premier appears to be deviating from its mandate role as the coordinating department for key strategic programs such as the Isikalo Youth Fund, Small Town Revitalization, and Broadband Connectivity, instead of providing oversight, overarching leadership and alignment across departments and stakeholders. The Office of the has shown signs of insufficient integration of these initiatives with broader provincial development goals. We saw table the recommendation in this regard. In conclusion, Chair, the Political Committee wishes to express its gratitude to every person who contributed to the compilation of this report, the Honourable Acting Premier then, the DG, and all the chairpersons of the boards. We saw table with our report and want the department to respond within 30 days after adoption of the report. So thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Saziwa. Honourable members, please note that the delegation from Nairobi County Assembly, led by the Honourable Speaker, they would leave us now. We are going to show them some sites in Bishop and in East London, and they will then be joined by the Honourable Chair of Chairs who will accompany them. I'm really sorry that we could not invite others with us, but we do have a house sitting. So please, Honourable Speaker and your delegation, you are excused. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presence. Thank you. All the best. Thank you, honourable members. Yes, you will know now with the sitting arrangements, we will no longer be calling up the committees because that side on my left-hand side is usually taken up by our guests, and it's also taken up by the officials when they are coming. So please do bear with us. Any clarities by committee? Any clarities for the Premier? First start with the committees. Any clarities to the committees? Honourable Odendaal.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. No, sorry, ma'am.
Oh, thank you so much. Any clarities for the Premier? Honourable Kasim.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, through you to the Honourable Premier. Honourable Premier, in light of the 83,000 job losses that our province experienced committed to an economic growth summit. You even offered that you will be inviting some of the leadership from the opposition to the summit. But in light of these losses and low economic growth, why has this summit that you have promised still not been convened? And what immediate plans are in place to mitigate the impact of the imminent US tariffs?
Thank you, Honourable Kasim. Honourable Premier, are you? Oh, you jumped the gun just now. You also want a question.
My apologies, Speaker.
Do understand that there's a 5-minute rule. So if your both questions are falls within the 5 minutes, there will be no chance for the Premier to respond. But
Of
you may
course.
proceed.
Of course. What factors contributed to the incomplete funding of the broadband rollout, resulting in over 700 unconnected sites, including some districts in Alfred Nzo? And what specific actions will be taken to resolve the funding gap?
Thank you. Honorable Premier, there are 2 questions that is posed to you. You have 3 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much once again. Yes, we are all aware about the 83,000 job losses, and this has been a problem that has been periodically reported in our labor quarterly surveys. And it has been a fluctuation, but it calls for a sustainable intervention in terms of protecting these the job losses. The Economic Growth Summit has been a demand of DA against what we are working on. And we appreciate DA to bring us those ideas, and we explained that we believe that we need an evolving process, a bottom-up approach, not a top-down approach. We currently engaging with the different sectors in ensuring that through the round-table discussion to ensure that the culmination of that exercise will lead us to that. We don't want to engage prematurely, as Dr. Knudsen raised earlier on, the challenge that we are currently experiencing of 30% tariffs from US. There's been a national or a macro engagement that will help us to be able to deal with the macroeconomics of all these challenges that we have. So we are working on that to be able to get into a point where we'll be able to present a concrete blueprint on this. We believe that we need an R&D approach on this, not a kind of a gut feeling or a knee-jerk approach. So we must have a better way to deal with this issue of economic growth. Diversifying, of course, from the auto sector that we have been relying on for more than 5 decades. So the issue of broadband, honorable members will remember that this has been an issue that we inherited in the previous administration, and unfortunately the matter has been locked in courts for years. It took us time to unlock that process out of court. And unfortunately, as you all know, that the medium-term expenditure framework works on the basis of 3 years. So if you can't, because you are in court, spend, the money doesn't wait for that. So it's a matter that we are currently discussing with National to see how do we neatly dovetail this into what National is doing through their SA Connect programs, etc. So we are addressing that issue. Please relax and just be calm. Contribute better so that we can be able to find a better solution to this.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Premier. Thank you for the response. We will now go over to the DA, Honorable Dr. Knudsen. You will have 13 minutes. I will say when it starts. Your 13 minutes starts now, Honorable Dr. Knudsen. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And also good morning to the Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members and our guests in the gallery, and also to our fellow people of the Eastern Cape. Honourable Speaker, the Office of the Premier is the nerve centre of provincial government. It is the single most important driver of coordination and planning across departments, and it should set the standard for how we operate in this province. Today we are debating for the OTP a budget of 1.5 billion, which is a 22% increase from the previous financial year. The thing is that this increase must be justified, not by plans, but by measurable improvements on how government functions. And the test, Honourable Speaker, for those improvements, that test is at grassroots. That test is this question: Do the people of the Eastern Cape have a better quality life today than they had last year, than they had last month, than they had last week, and even yesterday? That is the true question for whether we are making an impact. And how effective government departments are. If the budget does not translate into visible and urgent impact and make a difference in the lives of the people of the Eastern Cape, it has failed its purpose. While the OTP is responsible for various critical areas that make a difference to the quality of lives of people in the Eastern Cape, I'm going to speak about just 2 or 3 of those critical items. Honourable Speaker, as you know, it is impossible for me to come to this podium and not speak about unemployment in our province. It's really impossible for me to come and stand here and not be a voice for the thousands of people that don't have jobs in our province. It's impossible for me to be silent about the 83,000 people that lost their employment in just the first quarter of this year. It will kill me to stand here and not speak about the people in our province, the 49% that have given up hope that they will ever find meaningful work so that they can have hope of a meaningful life of dignity right here in the Eastern Cape. The fact is, Honourable Speaker, that half of those people, actually more than half of those people, are actually youth between the ages of 18 and 34 years old. But yet, OTP itself does not have a youth-focused procurement policy and no proper graduate placement program. While we have got matriculants sitting at home with matric certificates, we've got graduates sitting at home with diplomas and degrees that cannot find work here in the Eastern Cape. So what is the message that sends? We have to be able to find a way to link our young people with employment. A government that takes that transformation serious, not as a tick box exercise, but as a daily priority. In every department, in every program, and in everything that we do, we have to look for these opportunities. But, Honourable Speaker, until we cannot collectively see the faces of each of these people, we are so quick to talk about stats. 39.3, 49, 83,000, more than 50%. And we know those numbers very well. We know them from the top of our heads. But I fear, Honourable Speaker, that if we don't see these stats and these numbers, if we don't begin to see them as people of this province, we are not going to be able to make an impact. Unless we can change these figures and numbers into the faces of people that struggle every day, not knowing how they can make ends meet, not knowing how they can realize their dreams of making a valuable contribution with their lives, not knowing how they can leave a legacy for their children, until we cannot see their faces when we go to bed at night and close our eyes, we won't make an impact. So with all due respect, through you, Honourable Speaker, we cannot relax and be calm while half of our province is suffering and are getting poorer and poorer every day. And that is why I will continue to keep advocating for things and making suggestions like the Economic Summit, which is not a top-down approach. It is a collective approach that includes government and stakeholders, academia, the private sector, the business sector. So it's really not a top-down type of approach, and I will keep advocating for that. Honourable Speaker, the second thing I have to talk about is connectivity. The broadband program is one of the central programs of the OTP. And it is one of the biggest enablers of economic transformation and inclusion and job creation. And the Premier, I know, has repeatedly spoken about the fact that connectivity is important and that it's a key enabler for development, and we agree. We agree to that, Honourable Speaker, and that is precisely why the slow, fractured rollout of broadband in our province is so concerning. So let me just give you a recap of what is going on there. Out of 2,700 sites identified, only 1,975 have been connected, which leaves more than 700 sites, many of which are in rural areas, exactly where we need that connectivity the most. We're under-resourced and still unconnected. 256 million rands in unpaid accruals from last year, now consuming resources that should be spent on expansion. Honourable Speaker, it gets worse. At least 73 sites that have been connected is not operational, and another 66 that have been connected has been vandalized. And in Alfred and Zor, we only had 10 sites connected so far. And I've said it here at this podium before, and I'm going to say it again, unless we embrace digital revolution in the Eastern Cape, we will have digital isolation. We will continue to stagnate, and we will continue to struggle to grow in this province. It won't just be a disadvantage, especially in rural areas. It will become a disaster in those areas. And it should not just be a right. It should be a right to be connected, because you have to be part of this digital economy. Can you not see the opportunities that that is bringing to the people of the Eastern Cape? And I know that you say that you do, but yet when I brought a motion to this House, you rejected it. Honourable Speaker, the other item I want to talk about is economic growth. And economic growth is the foundation on which job creation must rest. But the provincial economy is barely moving. The Eastern Cape's GDP grew by only 1.2% against the targeted 3%. That is not even enough to keep up with inflation. And yet, again, the Office of the Premier is not driving a coordinated and responsive economic growth plan. I just had a motion here, Honourable Speaker, about the automotive industry and the impact it would have. And I gave a lot of information, but I really want us to wrap our heads around how big that sector is for the Eastern Cape. And I think if we understand how many people rely for their livelihoods on the automotive sector, we will have to be acting with much more urgency. Even if we can mandate the Premier to go and re-enter negotiations to look at tariffs on the motor industry, we cannot just simply accept this fate and wait for Friday to come and say, oh, well, you know, it was happening at national. We, as the province of the Eastern Cape, will be the worst affected province by these tariff increases. No other province will be as badly affected as the Eastern Cape. That 40,000 people. Oh, thank you. I will really appreciate that invite. I will be there. Please just let me know if I need to put in an application to go to the US. But, Chairperson, 40,000 people in the Eastern Cape employed by that industry, 20 billion rand of our economy affected. I really believe that the suggestion that I made this morning of a recovery and transition strategy, especially to the electric vehicle industry, which can be South Africa and the Eastern Cape especially can be the hub of the electric vehicle industry. There is opportunity there, but we need to grab that opportunity now and make sure that we transition to that industry. Honourable Speaker, we need this provincial government to respond to risk with action that sees coordination not as a bureaucratic function, but as an imperative, that uses this budget not to bloat the administration, but to drive real impact. The Democratic Alliance will approve this budget of OTP, not because it reflects the progress that we necessarily want to see, but because it funds the tools that we need to drive that progress. Things like broadband and infrastructure, integrated planning, youth programs, economic development, and coordination. These are the right priorities, Honourable Speaker, but they require the right execution. Lastly,
Honourable Member, you have 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Lastly, Honourable Speaker, this is why, these things that I've mentioned now is why I am fighting for things like the Economic Summit. It is why I continue to speak about how important broadband connectivity is. This is why I keep speaking about service delivery and try bring solutions to this podium, like the recovery and transition plan for the automotive sector. This is why I am doing these things. That is why I won't stop bringing motions and member statements and to talk about these things at these podiums. Because, Honourable Speaker, I took an oath a year ago that I will be a voice for people in this province. That was what I was elected to do. And that is what I will continue to do. I promise to serve the people of the Eastern Cape to the best of my ability, and I will continue to do that while holding government accountable. If the Premier is serious about transformation in the Eastern Cape, make sure that the OTP is an instrument of that change. Like Nelson Mandela once said, it always seems impossible until it is done. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Dr. Knutzer. We will now, before we move to the next speaker, you are not supposed to sit there, Honourable Madikizela. Yes, if you want to wait, then you must wait somewhere up there. It's supposed to be a seat for you. Unless it is not, we will ask members. Can we please ask the relevant officials? I see the officials are sitting up there from the Office of the Premier. Can they please come down, and other officials from the departments, the HODs, so that we can all see them? Please, can we? Yes. You are not an official. The Honourable Deputy Chief was pointing it out. Now we will call upon Honourable Madikizela from the EFF. You have 9 minutes, Honourable Member, and your 9 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Angathi 9 minutes indeke namhlanje. I would prefer that to 15 minutes, but our 5 minutes. I mandibulise kuwe Speaker, and greet to the guests ezisuka from Nairobi. You are welcome in this beautiful country and province of Eastern Cape, which is the province that gave us most of the heroes that you know internationally. I must greet also members of the EFF that are here, that are making this house as robust as possible and ensuring that the Premier and his executive are accountable. Today, Premier, we also welcome you back from your 34 days leave, which is acceptable on African culture, but also questionable on someone who has accepted serious duties of leading this province. As I continue with my speech, I forgot to greet all other members of this house. Mandibulise kuni nonke, Nkosi emisiko unikhumbuza. Yeah, they are also coalition partners in GNU. So thank you very much, Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to respond on the report. The Eastern Cape is not just a province in crisis, it is a province that has been deliberately failed. Our expectation from the Office of the Premier is nothing less than a vision balanced with realities, Honorable Premier. We expect the Premier's office to be the last line of hope, which when all has failed, we must be sure that the office will resolve the challenges we face as a province. Honorable Speaker, the people of this province are suffering not because we lack resources, but because we lack leadership. They suffer because we are governed by the party that refuses to govern, by the Premier who is more obsessed about himself, a Premier who takes photos, videos, even when doing nothing. Right now, the Premier Right now, I can confirm, honorable members, that the Premier doesn't know how many centers that Speaker Tseluman Protector.
You may continue, honorable member.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Right now, the Premier
Not too
doesn't.
loud, honorable members, not too loud, please.
Thank you. Right now, the Premier doesn't know how many centers which housed Abantu who were affected by the disaster, which proves beyond reasonable doubt the Premier is disconnected with the people he leads. Since 2019, Premier's promises have been as empty as the hospitals, schools, and roads that continue to collapse under your leadership, Premier. Take the
Honorable member, just hold on, Honorable Madikizela. Yes, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Xolo, Honorable Speaker, ngicela ukuqonda uba ilungu elingawuthatha umbuzo. Uyakwazi Ndimakude?
Yes, Speaker, I can take the question.
Yeah, ngicela
Yeah.
ukuqonda uba uyakwazi naye Ndimakude.
And Dimagute Flagstaff, I know the place.
No,
Yes.
Honorable Deputy
Thank you,
Chief Whip, no,
Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. You get one opportunity to ask your question. The members
Yes.
agree to
Yes,
respond to
Speaker.
that. Over
I-
to you, Honorable member.
As I focus back on my speech, I can confirm that I know every corner of Eastern Cape better than any of the members here. From Humansdorp to Port Edward, from all corners of this province, I know them. Thank you very much. Let me focus here. Take the recent floods of June 2025, over 100 people lost their lives, mostly in OR Tambo, Amatole, and Alfredo district. Thousands of homes were washed away in areas such as Umtata, Port St. John's, Batherwood, and Ingeleni. And to this day, hundreds of families remain displaced, sleeping on community halls, floors, with limited food, no water, and clear timelines of when they will be relocated. When will they be relocated? And what did the Premier do? He prioritized his immediate family. In the middle of the deadliest floods in our history, he left the province to fend for itself. We're still
Honorable members, you will have an opportunity when you come here to debate as the ANC or whoever. Allow the honorable member.
Thank you, Speaker, for confirming that it's the ANC that is disrupting. We're still one of the officials employed in the department tasked with the disaster relief was suspended in KwaZulu-Natal and remains under investigation for corruption. Yet Premier's administration appointed her with the cloud hanging over her head. And for that, there are no consequences. Instead of competence and transparency, this province has such recycled corruption across provinces and brought it to our doorsteps. Honorable Speaker, our hospitals are collapsing. At Livingston Hospital in Nelson Mandela Bay, patients wait weeks to see the doctor. Frey Hospital has over 1,600 patients waiting for the complicated orthopedic surgeries, while emergency theaters barely function. Thousands of emergency vehicles sit idly in garages and no one is moved. In Maclear Hospital, crisis has become routine. Staff shortages, broken equipment, and silence from the Premier's office is very loud. Our schools are a national shame. At Loiso Senior Secondary School, 164 learners
Honourable
share
member,
one
you have
class.
2 minutes remaining.
Aiwo. Okay. And still the Premier dares to ask this House for more money, no record of service delivery and no plan. For further context, Honourable Speaker, let us turn to the matter of bloated budgets with zero delivery. It is as if the Enoch Mgijima Stadium scandal and public uproar around the stoop worth millions in Buffalo City never happened. Instead of reform, this government has opened the floodgates of corruption. Speaker, we want to see the visibility of the Premier. As things stand, we have a bridge that was budgeted to 1.7 billion. At this stage, it has doubled that budget because it has not finished at a record time. Even worse, compromised individuals are simply moved from department or from municipality to another. The appointment of fraud accused official from KZN to lead Eastern Cape disaster relief is a damning indictment of how deeply corruption is entrenched in this province. Let us not forget the province has been flagged by the Minister of Culture for failing to account for the past disaster funds. Some families have been homeless since 2022 and are still waiting for the support that has never come. And now thousands more are added to the list of displaced, forgotten, failed people of this province. So we ask this House, we ask this House again, does the Premier deserve to remain the Premier of this province? Does he deserve to stand before us and ask for millions again? When children drown their way to school, when grandmothers and young girls are raped and murdered daily, when poverty and crime soar every quarter, how can this House justify giving more money to the Premier who has failed to use it for the people? As the EFF, we reject this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. We will now move to Honourable Zinti from the UDM. Your 5 minutes starts now, Honourable Zinti.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The UDM welcomes the Office of the Premier 2025-2026 budget vote. Supporting the Premier's strategic direction, the proposed 22.3% increase signifies ambition, stronger administration, better planning, and solid digital reform. Programs like small town revitalization, youth development through Isikalo, and broadband rollout are critical for inclusive growth. We support this budget, but only if it leads to tangible benefits. Concerning the disaster response, in June 2025, devastating floods killed 103 people, flooded villages, destroyed infrastructure, and displaced over 4,700 households in Butterworth and Mthatha. Rescue efforts were slow and relief response weak, shockingly, as reported by the Daily Dispatch. The government stopped paying for hot meals and B&B accommodation for vulnerable flood victims, even while thousands remain displaced. This is not leadership. Immediate relief without sustained support betrays our mandate to care. The Premier's office must ensure ongoing dignified relief until communities recover. Concerning the small town revitalization with climate resilience, the UDM welcomes the expansion of the small town revitalization program into municipalities such as Tamangulu, Amahlati, Emalahleni, Intsigayetu, Makana, and Ngqusha, supported with over 400 million rands in new funding. But if revitalization does not include climate resilience, safeguard roads, flood flood-proof structures, emergency systems, it risks repeating tragedy. Town transformation must include disaster resilience, safe infrastructure, and livelihood support for youth and small business. Crime is a crisis we cannot ignore, Honorable Speaker. Crime remains a national shame, yet in the Eastern Cape, it's a daily nightmare. In the 2024-25 financial year, the province recorded 4,804 murders. That's more than 13 lives lost every day, with the highest murder rate nationally at 15.4% per 100,000 people. In the first quarter of 2025 alone, 1,020 murders were reported. Sexual offenses persist with levels near the National West. Meanwhile, rural towns like Lusikisiki suffered mass shooting, with 18 people killed in September 2024 alone. We applaud the Premier's rhetoric, but public safety must be woven into every revitalization plan. Well-lit streets, community policing forums, victim support services. These are not luxuries, they are necessities in our communities. Coming to digital connection, the budget aims to deliver broadband and digital services across the province. Yet on the ground, places like Alfonso are still underserved. Over 700 broadband sites remain unconnected. Digital access must not remain an urban privilege. It must be province-wide. While the budget foregrounds oversight and performance monitoring is the case, the real test is delivery. Will relief roll out on time and sustain through recovery? Will revitalization include climate-safe infrastructure and crime prevention? Will planning strategies translate into accessible service and real uplift? In summary, Honorable Speaker, as we support this budget vote, but we are requesting our Premier to note that the people of Eastern Cape need a sustained, compassionate, and response for flood-affected communities. Small town revitalization grounded in safety and climate resilience. A serious pushback on crime across vulnerable towns. Universal digital connectivity, transparent planning, and hard accountability. This motion is more than a paperwork. It's a promise that should be implemented. Let us turn that promise into a real safety for the people of Eastern Cape, dignity and opportunity for all people of the Eastern Cape. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Zinti. I now call upon Honorable Buya from the PA. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Ngosi mhlali ngaphambili. Ndiqale ndidlula apha Honorable Speaker. Ndicela ukuthi ngxe kutata uPremier Honorable Madikizela. Singade simbethe silapha ngaphakathi sisonke kulendlu. Ungumyeni kunkosikazi wakhe, ungutata ebantwaneni bakhe, uyinkokheli kubantu bale province. So ezo zinto zonke kufuneka ezibhalansile. Xa zizawuthi zenzeke zonke ngaxeshanye zikhona ezawusilela. So siyicelisela uxolo kuloo ndawo. Asithi asilali ngangobenye nabantu benhlekele, sonke siyavelana nabo nazo zonke ifamily ezibandakanyeke kulaa ntlekele. Kodwa ke bengazokwazi ukuzenza zombini ngaxeshanye. Siyaxolisela loo ndawo. Honorable Madam Speaker and Honorable Premier, members of the executive and members of the
Honorable
House.
members, please quiet down.
And members of the House, we rise to express our support on the OTP budget vote number 1. As the Eastern Cape, we are a province of natural beauty, culture, and potential. Singabantwana bomgquba, singabantwana banenhloni, kodwa ayithi lonto masithule abantu belambile. The reality is clear. We remain a poorest province in the country. Many of our people live without access in basic service deliveries. They really on social relief or to survive. and yet we are expected more with less. The budget is not simple enough to meet the disparate needs of our people. In healthcare, education, infrastructure, economic development, abantu bayahlupheka kwaye kufuneka sililizwi labo apha. While we support the bill, we call for strategic partnership with the private sector and for more urgent commitment from national government truly uplift the province. We will continue to do our part with the limited resources before us, but we ask this House, let us never forget our duties to the poorest of the poor. Let us manage what we have with integrity, and let us fight for more because our people deserve better. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Buya. We now move to Honorable Ngobo from the MKP. Honorable Ngobo, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Honorable members, please. Is it on? Honorable member, just on your, I can't see, on your,
I've got it now. Ne? Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Eastern Cape Province is recorded 54.3 youth unemployment in Q1. This is disturbing, honestly. We really want to see young people working. Honorable Speaker, I think the budget should also include or fast-track the employment of young people. You will notice that for now it failed in recruitment of youth in the institution. Honorable Speaker, the efforts of inclusion of youth in the economy is not taken very serious. The implementation of special program is falling. It's because it's underfunded. People with disability will continue struggling with no hope, and elderly people will struggle as well. Honorable Speaker, really we have to stick to the recommendations that are there so that we can make sure that the OTP is operating well. Honorable Speaker, the lack of housing or plots or sites in a good area where the establishment of houses, it is difficult for us at this stage because some of the houses are informal settlements. I really feel that this government to immediately remove those people who are staying in those places, because we don't want to see another disaster coming. Let us act now before it is too late. Honorable Speaker, the dream of 4,350 service sites is not felt by the people on the ground. Really, people want houses, want land. The land now is not in the hands of the people. People are struggling. They are living in a very bad living condition. So I think the budget, especially of the OTP, should also assist in fast-tracking the land distribution, including the land where people can build their houses. Honorable Speaker, if we are really serious about the people of Eastern Cape, we have to act fast. We have to not to give up. There are many challenges that are faced within the Eastern Cape province. But we have to push on and make sure that we win this battle of poverty. People are hungry. Some of them are sleeping without any food. So we have to do something about that. Also, not to forget those people who are homeless. They sleep on the streets. They don't have food. Some of them, they don't even have IDs. They don't know even what is going on in the country. I think it is the time now for us, all of us in this House, to pay attention whenever we move, to pay attention to make sure that these people are also enjoying the services of the government in the Eastern Cape province.
Thank you, Honourable
Thank
Member.
you very
Your time
much,
is expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We now will call upon Honourable Keleku from the ANC. Your 20 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to greet you, the Honorable Premier, the members of the Executive Council, the Honorable members of the Legislature, the distinguished guests. Honorable Speaker, as the African National Congress, we want to indicate from the onset that we support the report presented by the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the budget tabled by the Office of the Premier, as it is not just a financial instrument, but a tool of transformation. It reflects the priorities of the government that is committed to building a capable, ethical, and development state, a government that places people at the center of its service delivery model. Honorable Speaker, we continue to express our support and empathy to the victims of the recent devastating floods that hit the Eastern Cape part of the province, some of whom unfortunately lost their lives in that unfortunate incident. We commend the government and charitable bodies' interventions and hope that through this directed and well-coordinated rescue effort, life will return to normalcy in all the affected villages and towns. Honorable Speaker, we support the observations made by the meteorologists that current natural disasters in the province slowly but surely are becoming unpredictable. As such, the government in all its spheres must adopt a proactive approach in dealing with this new weather phenomenon. We further call on all departments to be agile in their attempts that are directed at restoring the damaged infrastructure. They must accelerate individuals in identification document provisioning, redouble the delivery of basic services, including housing. The creation of an aviation school in Port Alfred will give the government further capacity and muscle in providing emergency services during natural and unnatural disasters to the affected areas in the province. We note the budget increase of 22.3% and hope that it will bring the much-needed difference in the areas identified for augmentation in the form of broadband-connected sites, Microsoft licenses, cost pressures, and compensation of employees. Honorable Speaker, we support the Portfolio Committee's recommendations that more funding must be sourced for the broadband rollout program so that it doesn't become a short-lived program and thus an unsightly white elephant that will haunt us for decades to come. Honorable Speaker, a brief look at the socio-economic profile of the province tells us that the health profile of the province has appreciated with life expectancy of both males and females having improved remarkably since 1996, according to Stats SA media estimates of 2024. We note the growing public confidence in our public healthcare facilities and are confident that the NHI Act will ensure that the provision of universal healthcare to all, irrespective of their socio-economic status, will be realized in our lifetime. We urge both government and the unemployment healthcare practitioners to be innovative and accommodative in their desire to find a lasting solution to the challenges facing them. The improvement of electricity connectivity to 83.6% of households living in informal dwellings in achievement that deserves over our overall support and commendation. We are quite encouraged by the visible drop in electricity outages and are fully behind our national energy efficiency strategy. Honorable Speaker, universal access to clean drinking water and proper sanitation, particularly in the rural areas, remains as one of our demands as the African National Congress. We beam on the recurrent and disruptive water outages and call on all role players to move with speed in addressing the underlying causes. We note the provision of sanitation facilities in the form of VIP toilets to villages. However, we are of the view that aftercare services are warranted, as some of them have outlived their usefulness. Small town look and feel must continue to receive the Executive Committee's attention, with municipalities playing their role in creating a clean and habitable environment in which to live in our towns and villages. Honorable Speaker, poverty reduction and perhaps eradication is key in restoring people's dignity. The elusive unemployment rate of the province continues to frustrate the government's effort aimed at eradicating poverty and are soon to be made worse by Donald Trump's imposition of 30% tariffs our exports to the US market. As if we knew, honorable members, beforehand that this legislature advised the Honorable Premier to look for alternative markets elsewhere in the world. As such, we are elated that he is on the ball as we speak. We also call on our long-standing investors in the province not to despair and fold their tents and go as Donald Trump's shenanigans and his administration are transient by their very nature, if history lessons are anything to go by. We applaud the insightful and innovative program of Isiqalo Fund aimed at bringing youth into economic mainstream expeditiously. We want to encourage the beneficiaries of these programs to take full advantage of the opportunities provided and not abuse the kind gesture extended by the government. On the same breath, the Office of the Premier must follow with a fine comb all funding that it provides so that the misuse of government's funding is averted. The unabating violence directed at women, children, and elderly remain a source of great concern and anguish to us, Honorable Speaker. We applaud the strides made by the law enforcement agencies in arresting these unremorseful criminals. We further call on communities to be vigilant and heed the advice of, if you see something, say something, by the security expert and government bodies throughout the world. We support the call for the deployment of SANDF in crime hotspot areas such as Nelson Mandela Bay, the Buffalo City Metro, including the OR Tambo district municipalities, to help in the fight against merciless crime prevalence in these areas. The state of rural roads in the province continue to give us sleepless nights. As such, we note working relationship that province is cultivating with Sanral. In as much as we continue to support this arrangement, we implore the provincial government and local municipality to explore working solutions in creating local capacity so that we may reduce the magnitude of unpaved roads, especially in rural areas. Honorable Speaker, the construction of Welisizwe Bridge could not have come at a better time. Given the current floods in the province, as such, we can't wait for the eventual completion. The booklet on non-negotiables on standard operation procedures issued by the Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs in the province, if adhered to and vigorously implemented, has a great potential of turning the fortunes of municipalities in distress around the better. The improvement of education outcomes continue to receive our overwhelming support and attention. The legislators' recent school visit bear testimony as metric results outcome of the province are proving. The focus on the foundation phases of our schooling system by the provincial government is warranted and should continue to be supported by all, as there's a direct linkage between education outcomes and the funding and development of early childhood centers. We applaud the strides made by the Department of Agriculture in providing agricultural infrastructure to the emerging farmers, as this dovetails with the development of commercial farms owned or are under stewardship of the previously dispossessed individuals, families, and cooperatives. In the face of rampant poverty, the resuscitation of irrigation schemes of the province is supported by all whenever resources and circumstances permit. I am not sure about the current status of the Magwa and Majola estate. However, we are looking forward to a day where their product will adorn the shelves of our retail stores, with some of it going towards goods and services budget of the various departments in the province. Honorable Speaker, the development of cannabis industry promises to be a game changer for the province and thus helping us to combat the scourge of poverty and unemployment. We are confident that the government will remain vigilant in combating the underhand of the monopoly capital, as we would put it. As I draw to the conclusion, Honorable Speaker, allow us to remind the provincial and national government that we are following the Department of the Ports and Rail Infrastructure with a keen interest, as we believe that they are central to the economic growth and development of the province. This of necessity includes the constant funding of water infrastructure projects, as water constitutes a lifeline for the rejuvenation of economy and social well-being. We implore the Eastern Cape Social Consultative Council to not relent pursuing its constitutional and legislative mandates as it celebrates its 30th anniversary. Honorable Speaker, the report presented by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of the OTP needs no further emphasis, as it was clear and precise. The African National Congress supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. I will now call upon the Honorable Premier. Honorable Premier, you have 10 minutes. Your 10 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Only 10. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you and all honorable members in this august house and our special delegation from Nairobi, their absentia, DG, HODs, and all officials, fellow citizens of the Eastern Cape. Bodan Mawetu, good day to you all. Honorable Speaker, it is with humility and unwavering sense of responsibility that I arise before this esteemed House today to indeed affirm the 2025-2026 financial year budget and policy priorities of the Office of the Premier. Thank you very much, Honorable Buya. And PA proves to be a dependable ally in this GNU, so we appreciate that. I also note concerns that are raised by Honorable Ngobo, and we are indeed coordinating the land question as the Office of the Premier, working with the relevant departments nationally. Hence, you might observe the hullabaloo on land question by the President of the United States of America. Yes, Eastern Cape people have a better life than they were before 1994. Yes, Eastern Cape government has preferential procurement policy meant to redress the imbalances of the past. We have the programs tailor-made to support the designated groups, women, youth, elderly, and children. And we are working very hard on that. We are not yet there, as it has been raised that some departments have not yet placed the special programs unity relevantly so in offices of HODs. We are preparing for investment summit that will have a day for all critical stakeholders coming together in a summit as a culmination of the work we are currently doing in mobilizing sectors through the roundtable discussions. We believe this approach will be the best to give us concrete plans than doing an economic summit for the sake of doing economic summit. So, Honorable Kunize, we are working on that, and we will be invited at an appropriate time. But what is critical is to get investors into the Eastern Cape. If there are challenges with the auto sector, we need to get investors to come and balance that equation in the auto sector, than us coming together just to theorize. We've got good plans in place in the Eastern Cape. Ours is to come together and see how best can those plans be perfectly implemented. This budget reflects our administration's unshaken commitment to building a capable, ethical, agile, and developmental state that leaves no one behind. We remain resolute in our objectives to deliver quality services, transform lives, and create opportunities for the people of the Eastern Cape. This budget represents the strategic nerve center, as you articulated, Honorable Gnuse, a planning, a coordination, and a monitoring hub that must promote agility, accountability, and transparency. Since tabling of this budget and policy speech a little over a month ago, we have had a tangible demonstrate the agility required of a responsive government in the wake of a tragic floods that recently devastated our province. We again convey our deepest condolences to the families and loved ones of the many who lost their lives. This government remains immersed in post-disaster relief efforts, and I hope that we can soon finalize the resettlement of those that are in displaced. We've got a challenge of land, particularly around Mthatha. In Butterworth, work is being done. We are setting up the temporal shelters. In Mthatha, we're still negotiating with communities surrounding Mthatha to allow us to have a space. As I alluded, Honorable Speaker, the recent inclement weather has left a devastating trail of destruction whose full impact will inevitably be felt on the provincial and the local government budgets. Notwithstanding the thousands of people that have been displaced, nearly all essentials and frontline government services have been affected, with 413 schools and 48,341 learners affected. Access to public service for many is further frustrated by 102 roads and 11 bridges that have been damaged. This howling kamadikizelo uthetha ntangazi. Well, over 6,192 households have also been affected, with 4,229 of these completely destroyed. Without our social partners, the post-disaster rescue and relief endeavors of this government would not have been impactful, immediate, and comprehensive. Consequently, Honorable Vena would have done justice in this debate as a member of this committee than this salad politics. As is Honorable Madikiza. I think if SCIE was listening, you will be fired. You are really, really not representing the fighters in the manner they are supposed to be. Madam Speaker, indeed, all people shall have a right to access health care. The Eastern Cape today is the fourth largest province by population, with 11.4% percentage share of the total national population at 7.2 million, with females in the majority at 52% of the total population. A close look at the improved life expectancy as articulated by Honorable Kelego is at 67.2%. Madam Speaker, similarly, the doors of learning and culture shall be opened, and I fully agree with articulation made by Honorable Kelego here. And I can tell you, wait, you'll be surprised soon when Auditor General comes here to present the audit outcomes, and you will realize that we are hard at work. We are improving every day, not only on the outcomes in matric, but in the whole Department of Education in terms of stability. While we are some way off from breaking the back of the triple challenges of endemic inequality, poverty, and unemployment, the ANC continues to preside over the good story of the Eastern Cape steadfast growth and development as a province, despite persistent systemic challenges and as a significant infrastructure backlog. Until recently, South Africa enjoyed duty-free access to US market through the African Growth and Opportunity Act, what is commonly known as AGOA. Madam Speaker, we are keenly aware of the negative impact potential US trade tariffs are imposing, and I think I've responded to that, and it needs a carefully consideration. We are basically mobilizing all other markets in Africa, Asia, to come and help us to occupy the space. Madam Speaker, the budget of the OTP, in line with its mandate, is primarily focused on giving support, implementation, and leading in bringing to the fore deliverables that can stimulate qualitative and quantitative policy implementation, particularly in areas such as governance and state capacity, economic development, youth and skill development, education and health. As I learned, honorable members and speaker, OTP continue to champion the modernization of schools, building and new hostels, as we are focusing on education. Honorable members, we note all the recommendations that have been made by the committee, and we will continue nudging every department to complement the work the OTP will be doing in implementing these recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, I put the report. Thank you. I will now ask the Secretary to read the second order of the day.
Consideration of vote number
Thank you very much, Secretary. I will now call upon Honorable Fihlani to table a report. Honorable Fihlani, you have 10 minutes to present the report, and your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Ndizawucela nje ukukhawuleza ndicelise umgqakwe usidlilifa. Mandibulele kuqala kwi-committee members. I think bendingekho ndisetyhubha ngelaa xesha. Honorable Tebekani, who was the whip of the committee, continued to stir the fort until the committee report was adopted. And further than that is just to take some key few findings upon the presentation of the report as is, so that we don't take much of your 10 minutes. Just to welcome that some of the key findings that I'll take up, just to say we have a new chief financial officer, and also that the legislature has adopted a new strategic vision for the 7th term, which says an activist, transformative, and an agile people's assemble. Then the other thing is that the ERP project is facing challenges in the implementation of the payroll module, affecting salaries, benefits, taxation, allowances of members and staff. And then the chamber upgrade is estimated to take about 8 to 10 weeks. The organogram review has started on June 2025 and is expected to end on August 2029 as per the project plan. Ikucha cards has been delivered now. Then the issue of the legislature has procured the following vehicles: 2 executive sedans, 1 sedan, buggy, executive minibus. That is still awaiting. The legislature is projecting 22 employees that will go to retirement over the next MTF. The legislature has a heavy reliance on the use of consultants and skills transfer to the staff of the legislature. The current budget of the legislature is going to be affected by the accruals that are there. Then I'll just go to other findings on program 2, just to focus on the Department of Public Works entered in medium-term lease agreements for 12 members in East London and Ngong. There are still members who are housed temporarily in guest houses even now. The prestige portfolio of the Department of Public Works and Legislature is not properly handling matters managing accommodation of members, and the legislature does not do an inspection in the houses that are being renovated. The policy on the gadget for members is restrictive and preventative on members on executing their duties. The transfer payment to the political parties decreased by 5 million from 2024-25, despite an increase in political parties from 6 to 8 and MPLs from 63 to 72. There is a decrease in program 2 of 28.3% on goods and services and 11.7% on transfers and subsidies. It is a concern, as a program is the only program that is decreasing. Then the National School of Government invited 2 members to attend training in China on professionalization and modernization of the state from 5 to 25 May 2025. On program 3, the legislature is considering an option of introducing a 4th cluster for standing committees. The Taking Legislature to the People program will be held in Buffalo City in this financial year. An allocation of 5 million has been set aside for this activity. The legislature hosts 2 sectoral parliaments in this financial year. That is the Parliament for Business Sector and the Parliament for the Senior Citizens. The report back to the people and stakeholders from the Taking Legislature to the People takes too long. And then the legislature is going to focus, going to place more oversight focus on education, health services, agriculture, safety and police, and other areas of socio-economic concerns in this financial year. The legislature has invoked Section 132 of the MFMA through the Portfolio Committee of COCTA to hold municipalities to account, and there is a consideration of having a local government week as a legislature in support. We are in support of this. The legislature will establish an ad hoc committee, has established, because it was not yet then, an ad hoc committee on initiation to ensure that there is a dedicated timers oversight and accountability during the traditional circumcision seasons. The Commonwealth Parliamentary Association will be hosting a disability sessions focusing on albinism in this financial year, Honorable Madikizel. The legislature is going to introduce an electronic petition system and electronic house resolution tracking system. There is going to be a training of members of law review on how to initiate private members' legislation proposals. The number of, there is insufficient translation services and devices for activities that are held outside legislature. Then on the general findings, we're saying the catering, the service provider unilaterally held services for the legislature during budget vote meetings, going outside dispute resolution provided for within the contract. The committee is concerned that the re-engineering process timelines are short and might not achieve the desired outcome. Processes in the legislature are getting automated in the process of being automated, and the ICT infrastructure is struggling to keep up the pace on the changes. The decrease on the program 2 of 28.3% on goods and services and the 11.7 on transfers and subsidies is a concern. And then the legislature has signed a statement of intent with the institutions supporting democracy with the intention of signing memorandum of understanding with them. The legislature budget bid of 828 million was underfunded by an amount of 68.186 million, and as such, there is a shortfall mainly in these areas that as follows: 10.5 million, MEC Mvoko, through you, Deputy Speaker, in the COE, and 2.5 million specifically required for the voter education, 20 million in the transfers payments to the political parties. The legislature intends to conduct a voter education program in anticipation of the local government elections in 2026. This is our report. Thank you to the support staff and thank you to all. Then the recommendations, we also table them. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Fihlani. Are there any, yeah, you saved us time. Honorable Fihlani, thank you very much. Maybe we can use that time by acknowledging one of our staff members. We have yet again contributed in the transformation agenda as the legislature, as we have a newly appointed CFO who is a female. Umama unathi Mahlasela Malibongwe. Makapakama ngenyawo nimbone. Uzababhatala. That is our CFO, honorable members. She has added on the females that we have in the executive their own. So, see, Mamufanda, we are busy with this thing of transformation agenda. Thank you very much, honorable members. Any clarities to the committee? Honorable, okay, sorry. Honorable Hendricks. Stop loping each other there. Okay, thank you. Any clarities to the speaker? Okay, thank you. I will now call upon Honorable Kasim from the Democratic Alliance to come and debate. Honorable Kasim, you have 13 minutes. Your 13 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, my predecessor on this portfolio, who was probably one of the most longest serving members in this House, the Honorable Bobby Stevenson, stood at this podium and time again warned the legislature of a trend that has now taken a life of its own. Advised the legislature that unless we are able to ensure that the institution of the legislature is geared towards servicing the interests of members, who are the elected representatives, the voice of our people, the eyes of our people, the ears of our people here in the Eastern Cape, unless we are geared that way, the institution, the bureaucracy of the institution would become such that the legislature will start serving the bureaucracy of the institution. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this is exactly what has come to pass. And when you look at the budget that is before the House today, one can only but go back and wish that this House had taken heed to those warnings. And I'm going to start with the allocations that have taken place over 2 financial years, between the 2023-2024 financial year and the 2025-2026 financial year, which is the current budget before us here today. Over that 2-year period, the budget allocated for Program 1 administration increases from 230 million to 292 million rand. That's a 62 million rand increase. The budget for facilities for members and political parties increases from 186 million rand to 197 million rand, an 11 million rand increase. And the budget for parliamentary services, predominantly used for the work of committees, increases by 15 million rand from 140 million rand to 165 million rand. Essentially, the budget for Program 1 administration increases by more than double the combined budgets of facilities for members in political parties and parliamentary services. But Honorable Deputy Speaker, the plot thickens when you look at the expenditure over the 2-year period culminating in the budget before us today, classified by economic classification. Cost of employment increases over that 2-year period from 403 million rand to 487 million rand, an 84 million rand increase, Chief Whip. Over the same two-year period, goods and services increases from 101 million rand to 116 million rand, a 15 million rand increase. And transfers, like transfers to political parties to run constituency offices and do the vital work that we do with constituents on the ground, decreases from 120 million rand to 117 million rand, a 3 million rand decrease over that 2-year period. This is the trend that can only happen when the institution becomes geared towards servicing the bureaucracy of the institution and not the mandate of the members who are elected to this institution. And when you look at it in the context of the current financial year, and I'm going to get back to cost of employment in a second because the reasons were discussed in the LOC, but when you look at the allocations for the current financial year that are before us today, COE, compensation of employees, has a 12.7% increase for the current financial year, whilst goods and services is decreased by 19.1%, and transfers are decreased by 11.7%. So essentially, the wage bill of the legislature is cannibalizing the work that we need to be able to do as a legislature. And we are told that the reason for this increase, massive, because it's going to just increase more over the years. Remember, when it's at a high base of salaries, and then you have an increase, a wage adjustment and so forth, it's based on the amount of the payroll. And when it's high salaries on MEC,
Order,
that
Honourable
amount
Speaker.
snowballs over time.
Order, Honourable Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Kasim, you may take a seat a bit.
Thank you. Okay.
Honorable Member, Honorable Budbong,
Thank you,
Honorable Aloni.
Speaker. I'm standing, Honourable Speaker.
You standing on?
Rule 84,
On rule?
subsection 3. 84, subsection 3.
Rule 90,
84, subsection 3.
is it 84 or 94?
84,
Oh, okay.
subsection 3. That says if there is a grave disorder at the sitting, the presiding officer
Please
may
raise your
adjourn.
voice so that I can be able to capture you, Honorable
It reads-
Aloni.
It reads as follows, Honourable
Subsection?
Speaker, subsection 3.
Okay.
If there is a grave disorder at the sitting, the presiding officer may adjourn the sitting or suspend the proceedings. We get disturbed, Honourable Chair, there is a noise happening outside, and we don't know what
Can I
is
read it
happening.
for you?
Yes, Honourable Chair, Speaker.
If there is a grave disorder at a sitting becomes the keyword.
Yes.
The presiding officer may adjourn the sitting or suspend the proceedings.
Thank you.
And I do not want to believe that there is a disorder in this sitting.
We can't hear Honourable Deputy
Or
Speaker.
just ask him to raise his voice if you can't hear him. Thank you very much, Honorable. Yeah, Honorable Kasim, if possible, can you raise your voice? But I was able to hear you, but I think, yes, it's on hold, yes.
Okay.
All right, please continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let us return to the reasons given for the burgeoning wage bill. We were told that it's because of the cost of living adjustment, the carry-through costs of wage agreement, and high remuneration packages. But also, the PMDS policy in the legislature, which is costing 18 million rand per annum. Through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to the MEC for Finance, this is not a policy that is harmonized with other provinces across the country. And from where we are sitting, there seems to be a lack of political will to deal with this elephant in the room. Also, the Secretary says to us that cost of employment will be dealt with by the legislature wage harmonization process, but that this won't happen imminently. And I put it to this legislature that if we continue to adopt budgets like the one before us today, we are endorsing the trend that is taking us away from being able to execute our mandate. And the Honorable Speaker has said to the LOC that we must behave like madmen. And I've put it to the Honorable Speaker that in this context, to be a madman is to deal with the most difficult elephant in the room, which is the burgeoning wage bill and the PMDS policy, which is sucking the resources away from other priorities in the legislature. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the other sub-programs within Program 1, increases that are given there are also telling. And I want to put this in a context. We are told as members that there must be cost containment, but the cost containment affects members. And I'm going to use the policy change that happened for devices for members as an example, because we are told before the start of this term in March last year that the Rules Committee adopted a change in policy so that members no longer receive 2 devices. Members no longer receive a cell phone annually. And these are policy changes that we are told were necessary because of cost containment. We don't have the money in order to implement the way the policy was before.
2
Then
minutes
how-
left, Honorable Kasim.
Yes?
2 minutes left.
No, it can't be. I've got 13 minutes. I've already
Oh, it's
spoken.
13 minutes, I'm sorry, yeah, you may proceed.
So we are told that the policy had to change because there isn't money available. But Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are then told in our written responses to questions that we have asked that staff, according to the policy, the staff policy, that general managers level and the secretariat receive both devices. It's a policy matter, we are told. My question is, why did the policy for members have to be changed because of cost pressures, but the policy for staff wasn't necessary to be changed because of the same cost pressures? And this is the question all of us as members need to be asking ourselves. Are we first-class citizens or second-class citizens in this institution? Let me use a second example. When you look at the money budgeted currently for the Office of the Speaker, from the 2023-2024 financial year, 26 million rand was budgeted for the Office of the Speaker. The 2025-2026 financial year, it is 32 million rand. And when you look over the MTF to the 2027-2028 financial year, it balloons to 42 million rand, almost double the budget over a 5-year period. And yes, transfers for the work we do in our constituencies and budgets available for facilities for members has to be contained for cost pressures. We are told that there's important programs that have to be run in those offices. But why is it that when costs have to be cut, we are told we have to do it as it affects members? And similarly, in the Office of the Secretary, the increases happen over those financial years. But in the same period, from 2023-2024 to 2025-2026, which is the current financial year that we are considering, facilities and benefits to members decrease from 15 million rand to 13 million rand. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we need to have an honest conversation. And unless we are able to ensure that we hold the institution accountable for this trend, it's not going to change. And I'm sure the Speaker is going to have very compelling reasons as to why it has to happen in this way. And I say then to the Speaker through you, I raised end of last year the issue of the staff strategic planning that was taken to Nelson Mandela Bay in November, where NOFLAF was chosen as a facilitator, paid 346,000 rand. We are told that the conferencing also cost 387,000 rand. We're not given the costs of the travel claims and other incidental costs. And there was this company from Pretoria that was brought, was done despite the bid adjudication committee allegedly having recommended a locally based company, MEC, Mila, that was going to cost 176,000 rand, a fraction. Up until now, there's been no accountability for that. We've asked the questions, there isn't any accountability. Honorable Deputy Speaker, you will recall that we have raised continuously around the unnecessary and wasteful expenditure that takes place, and yet we continue as it is business as usual. And the last point that I'll raise in my remaining time is the Kucha travel contract. Because I've read the contract, it was finally sent to us, we insisted on it. Whoever oversaw the execution of that contract should be fired. Because if you read the contract, the only way you can hold Kucha accountable is if they don't correct a service that they're supposed to provide in a 14-day period. By then you would have missed your flight, or you have to make an alternative arrangements, like the members that were stuck in Kenya because their flights were not booked, and somebody went home from Kucha Travel having not booked it. And now we are told that when the contract comes to an end at the end of January next year, we're going to go back to tender MEC to try and do another contract with whoever on this basis. Why are we not looking at ways to cut costs? You could have taken that same money, utilized it not through a tender process, but utilized it for members to book their own flights, and you would book 4 times or 3 times as many flights with the same money. But there's no accountability. And that is the main problem that we are sitting with here. Unless we are able to make a stand and say, we're not going to appropriate money for the institution to continue spending the money the way they are doing. They are going to feel as if we as a house condone it. We support the report, Honorable Deputy Speaker, but we cannot in good conscience support the budget.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Kasim. I will now call upon the EFF, Honorable Kotoi. Honorable Kotoi, you have 9 minutes, and your 9 minutes starts now.
Oh.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Enkosi, Honorable Speaker, mandithathe lithuba ndibulise kumalungu endlu yowiso-mthetho, ndibulise kubantwana bethongo ndithi kubo camagu, naxa namhlanje sizibona before 1994. The heavy reliance on consultants has huge financial implications. In order to ensure that there is skills transfer, it is important to ensure that when the performance contracts are conducted with the consultants, there are stringent conditions and demonstrable outcomes which must form part of that process. Those outcomes must be watched by the relevant line managers, and that should form part of the their performance contracts. Without effective monitoring, the issue of skills transferred to the staff of the legislature will always remain a periphery point on the part of the consultants, since they stand to benefit if the status quo remains unchanged. Get 24 June 2025, i-service provider le ilapha legislature khange ise ukutya kwi-committees. Ngenxa yokungabhatalwa, no tracking of invoices, yiyo lento kunje namhlanje. In order for the legislature to function, optimal efforts must be made to address the issue of the 43 critical posts that are unfunded. If this issue is not given an urgent attention that it deserves, the operations of the legislature and its ability to function well and achieve its objectives will severely compromise and may even result in it being unable to deliver on its mandate. In order for the MPLs to effectively play the oversight role, it is important that issues affecting them are given an urgent attention. However, that does not seem to be the case when one has regarded to the following issues. Airport cards, ndiyamva ke uchairperson apha xa esithi delivered. The airport parking cards should have been delivered by end of June 2025. However, the deadline has come and gone. The cards have still not been delivered. A compelling explanation as why that deadline has not been met is needed. Sihlala kwizithembiso ngalo lonke ixesha. That is why kunje apha phandle namhlanje. We live in the era of the fourth industrial revolution, and in order to keep up with local and global developments, the MPLs rely on the use of gadgets. However, the policy on the gadgets is highly restrictive and result in the extent to which the MPLs can effectively play their role being severely compromised. The policy on the use of gadgets needs to be reviewed urgently. Siyazibonela namhlanje kule ndlu yowiso-mthetho ukuba kwazenzele. A year after the last elections, some members of the legislature have not been allocated houses and are housed temporarily at guest houses. One would be right to argue that the housing MPLs at the guest houses comes at a cost, and sooner the issue of accommodation mayithathelwe ingqwalaselo ngoba imali yabarhafi iyaphela ngeli xesha abantu behlala kwi-guest houses. Another concern relates to the fact that the conditions of the houses of some MPLs leaves a lot to be desired. Kunyukunyuku kubi kakhulu kwezi zindlu. The Public Works Department needs to ensure that there are regular inspections of the houses, and that as soon as a complaint is registered with them, mabakhawuleze bayokulungisa loo nto ikhalazelwayo. Ukonyuka kwenamba ye-MPLs from 63 to 72 members was commendable more as it could lead efficiency on the part of MPLs in relation to playing the effective oversight role. Logic dictates that the increase in the number would necessarily result in an adjustment of the transfer payment so as to financially capacitate the MPLs. On the contrary, the direct opposite happened as the transfer payment was reduced by 5 million for the 2024-2025 period. This in all likelihood has had to adverse effect on the efficiency of the oversight role of the legislature. Much as the step of invoking Section 132 of the MFMA, it is a positive step in the right direction. More needs to be done. The issue of senior managers being placed on unreasonable long precautionary suspensions on full pay and them having the very same managers being given golden handshakes, which are often disguised as settlements, needs to be seriously looked at by this House. As the MPLs, we owe it to the citizens of this province to ensure we do all the humanly possible to make sure that their hard-earned taxpayers' money is not wasted. We also implore that this House to hold all the provincial departments accountable by making sure that they submit reports as detected by the Public Finance Management Act. In that way, the legislature will be able to monitor the steps that are taken by the departments to deal with the irregular, unauthorized expenditure, and importantly, whether those responsible for has been subjected to criminal proceedings. Siyayibona ke eligama lika consequence management into kokuba into ehlala ithethwa apha kule legislature but engenziwayo. Namhlanje sizibonele idisruptwa lendlu naxa thina singafuni ukuyibona into kokuba iyadisruptwa ngenxa yokuba azenziwa zonke ezi zinto ekufuneka zenzekile kule legislature. Umthetho awenziwa ngohlobo ekufuneka kwenzeke ngalo kukwazenzele. Bantu base Eastern Cape, MPLs of the Eastern Cape legislature,
2
it's
minutes,
time for now into kokuba
remaining.
silwe yonke lento yenzeka apha kule legislature. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call upon UDM, Honorable Mnocho. Honorable Mnocho, you have 5 minutes, and your 5 minutes starts now. Ofata Mnocho. Uzawude kuthiwe uphazama. Phinda uyicofe then uthethe. Uzawude kuthiwe uphazamise indlu.
Hlupheki wena nisuka kulamhlaba usezantsi. Greetings to you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable members, officials and people at the gallery. UDM commends the appointment of both the Chief Financial Officer and Senior Manager Communications to enhance the operations of the institution. The willingness of the legislature to be a transformative and agile people's assembly is noted, and that it pave a way of the institution not to behave as a fire extinguisher, but stimulates ideas of ethical leadership in governance and to respond in people's challenges. Our legislature systems to champion the emancipation of people are accurate and perfect, but the infiltration by unethical and not dedicated leadership who are advocating negative ideas to the cause is what makes us vulnerable. We welcome the improvement in the accommodation of members, but request that the Department of Public Works to develop a quick response strategy on challenges faced by members in their places of stay. On the organogram, the structuring of the employee component as a support base is of paramount importance to be a resource in helping the legislature and addressing challenges and improvements of the well-being of the institution. The program of taking legislature to the people is one of the appreciated programs as part of interaction with communities, but it must not be for compliance purposes. It must ensure that we take ownership of what happens in our communities and in Eastern Cape governance, be quick in answering on reported challenges, and be accountable also by means of achieving our goals and targets. It is on that score that UDM accepted the budget for action or functioning of the legislature to be operational. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable. I'll now call upon Honorable Ramsey. Honorable Ramsey, you have 4 minutes. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Greetings to the Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and the broader community of the Eastern Cape, as well as honorable members. I rise to commend the committee for its diligent and extensive work in the oversight of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature's budget vote for the 2025-2026 financial year. The depth of this report reflects not only the committee's commitment to accountability, but also its resolve to ensure that this institution remains people-centered and responsive to its mandate. However, let me be frank. While progress has been made, this report lays bare the structural and operational shortcomings that must no longer be tolerated or deferred. The persistent underfunding of this institution by the Provincial Treasury, a 68 million rand short, is a direct impediment to effective democracy. You cannot speak of oversight, you cannot speak of public participation, and you certainly cannot speak of building an activist, agile People's Assembly without adequately resourcing it. It is unacceptable that while demands on the institution grow, our capacity is shrinking. Equally disturbing is the continued reliance on consultants with no meaningful transfer of skills. This is a betrayal of institutional development. We must invest in our people, capacitate them, retain them, and value them. The delays in resolving the ERP payroll module are deeply concerning, especially when they directly impact the financial well-being of members and staff. It is our responsibility to lead by example. We cannot demand performance while we fail to uphold the basics of operational integrity. Program 2's budget decline, particularly on goods and service, in the face of increased political representation, is not only illogical, but discriminatory to the functioning of democracy. How do we justify a decrease when the number of political parties and members has increased? Honorable Speaker, transformation must be visible. The intention to establish an ad hoc committee on initiation and the commitment to people with disabilities are welcomed, but intentions must now translate into implementation with timelines and accountability. To the executive management, thank you for the improved transparency and early submission of information. This is commendable, but let me be clear, good governance cannot exist in the absence of decisive leadership. In conclusion, let this report not gather dust. Let the 30-day deadline stand. Let us reject complacency and let us act for the credibility of this legislature and the communities we are duty-bound to serve. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ramsey. I don't think Honorable May is here. Honorable Saziwa, are you there? Okay. Honorable Saziwa, you have 20 minutes.
Honorable Speaker.
So your 20 minutes starts now, and thank you.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and all other presiding officers, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the Legislature, members of this House, leaders of political parties that are here in this House, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Chairperson of the Eastern Cape House of Traditional Leaders, Leaders Fraternity, business sector, our esteemed guests, and fellow citizens of our province. I bring to you greetings from the People's Movement, the African National Congress. Let us join hands in welcoming the delegation from the Nairobi City County Assembly, as led by Honorable Speaker Kennedy Okayo Ngodi. Our valued partnerships with institutions like the Nairobi County Assembly creates invaluable opportunities for sharing best practices and strengthening parliamentary democracy throughout Africa. These continental partnerships enable us to benchmark our performance against peer institutions while contributing to the broader project of African integration and democratic consolidation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in his State of the Nation address, President Ramaphosa reminded us that building a capable, ethical, and developmental state requires adequately funded democratic institutions. The 750.5 million rands allocation before us is not just about driving the institutional operations of the legislature. It is about bolstering the very foundation of our constitutional democracy. Honorable members, we are the custodians of a legislature that must serve as the authentic voice of our people, particularly those who remain marginalized. Every rand allocated must advance our commitment to transforming their lives and building the nation that was envisioned by those who developed our Freedom Charter more than 70 years ago. As the seventh term commenced, we saw a newly constituted legislature with an expanded representation reflecting the vibrancy of our democracy and the weighty expectations of our communities. The broad political perspectives reflected in these chambers mirror the rich tapestry of our province, and the budget that we pass must enable all these voices to contribute to the achievement of meaningful oversight. We dare not fail in achieving our vision of becoming an activist, transformative, and agile people's assembly. This vision requires us to move beyond traditional parliamentary procedures to become an institution that actively engages communities, drives transformation, and one that swiftly responds to the emerging challenges facing our people. Program 1's allocation of 292 million rands for administration reflects our determination to building institutional capacity that complements our constitutional mandate. As the ANC, we believe that strategic investment in research and communication infrastructure are critical to building innovative and resilient institutions. However, we note with concern the 43 unfunded critical posts which may threaten our ability to deliver parliamentary services effectively. Deputy Speaker, we appreciate the rollout of essential ERP modules, such as the payroll module. While we acknowledge the implementation challenges that persist, we commend management's determination of building systems that symbolize our commitment to modernizing our institutions in the age of e-governance. The empowerment of our members through strategic capacity building initiatives deserves special recognition. We commend the National School of Government for facilitating the recent training program attended by Honorables Mbonyana and Honorable Keleku in the People's Republic of China, focusing on the professionalization and modernization of the state. Such international exposure arms our members with global perspectives on governance, legislative best practices, and innovative approaches to governance. Furthermore, the continued rollout of a comprehensive BSR scheme for both members and staff is a critical investment in our institutional capacity. Academic advancement through formal study programs enhances our analytical capabilities, deepens our understanding of complex policy issues, and strengthens our ability to engage technical matters across various sectors. Honorable members, the institution will continue to conduct study tours both internationally, regionally, and domestically to gain insights into different approaches to legislative oversight, public participation methodologies, and administrative best practices that are implemented within our own country. The knowledge gained from visiting provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Gauteng are already yielding fruits, and this is evidenced by progress in areas such as the implementation of the ERP, public participation, petitions, publication, and as well as education, and the Budget and Money Bills Committee. In Program 2, we note with concern the 5 million decrease on transfer to political parties despite the expanded number of MPLs and political parties represented in the institutions. As the ANC, we call for the Provincial Treasury to address this contradiction, believing that democracy cannot be strengthened by weakening its foundational support. In addition to this, we acknowledge the significant budget shortfall affecting compensation of employees and for the education efforts. These resource constraints require both supplementary budget engagements and innovative resource utilization. The institution should consider establishing a budget optimization team to identify efficiency gains, shared service opportunities that can be explored, and alternative funding sources. Deputy Speaker, welcome the improvement in member accommodation through medium lease agreements and enhanced accessibility features for persons with disabilities. However, we urge the institution and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to move swiftly in housing all members in accordance with the transitional plan developed in the 6th term. Honourable members, we must be encouraged by the strategic focus on parliamentary services through the program's 160 million rands allocation in this financial year. This will substantially bolster our oversight capacity, enhance meaningful public participation, and strengthen our lawmaking processes going forward. The additional resources for committee work and oversight activities will enable us to exercise rigorous oversight over the executive, thus ensuring that government delivers life-changing services to our people. Honourable members, we must never forget that effective oversight is not a luxury we can afford to push aside. It is the very lifeblood of our democracy. Our recent achievements in education oversight demonstrate the power of holding the executive to account. The Eastern Cape's improved matric results with the achievement of an 85% pass rate reflect what dedicated oversight can accomplish when it is combined with the efforts of committed educators and supportive communities. This success story must be replicated across all sectors through systematic evidence-based oversight. Honourable members, going forward, our Committee of the Whole House approach will be expanded beyond the sectors of education and health to ensure that sectors like agriculture, rural development, and safety and security are prioritized to receive the rigorous scrutiny that they deserve. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the establishment of the Ad hoc Committee on Initiation shows our legislature's responsiveness to community-specific challenges. This innovative approach to oversight during traditional circumcision seasons is a manifestation of legislative agility and how we must continually adapt to address the unique concerns our diverse communities are faced. Honourable members, as our democracy continues to mature, we must maintain the principle of participatory democracy and remain consistent in putting into practice through our taking Parliament to the People's Programme, which will be held in Buffalo City in this financial year. This program has the abstract concept of parliamentary representation into tangible engagement with communities in their own spaces. We welcome the execution of the electronic petition system and hosting of the specialized sectoral parliaments that will take place this year. These platforms expand democratic participation beyond traditional structures, ensuring that diverse sectors of society can contribute directly to legislative processes and policy development at the level of the executive. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the implementation of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act through the Standing Committee on Budget and Money Bills marks a historical milestone in provincial legislative empowerment. For the first time, this legislature will be able to exercise its powers to amend money bills, bring greater accountability to budget processes, ensuring that provincial priorities are adequately reflected in fiscal allocations. The importance of strengthening our local government monitoring through our cocktail portfolio committee can never be overstated. Honourable members, our municipalities are the coal face of self-delivery. It is where the promise of democracy becomes reality or remains an unfulfilled pipe dream. The legislature's decision to invoke Section 132 of the Municipal Finance Management Act demonstrates our commitment to holding municipalities accountable. Furthermore, we welcome the proposed Local Government Week, sternly believing that it will provide systematic oversight of municipal performances, ensuring that the third sphere of government serves our communities with no competence and integrity. In this financial year, the legislature will expand its lawmaking capacity by empowering members to initiate legislation through comprehensive skills development programs. Furthermore, the institution will finalize the Eastern Cape draft scrutiny of supported legislation and prepare to process more than 25 bills from Parliament, including the Electoral Commission's Amendment Bill, Municipal Structures Amendment Bill, and Public Service Amendment Bills. Honourable members, the planned accessibility improvement for the chamber in the legislature buildings, ensuring persons with disability can participate fully in democratic processes, must be commended. This commitment to inclusive democracy must extend to all our programs and facilities. We commend the legislature's collaborative approach with institutions supporting democracy and chapter 9 institutions. The statement of intent signed with these constitutional bodies creates a framework for coordinated oversight and accountability that strengthens democratic governance across all spheres. The formalization of relationships with traditional leaders, Imbumba Yamakoskazi Akomkhulu, and Contralesas Women's Chapter recognizes the important role of traditional and women's leadership in our democratic dispensation. These partnerships will ensure that parliamentary processes remain grounded in community realities and are culturally sensitive. Honorable members, the implementation of the electronic house resolution tracking and comprehensive community system that are currently being implemented by the Northern Cape Legislature will transform how we measure our legislative effectiveness. The institution must make certain that these tools are user-friendly, publicly accessible, and regularly updated to maintain their credibility. Honorable Deputy Speaker, comprehensive voter education program ahead of the 2026 local government elections will address a critical democratic imperative. Declining voter turnout continues to undermine the legitimacy of our democratic institutions. The NC supports the rollout of robust civic education that empowers citizens to participate meaningfully in democratic processes at all levels. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we must always be led by the philosophical principle of all human life having equal value. This budget must serve the principle by ensuring our oversight protects citizens' interests, our lawmaking advances social justice, and our public participation in mechanisms amplify the voices of the marginalized. The NC supports this budget because it provides the foundation for a legislature that will hold the executive to account through evidence-based oversight, active citizen engagement, and meaningful participation processes that contribute to building the capable, ethical, and developmental state our people deserves. We so therefore support the budget. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Saziwa. I will now call upon the Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you have 10 minutes and it starts now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me acknowledge Leader of Government Business that is in our presence here, leaders of political parties, our Honorable Chief Whip, members of the legislature, members of the executive, our guest that is here with us, and all those members from the public joining us on our live streaming platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me first acknowledge the report that we have received, but possibly there is one thing that we will have to have the Secretary look into. If you look at that report, I'm just saying it, that you would ask yourselves, what is the worth therein, Honorable Chief Whip, going to the portfolio committees, and you have word for word almost 98% of the questions that was posed to the legislature appearing again as findings and recommendations. So I think we must look at when the reports are compiled, unless the committee is going to tell us that with not one of the responses they were satisfied. So you spend 2-3 days, you eat in that committee, you have breakfast there, you have lunch, whatever, and you come back and everything is put back into the report. Honorable members, we will definitely respond once again because a lot of detail and documentation was submitted in that meeting, and we will definitely do so once again, if not for the third time. We will not tire in making sure that the relevant information goes to the LOC. It is so surprising that the one member who did not attend our strategic session, and out of all members who were there and all members of the Rules Committee who commended us, stands today and criticizes the strategic session. A strategic session is not just for the presiding officers. A strategic session is a session for the members of this legislature, the Rules Committee, as well as our staff, because at the end of the day, they must own those strategic documents. They are the implementers of those strategic documents. And yes, we will not appoint people just because they are the cheapest. They must understand the legislative processes. Just because you've done strategic session for a football club somewhere does not mean you can hold a strategic session for the legislative sector at the end of the day. Now, we must also at the end of the day understand when people come up here and come and speak and say that the office
the budget have increased. We must speak truth. Thomas Sankara, when you understand what Thomas Sankara meant, but let's be madmen, you must understand that. The budget has increased by 1.4%, not what people just say and make their own calculations. Go to the white book. We all must still be educators. Once we have go to the white book will indicate it's 1.4%. Under program 1, and we've been here before, under program 1, it's also the issues of COE, of the staff that is there, and it is also your salaries, honorable members, that is there. All of our salaries also is reflected. Then we have all contracts that the non-negotiable from the goods and services is under program 1, as well as the infrastructure, the new 16 million that we have received for the chamber upgrade, all of that money reflects under program 1. So program 1 is not just the office of the Speaker. It reflects all of those areas that is there. And definitely we have said that the office of the Speaker is in the Eastern Cape is not like the office of the Speaker in the Western Cape where they do not have programs. We go out as this office and we go and engage communities. We have programs, as we have shown in the previous financial year when we have gone out there very, very successfully, engaged the traditional leaders, engaged the Khoisan, engaged our senior citizens on issues that affect us, engaged on the issue of gender-based violence, and we will continue to do so. Honorable MEC of Provincial Treasury, please give us more money so that we can be more agile and more visible amongst our communities at the end of the day. Let us just be clear. That is how we are when Thomas Sankara indicated what we should be. There is a policy in this legislature that deals with staff, and that policy did say that senior managers must get 2 devices. But the secretary, understanding the political directive, did not implement it and will not continue to implement it because she understood the issues of what is confronting us and the cost containment measures. Senior managers are aggrieved, yes, and they will stay aggrieved, but we will not implement that policy because there is no money. We cannot have every year a device of this issue. Every year, honorable members, this is not our monies. If this was your own money, would you go and buy yourself a cell phone every year? This is taxpayers' monies at the end of the day, and let us be prudent in how we are dealing with those matters. In terms of the issue, then we are calling for the issue of the budget, and some members are now coming and saying we must fill the 43 vacant posts with what money when there's a shortfall. I think we need to balance those issues. That is why consistently we take to the Rules Committee what is all the vacant positions and what we can do with the available money. We have always given that information to the Rules Committee, and we will continue to do so as we give that information upon the request of the LOC. We furnish them. It is open, it is transparent in that regard. There's also members that coming up and saying that the use of consultants and all of these consultants. We have used consultants for the SAGE, the ERP system, a brand new system in the legislature. Each and every cent that has been used and dispensed with, we have accounted for that money. The Auditor General has looked at it, in our internal audit has looked at the matter, as well as the risk management in that regard. Yes, we do acknowledge with the payroll that we have painstakingly taken our time to deal with it, but at long last, we have implemented it, and we do apologize that first month for the challenges that is there. Now we are in our 3rd month, and this month things have gone very, very smoothly, and I am sure as we are progressing, things will just go from strength to strength. We have engagements with the third-party payovers. All of those companies will be coming to the legislature. Even the SARS will be here to again deal with individual members to ensure that those issues can be corrected where anomalies has arisen in the process. Then, honorable members, I think it is also just important to note that yes, now the disbursement of the airport tickets, the cards are continuing. It has taken us time. We've gave those detailed responses in the LOC. We will not go up, but we do appeal to members, please make sure that your secretaries do go, because Ms. Tupe has indicated that not all secretaries have come to her office. Please make sure that they go there and they sign, and then they receive those cards at the end of the day. We are working towards ensuring that within the budget that is there, that all of those shortfalls that is there, that we make good on them at the end of the day, and that a plan will then be developed to ensure that we can deal with the cost containment. I think it was quite clear from the MEC's budget that there will be no new monies flowing to us during the adjustment process and even in the outer years. But I think it is important for us that we just tighten our belt, but there are areas that really is non-negotiable and areas that we should continue as the legislature to follow up. And one of those areas is our resolve that we should be visible through the PPP&E and as members when we are going out to communities and ensuring that we do civic education with respect to the issue for the local government elections, working hand in hand with the electoral agent, with the IEC, sorry for that, I'm just from a conference, with the IEC in that respect, and we do believe this will assist us to minimize a lot of the issues that we have seen in the previous elections when the legislature could not be visible due to a lack of funds. Honorable members, as I conclude, we commit that under the report, we will take it into consideration, and we do understand that that report also assists us as the legislature how to sharpen up and how to deal with certain of those issues. So thanks to the chairperson and all the members of the committee for having tabled this report, and definitely we will abide within the standing rules. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, I put the report. Thank you. Honorable members, we will now break for lunch. We only have 30 minutes for lunch, so we should be back in the chambers at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. The house has started. I'm expecting every one of you. Didn't you see the maze? You shall be charged. I will now. We're expected to be back at 2, and the time now is 6 minutes past 2. We are now proceeding with the sitting honorable members. I will now ask the secretary to read the third order of the day.
Consideration of vote number 3, Health Appropriation Bill 2025.
Thank you, Advocate. I will now call upon Honorable Vimbayo to table the presentation of the report. Honorable Vimbayo, you have 10 minutes to kaba, and your 10 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Enkosi Sekela Somlomo, mandithi ngalambuliso ubuso kudala usenziwa apha nam ndikhwela kuwo. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the committee were to consider 2025 budget vote report on the Health Department with specific reference to the policy speech, annual performance plan, and other relevant documents, make findings and recommendations and report back to the House. Honorable Speaker, in 2025-2026, the budget increased by 44.4% from 30 billion 306 in 2024-2025 to 31 billion 652 due to additional allocation to strengthen medical records for reduction of medical legal claims. As we all know, Deputy Speaker, I will just select few findings and recommendations for the purpose of the presentation of the report. In terms of health administration and management, which is program 1, the committee is expressing its heartfelt condolences to the families affected by the recent severe floods in the province that left a trail of destruction. Also applauded the department for its active involvement in the rescue and recovery mission. We are recommending as the committee that the department must draw lessons from this tragedy and scale up efforts for readiness for such climate phenomenon to the future. Finding C, the department is still confronted with accruals and payables amounting to 6 billion 957 and an overdraft amounting to 1.7 billion. That continues to undermine the appropriation and service. We are recommending that where accruals are man-made, consequence management must be instituted. D, the committee identified that the way in which the department is collecting upfront payments when clients, patients are consulting has serious gaps that create substantial loss of funds. The department must firstly ensure, as a recommendation, the department must firstly ensure it has effective internal control measures to improve collection and further explore engaging the provincial treasury for possibly of rechanneling a portion from the revenue to the department and as a way of motivation. E, the increase in budget appropriation remains below the increase in inflation, which translates into nominal budget increase rather than real. The situation is further compounded by a rapid increase in demand for healthcare services, which pulls medical inflation. Both factors significantly contribute to the financial deficit of the department. The department must firstly ensure improvement in the efficient and effective use of budget and further explore possibilities of real budget increase from Treasury, considering the inherent responsibility to manage inflation. Prompt response to the department to legally binding recommendations by the Office of the Public Protector in relation to Doranginza Hospital is commendable. But a concern was raised that similar findings and recommendations there were raised by the committee and never got such timely response from the department, and some are still flagged as repeated findings. The department, as a recommendation, the department must ensure that such prompt response and remedial actions are applied in all other health facilities where similar challenges appear and not wait to be triggered by oversight. In terms of program 2, which deals to district health services, finding A, delayed the presentation to a healthcare facility before 20 weeks of pregnancy among teenagers remains a serious challenge despite interventions. As a recommendation, the department must continuously strengthen strategies and collaborations that are aimed at promoting health-seeking behavior among teenagers mostly, and further educate on dangers of unwanted pregnancy. Finding C,
5 minutes remaining.
the committee raised concerns regarding lessons learned on national health insurance pilots, being the Alfred Nzo and OR Tambo district, in preparing for rollout. As a recommendation, Deputy Speaker, the department must, within 30 days after the adoption of this report by House, present a full detailed report on lessons learned on the pilot site for full rollout of national care insurance. In terms of EMS, which is program 3, I want also to raise the department alleges that the Government Fleet Management Services, GMS entity, and the Department of Transport fails to adhere to given specifications when ordering EMS service vehicles. As a recommendation, the Department of Health must engage Transport Department and clearly emphasize the importance of adherence to the EMS vehicle specifications and the non-adherence challenges thereof. Awusiya Alfred Nzo azikwazi uhamba ezinye izithuthi zethu. I'm jumping, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to general findings and recommendations. But in terms of infrastructure, the department must, within the financial year, ensure that the renovations in Tata Depot are finalized, which will also address the ripple effect on its licensing and full detailed report on the financial implications in CAT and reasons thereof. We are raising this gap because there are delays in terms of those renovations. In terms of general findings, Chair, let me pick 2. The gross shortage of staff, both in clinical and non-clinical services, is still cause of concern. The recommendation, the department must speed up the finalization of the long-awaited organogram to address the staff shortages and ensure it is funded. I want to emphasize, Deputy Speaker, that this is a challenge in the Department of Health, and we believe, as the committee, is also a root cause for the medical legal claims. There is a huge shortage of staff. Then lastly, Deputy Speaker, the committee was pleased with the agile response to the department on the recommendation of Public Protector. In pursuit of addressing the issues that were raised by the Office of the Public Protector, the department must ensure that such remedial actions are replicated even in other facilities with similar challenges. Deputy Speaker, I appreciated all the honorable members for their robust engagement, the department for its frank reporting and areas of improvements that's showing, and lastly, the committee report and support the committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bimbayo. Okay. Are there any clarities to the committee? To the MSC? Honorable Cowley. Yo, sorry. Honorable Dr. Noots.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have only one question to the MEC, and that is, can I just get an indication of what the Honourable MEC take is on the recent findings of the SCOPA report on the 2023-24 findings of that financial year for that department? Thanks.
Honorable Ottendal.
Thank you very much. I just want to pose to the MEC a question. We've heard that there are 8 centers, so-called centers of excellence that deals with cerebral palsy across the province. I want to ask the MEC, can it be shared how many of those centers of excellence are fully operational today?
Thank you, Honorable Ottendal. Honorable MEC, you are confined in this 5 minutes of...
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I will respond to those questions when I'm standing there taping my acceptance speech. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Honorable MEC. I will now call upon Honorable Cowley. Honorable Cowley, you have 13 minutes. Oh, that's a lot. Don't you want to reduce it? Your 13 minutes, that's now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier in absentia, Honourable Members of the House, officials and guests, I greet you all. Deputy Speaker, disruptors have created economic tensions across the globe, and South Africa has not escaped the fallout. Trump's tariff tantrums have redefined trade, and this will certainly impact on our trade economy, something we can ill afford. We've already felt the effects of a shrinking economy and shrinking budgets for government departments across the board. Added to this are the devastating effects of climate change as we face more frequent and unpredictable disruptive weather events, which not only cause immeasurable human suffering, but the recovery from these events is time-consuming, human resource-intensive, and frightfully expensive. I wish to commend our emergency services for their sterling recovery efforts during the recent floods. Despite their limited resources, they truly went the extra mile. While we absolutely cannot predict many of the global disruptions and certainly cannot budget for them considering our depleted financial resources, there are steps that we can take to mitigate their effects. This applies to all government departments, but particularly to the Eastern Cape Department of Health. We are all aware that medico-legal claims have decimated the health budget. We also know that the department, along with the Office of the Premier, have put measures in place to mitigate the effects of these claims. However, Deputy Speaker, while they've focused heavily on trying to stem the outflow of money due to external debts, such as the appalling 7 billion rand in accruals and payables owed to service providers, they have done little to nothing about the outflow of money due to internal factors. These include persistent unauthorized expenditure, persistent irregular expenditure, and persistent fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And why do they persist? It's simple. This is a department so entrenched in corrupt financial, human resource, and supply chain management processes that it has become a law unto itself. This is a department where senior officials appear to be untouchable. They live in 5-star hotels, bloat their travel claims, employ their family members, and eat state resources like popcorn at a movie. And the consequences for their corruption? Zero. And if you don't believe me, then believe the SCOPA report on the 23-24 audit outcomes. For every finding against the Department of Health reams are written by them about the progress being made on implementing the SCOPA resolutions. But then when we come to the column labeled resolution tracking, and this is where my stomach churns. A few examples. For the recommendation to put processes in place for the measurement of contingent liability, SCOPA's response: we are unable to substantiate these claims as evidence was not submitted. For the recommendation to update the organogram and service delivery model, SCOPA's response: no evidence of claimed milestones achieved. We are not able to substantiate these claims. On the recommendation that consequence management must be implemented against managers whose non-compliance regarding contract management, procurement management, and annual financial statements, SCOPA's response: no evidence that audit controllers have been appointed. No evidence of annual financial statement refresher training has been submitted. No evidence of the recovery of audit inefficiencies has been provided. On the recommendation to develop and implement a financial recovery plan, SCOPA's response: the department claims 5 strategic objectives, but implementation is unproven. There is no clear strategy beyond SCOPA bailout requests. Lastly, and by far the worst, on the recommendation that the department must put internal controls in place to prevent the occurrence of unauthorized expenditure on compensation of employees, SCOPA's response: the department has failed to strengthen controls on ghost employees, overtime, and pillar. The kicker is this: reduction in unauthorized expenditure was achieved through staff cuts, not systemic improvements. Clearly, the department would rather cut the number of doctors and nurses and leave creditors unpaid than deal with incompetent and corrupt cadres and millionaire managers. It is clear there are no consequences for corruption in this department. Instead, these consequences are found in the human suffering experienced every day by our citizens who cannot access health care. There's a young man called Sage Domingo who lives in the northern areas of Gqeberha. He's a mental health patient with violent tendencies, and he's traumatizing his community. His mother has been trying for 2 months to have him readmitted to Livingston, but there is no bed for him there. Despite very clear directives made by the late Professor Mkhize in 2018 to improve mental health management in this province, no substantive improvement or progress has been made, and the scourge of mental illness has overwhelmed our already struggling health facilities. At Komani Hospital, operational managers allegedly sit scrolling on their phones while patients are raped and murdered for a piece of meat. There are 3 empty wards there that could accommodate 90 more mental health patients, but there was no plan in place to utilize them. Who is held responsible for this abject failure? Nobody. At Doringenza Hospital, shocking viral videos revealed mothers in labor on chairs in the floors of a passage. What have you done to their dignity? Shame on you. In every rural town across this province, patients lie waiting in vain for an ambulance. The ambulances are so thinly spread that the EMS staff simply cannot get to them in time to save them. This is because many of our ambulances get sent to other provinces for repairs. This, despite the fact that we have an SOE called the ARDC, Automobile Industry Development Corporation, which has accredited more than 150 aftermarket SMMEs right across the province that could do the repairs on the ambulances for a fraction of the price. In Janssenville, the Brug Clinic has been closed for 2 months due to storm damage. The day hospital and Kwaza Clinic cannot cope with the overflow, and the mobile clinics only operate on occasion. The consequence? Thousands of farm workers and local residents have been denied access to their TB medication on a regular basis. Where is the dignity in being forced into lost to follow up? Shame on this department. These are the human consequences of no consequence management. Our people are dying. And it doesn't end there. Our clinical staff at almost every hospital in the province are burnt out because there are not enough of them to work proper shifts. So they work double shifts and triple shifts to try and address the needs of the most critical patients. The other patients are sent home. You have stripped them of hope and dignity. All of this because there's no political will to change the status quo. Our community health centres in Motherwell and Corsten remain dysfunctional because you would rather allocate your financial resources to your millionaire managers than employ more nurses. The Mthatha depot remains non-compliant and unlicensed because for 8 years, incompetent contract cadres have been milking the department. And the consequences? None for them, but shocking for the patients who need medication to live. As for the rollout of NHI in the province, the department cannot even provide the report on the pilot project. We know why, because it was already exposed at national level that the pilot was an abject failure. Never mind the fact that you can count the number of clinics in this, and hospitals for that matter, that are compliant with IPC protocols and OHS norms on one hand. NHI will not fix the systemic rot in this department. And as for the Premier's pet project of broadband rollout across the province, that failure has its own consequences. Nurses have to drive from one town to another just to access Logus. Dordrecht Hospital, like dozens of others, has no internet. Patient records lie in piles of paper files on shelves and floors in every facility, waiting to be stolen. The infrastructure program remains notorious for corruption. Poor planning, underperformance, and overruns are the order of the day. The consequences? Nothing. Honourable Premier, in absentia and through you, Deputy Speaker, you have done nothing to curb rampant corruption in this province. Your party has already been brutally punished at the polls, and because of your inaction, you will start to feel that punishment in this province, in the heartland of your organisation, in the years to come. You and your colleagues seem to have forgotten that you are not VIPs. You are public servants. The people of this province deserve to live lives filled with hope and dignity. This includes access to adequate health care. It was the legendary Chris Hani who said, and I quote, "What I fear is that the liberators emerge as elitists who drive around in Mercedes Benzes and use the resources of this country to live in palaces and gather riches." End quote. I shudder to think what he would say today. Deputy Speaker, because this department refuses to clean up corruption, I will be meeting with the Public Protector and the Special Investigations Unit to set in motion a forensic investigation into every single program of this department. And I shall be waiting in anticipation for the consequences. The Democratic Alliance will never support blatant criminality and corruption, and therefore we cannot support a budget that fuels it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaule. I will now call upon Honorable Mlokoti from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Honorable Mlokoti, you have 9 minutes, And your 9 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, the EFF Battalion, honorable members, the guests in the gallery, and most importantly, Impulas Galjaca, as is Tumleba Masbela Panamtlanj. Let us confront, Deputy Speaker, I'm being drowned here. This budget represents failure, mismanagement, and the betrayal of our people's right to health care. We in the EFF will not rubber stamp a budget that pours money into a black hole of incompetence while our people suffer without services. Let us confront the financial misconduct plaguing the department. The Health Committee's own budget vote reports revealed that the department is drowning in debt, accruals and payables of nearly 6.9 billion and an overdraft of 1.7 billion are undermining the health budget and service delivery. This means billions in unpaid bills while clinics run out of basics. Year after year of fiscal mismanagement has brought us here, yet inexplicably, the proposed budget increases by mere 4.4 from 30.3 billion to 31.65 billion. 4.4%, this is below inflation, a nominal increase rather than a real one, meaning in truth, it's a budget cut on the ground. How can we meet growing healthcare needs with a shrinking real budget? This austerity is a death sentence for the poor. The department's own report admits that rising demand and medical cost inflation are outpacing this budget, driving the department deeper into deficit. Shame we cannot accept a budget that sets out our health system up to fail. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the systematic service delivery failures in our health sector are catastrophic. Year after year, money is being wasted on contractors who do not deliver. The committee was unsettled by constant underperformance by contractors paid exorbitant amounts. Where is the result of those tenders? Nesenite Hospital in Qumbu stands as a monument to this corruption. 12 years under construction, started in 2013, and still not finished. 12 years and nothing to show but an empty shell. This is unacceptable. The people of the Eastern Cape have been waiting over a decade for a functional hospital, while connected tenderpreneurs fatten themselves on public funds. We in the EFF say it's enough, not another cent from the should be thrown at useless contractors who betray the people's health. Meanwhile, existing hospitals and clinics are in crisis. The department itself admits a gross shortage of staff in both clinical and non-clinical services, a situation that remains a cause for concern. Nurses, doctors, support staff, all stretched beyond breaking. Many facilities cannot meet basic health and safety standards because they simply do not have enough staff. Our people are turned away or neglected, not because our health workers lack compassion, but because there are not enough of them. Community health centers that should be the front line of health lie dysfunctional due to the severe staff shortages. Costin CHC, Motherwell CHC, and others are not fully functional for this very reason. So the sick end up crowding the hospitals or suffer at home with no care. This is a disgrace in a country as wealthy as ours. The collapse of basic services goes further under the department's watch. Clinics and hospitals face recurring medicine stockouts. Why? Because the department doesn't pay its suppliers on time. The committee found that while some causes of drug stockouts are external, domestic factors that include non-payment of suppliers are the major cause, with the disastrous effects on the chronic patients. In other words, our people with diabetics, hypertension, HIV, their lifeline medications vanish from clinic shelves because this department can't manage its financials. Bills go unpaid, suppliers stop delivering, and the poorest suffer. We have patients forced to travel from clinic to clinic in search of pills or go without treatment. This is not just incompetence, it's cruelty. A government that cannot ensure basic medical supplies has no right to claim it cares for the people. Honorable members, even on critical national projects, this department fails. The Eastern Cape was an NHI pilot site, a chance to shape the future of universal health coverage. Yet the department has still not submitted the report on its NHI pilot projects in Alfred Nzo and OR Tambo. They have failed even to learn lessons from their own pilots. How do you intend to roll out the NHI when you can't account for pilot projects? This speaks to a culture of zero accountability. Oversight is treated with contempt. The Health Committee's report notes how an entire budget meeting day was wasted when the department's leadership failed to show up. This department behaves as if it is above scrutiny, while our people are dying waiting for care. The EFF will not accept this. The future of healthcare is also being sabotaged. Our province's main nursing college, Lilita Nursing College, is in shambles. The report shows it's struggling to get accreditation to train specialist nurses, and that is district sub-campuses, and it is dysfunctional. The department has ignored recommendations to fix this. So, the future of healthcare is also being sabotaged. So the department has ignored the recommendations to fix the Ililita. We are not training the nurses we need. On top of that, they are planned to cut the number of bursaries for students from 74 to 49, slamming the door on aspiring health workers. This is direct betrayal to the youth who want to serve in our clinics and hospitals. Instead of expanding training to resolve the staff crisis, this department is choking the pipeline of new doctors and nurses. The EFF says this must be reversed immediately. We need more doctors, more nurses, more pharmacists, and not fewer. Honorable Deputy Speaker, after all these failures, this department dares to ask us to approve their budget. We reject it completely. It is clear that throwing more money at a broken system without changing the approach is futile. Because of time, I was going to share what we were going to do as the EFF when we take government, but we are going to do it in the committee. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, let it be known that the EFF rejects the 2025-26 health budget vote with contempt. We reject it on behalf of the mothers giving birth on clinic floors, the grandfathers queuing at 4 a.m. for pills that aren't there, the nurses and doctors who work double shifts because posts are frozen, and the community is still waiting for clinic promised decades ago. This budget does nothing for them. It perpetuates their suffering. Will not endorse a budget that continues the cycle of underfunding, mismanagement, and unmet promises. The EFF says no more half measures. We need a revolution in healthcare. We need to purge the corrupt officials, jail those who steal public funds, and direct every cent to clinics, hospitals, and medical staff who serve the people. We need courage to nationalize and radicalize our approach so the health of our people is treasured and not traded. Therefore, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the EFF stands firm to reject the budget. We demand a new path, one that actually delivers quality healthcare to our people. Our people are dying while you tally your accruals and excuses. The EFF will not rest until we have a healthcare system that our people deserve, one that is dignified, well-resourced, and serves the many, not the few. It is time for a revolutionary change in our healthcare sector and nothing less. We refuse to bow down to a failing status quo, so we say no to this budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mlogoti. I now call upon the UTM, Honorable Mngocho. Honorable Mngocho, you have 5 minutes, and your 5 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As UTM, we note the budget and indicate to the department that there is still a room if systems could be improved. so that we have got controls. Again, we put for your attention that the department continues with accruals that are not manageable despite strides to correct the situation. And as a result, that environment tempers with the service delivery plans. It is in that context that funds allocated for particular programs failed to fulfill such budget plans. The department has noted the problems of budgetary constraints, deviations, spending, and allocated budget funds, and all other anomalies related to fund spending, but has failed to correct the problems of accruals. We must be worried if, despite the challenges of health services, the allocation of budget is unable to meet the needs of the department due to non-allocation of enough funds to resource the programs and ensure less budget cuts for effective and efficient service delivery. We know uba imali ayibunjwa, but if we continue with this tone of financial constraints, the plans to improve the current situation within the department will never be achievable. The allocation doesn't address the objectives of health services needs and support department on its objective to address the financial challenges. Most facilities don't comply with health standards because of poor planning relating to staff complements and shortage of infrastructure-related resources in which the funds have a bearing in non-achievement of the plans. The laxity shown by the department in responding to Auditor General's findings is also a concern and needs a clear plan on the corrective measures to address the anomaly. It is in that context that leadership development is necessary in order to achieve better results and enhance skills, qualities, and competencies. We have noted the gaps in the healthcare system and propose that when the budget plan is to be developed, it must strengthen the capacity of the department in order to produce desired output. Again, it is high time that we must interrogate our healthcare systems, relate them with healthcare services and infrastructural problems so that we are able to plan ahead on how to address the problems of resources and capacity. It must be the responsibility of the department to ensure that people's rights are respected and dignified health care system is upheld by aligning the people's needs with the budget. We must now action all the promises and plans so as for the department to be meaningful and relevant to its existence. UDM accept the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I will now call upon Honorable Arams. Honorable Arams, you have got 4 minutes left.
Good day to the Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, and the community at large. One of the most sacred promises in our Constitution is the right of every South African to access basic healthcare services. But for many in our province, especially in rural areas, this right remains a dream, not a reality. Just last month in Mbizana, a young mother named Nwabisa went into labor. She waited 6 hours for an ambulance. When it finally arrived, it had to navigate a pothole-ridden gravel road. The jarring ride caused her unbearable pain. As she tried to move from the ambulance stretcher to the hospital bed, she fell. There was no nurse to assist her, no dignity in sight. That child entered the world under circumstances that no human being should endure. Sadly, Nwabisa's story is not unique. In Lusikisiki, a clinic operates with one nurse serving over 150 patients a day. In Kofimvabu, a clinic roof leaks so badly that patients have to be moved around to avoid the water while receiving treatment. At Doranginza, we recently heard a mother was turned away because there was no doctor on duty in pediatrics. Communities are tired, honorable members. Tired of walking 10 or more kilometers to reach a clinic. Tired of being told there are no gloves, no painkillers, and no vaccines. Tired of feeling stripped of their dignity when they are at their most vulnerable. And yet we have healthcare workers who show up every day, under-resourced, under-supported, but still doing their best. Like the nurses at the oncology department in Livingston, who go above and beyond for their patients. We salute them. They are the embodiment of public service. But good people can't do great work without proper systems. We must face the truth. Many medical legal claims that bankrupt our departments stem from negligence and could be avoided with functional facilities, sufficient staff, and a reliable ambulance fleet. We note the addition of new ambulances, but when they are parked for months waiting on repairs, that effort is wasted. We are still far from our target of 1 operational ambulance per 10,000 people. We must act. Mud clinics should not exist in 2025. We must set deadlines, appoint competent managers, enforce accountability across clinics, district offices, and provincial health leadership. Our people deserve clinics that are clean, staffed, and functional. They deserve healthcare that upholds their dignity, not strip it away. Let us not make them beg for what is already their right. Archbishop Desmond Tutu once said, if an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse and you say that you are neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality. In essence, what he was saying is, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. With that being said, the Patriotic Alliance rejects this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Arams. Honorable Mbonyana, the African National Congress. Honorable Mbonyana, you have 20 minutes. Your 20 minutes starts now.
I'll deliver so, Papa.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Allow me to write on the protocol that you have already established. You know, honorable members, the dynamic that I'm still trying to understand with the opposition is how quickly they change. Their behavior in committees is totally different from this one that you see. Because when these issues are raised in committees and responded to, they seem to understand. But immediately when they take the podium, they behave differently. Double standards. Honorable Speaker, as we celebrate Nelson Mandela Month, a month that honors the scores of this giant who made an indelible contributions in the reversal and ultimate destruction of colonial conquest and apartheid systematic oppression in South Africa and beyond, we salute the generation of Mandela and other revolutionaries before him for a successive centuries, for they never betrayed the cause of the continent's desire to free herself from bondages of these terrible and immoral episodes of social evolution and human development on the planet Earth. Honorable members, it was his firm belief that health cannot be a question of income, but it is a fundamental human right. It was President Mandela, honorable members, who launched the first free primary health care policy in South Africa in 1996, a policy that laid the foundation for universal health care. So, Honorable Kaule, NHI is in full swing. And I believe that Comrade Chris is standing on his grave, mentioning his name in the same sentence that speaks against NHI. It tells you that Aumazo Chonyane, Honorable Kaule. In honoring his legacy this month, we recommit ourselves to the values of dignity, equity, and access. Honorable Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the significant strides made by the Department of Health in the Eastern Cape province, guided by the vision of a long and healthy life for all South Africans. Our government remains committed to access, quality, and equitable healthcare services for all. As we engage on this debate, we must and cannot fail to reflect on the historical legacy of our health system, from the deep inequalities under apartheid to the transformative agenda of the ANC after 1994. Honorable Speaker, in the apartheid era, public health infrastructure in the province of the Eastern Cape was grossly underdeveloped, with rural and black communities systematically excluded from quality care. It was ANC government that introduced primary health care as the cornerstone of a democratic and people-centered health system. The Department of Health, honorable members, has strengthened governance and accountability mechanism within the department through enhanced financial mechanism controls, improved audit outcomes, and the empowerment of leadership. We are building a health system that is responsive and transparent. In 2023-24 financial year, the department received an unqualified audit opinion with few materials findings compared to previous year. Compared to previous years, a demonstration that there are adequate controls to minimize risk of any leakages. Investment has been made in digital infrastructure and ICT to improve service delivery efficiencies, including the rollout of an electronic patient record system in selected facilities in response to medical cases and escalating contingent liabilities that are impacting the state ability to provide quality services. Honorable Speaker, over 90% of the population in the Eastern Cape now has access to healthcare facilities within a 5-kilometer radius. There has been a sustained rollout of 3,000 plus ward-based primary healthcare outreach teams, school health teams, and mobile services targeting remote and rural communities. The province recorded a decrease in maternal mortality. They have expanded their fleet of ambulances to over 427, serving a population of 7.2 million against 650 ambulances as per norms and standards. All those ambulances are strategically positioned to respond during peak hours, but we should note, honorable members, as a serious concern, the shortage of ambulances as an obstacle to their set targets and goals. Targeted recruitment of AMS staff and the deployment of 4x4 ambulances in hard-to-reach areas have improved rural access. Subsequent to that, honorable members, the department has also introduced aeromedical helicopter services for critical cases and stationed them at key points across the province. They have responded to 443 priority cases in the last financial year. That is the work of the Department of Health in the province of the Eastern Cape. The revitalization of hospitals such as Frere, Cecilia Makiwane, and Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital demonstrate our commitment to modernizing healthcare. The surgical backlog was reduced in 2024-25 financial year. The recruitment of specialists and improving clinical governance is underway, placing over 200 medical professionals in targeted hospitals. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Health has set a target to add 300 staff members in the category of emergency care officers. They will be responsible and responding to primary and pre-hospital cases in our communities with a total investment of 216.6 million over the medium term. I cannot, honorable members, fail to bring it to the attention of this House and the people of this province that they are doing all this under a severe financial constraints due to budget cuts and historic debt, which are putting pressures on its ability to employ much needed human resources. Additionally, the accruals, as stated by Honorable Kaule, and payable are making it extremely difficult for the department to manage day-to-day operations, while service providers are training to withdraw their services. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Ingxaki Zakwa Health does not need people to come here and make noise, rhetoric, squabbles, and cheap political scoring points. They need our collective effort and visionary leaders that has nothing but utmost love for their people. Honorable Speaker, Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital continues to be a referral center of excellence for the province of the Eastern Cape and beyond. The Department of Health has prioritized training of health professionals and specialists to reduce dependence on other provinces with over 230 million allocated for specialist development in this financial year. They have invested in growing capacity by increasing bursary support to medical students, especially those that are coming from rural background. In 2025-26 financial year, honorable members, the department has 780 students that will be funded under the Cuban Doctor Program and 1,200 under local bursary schemes and strategic partnership with Walter Sisulu, Nelson Mandela, and Cuban's medical training programs, which continues to yield long-term benefits. The department, honorable members, has improved pharmaceutical supply chain management, which resulted in over 93% medicine availability in public facilities and a commitment to investment in the maintenance of medical equipment with critical medical devices serviced or replaced. So, abantu mabangezi kule podium bathethe into ezingekhoyo. Honorable Speaker, the department is driving the construction and refurbishment of clinics, CHCs and hospitals across the province. Notable projects include the Dr. Mali Zompete Hospital, Bambisana Hospital at a value of 268 million and the ongoing revitalization of Zitulele Hospital at a cost of 1.68 billion and Madwalen Hospital with 608 million, just to mention the few. Kumsebenzi lo, honorable members, owenziwa yi-Department of Health in the province of the Eastern Cape as led by ANC government. These investment, honorable members, will create job opportunities and revitalize rural economies through construction of these projects, a true meaning of people-centered agenda. Honorable Speaker, we do this work being inspired by the Pan-Africanist, the son of the soil, and the Tanzanian philosopher, Umkhulu Julius Nyerere, when he says, and I quote, "If real development is to take place, the people have to be involved," close quote. As I close, honorable members, the progress made in health delivery is a testament to the ANC's commitment to building a healthy, thriving society. While challenges remain, we remain responsive, action-orientated, and people-centered. We are under no illusion, honorable members, that the road ahead will not be full of potholes, but we draw inspiration from Wise Counsel of Umadiba when he asserts that, "Do not judge me," and I quote, "Do not judge me by my success. Judge me by how many times I fell and got up again," close quote. Ugrano Hulmente is not glitz and glam, but Honorable MEC and Honorable Premier, please keep on going. Thank you very much. The ANC support the program.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbonyana. I now call upon the member of the Executive Council, Honorable Kapa. Honorable Kapa, you only have 10 minutes, half of what Honorable Mbonyana had. So I want you to it starts now.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you. And I will write on the protocol that has been presented before me. I really want to concur with Honorable Mbonyana that when we attended the committee, all the members were supportive of the department. The only point that was raised by Honorable Kotoi was, no, it's not Kotoi, Mlogoti, was all we need to do was to make sure that whatever that we're doing in Dora, we must multiply and do it in other facilities. That was the only thing that she raised in that meeting. So I'm surprised that today it's a different story. But we are political, so what else can we expect? In response to the question about the centers of excellency, there are about 4 that are operational. One in the eastern part of the province, which is St. Henry Elliot, Mthatha. The central one is Efre and Cecilia Makiwane, and then on the western part is Dorangenza. So that's how we do the centers of excellency. I stand before you, Deputy Speaker, and in this August House, deeply honored and encouraged to accept the Portfolio Committee on Health Review and our policy budget speech on the 2025-2026 financial year. Honorable members, the report itself also acknowledged the strides made by the department in implementing strategies to accelerate service delivery to our people. This indeed is an illustration of an unwavering commitment to provide quality public health care to our communities, notwithstanding the immense challenges that we face as a department. Deputy Speaker, as we interact with the committee report, I am excited to share with you that during the month of Tata Mandela, as the department, we honored by launching a hemodialysis service at St. Elizabeth Regional Hospital, the first of its kind in the rural part of the province. This unit has got about 12 patients and it's managed by 6 professional nurses and enrolled nursing assistants specifically trained on this field. So it's not true that we're not training our employees. This is a new facility, new unit, but we've already trained professional nurses to deal with the renal failures of the department. This was deliberately moved to ensure that we continue to provide services to our people. We acknowledge the committee's findings regarding our financial constraints. In 2025-2026 financial year, we had about 6 billion on accruals and payables, largely driven by historical medical legal claims. This financial strain has indeed impacted on our ability to pay suppliers within the 30 days. It is indeed a historical medical legal claims. Human resource challenges, we've lost about 3,111 employees by June 2025. That's a 6.4 reduction in the 7,000 vacant healthcare posts, and that is a reality that is burdening our remaining staff that is unable, therefore, to fulfill because of our financial constraints. Infrastructure backlog, the infrastructure backlog remains a significant hurdle for us. Over 70% of our facilities assessed to date require intervention, including critical water and sanitation issues. On leadership stability, we recognize the committee's implicit concerns regarding the leadership continuity, a challenge that we are willing to face and to deal with. However, honorable members, your report also acknowledges our progress that I want to highlight on how we are already embarking on making headway on addressing these issues. In 2025-26 budget has increased by 4.4%. In the first quarter of 2025-26, we spent the 99% of our projected cash flow, demonstrating improved financial discipline. We have made hard decisions to flatten the debt curve and also reduce projected compensation of employees in the 2024-2025 year. I am pleased also to report that we have filled critical CO positions at Doranginza Hospital, at Joseph Pearson Hospital, and also the Chief Financial Officer has been appointed and assumed duty on the 1st of July, and also the recruitment processes for CO for Frontier, Frey and Livingston Tertiary Hospitals are underway. We are aiming for recommended candidates to start by the 1st of September 2025. In terms of medical legal claims, our integrated medical legal strategy focusing on clinical and administrative legal intervention is yielding some results. We have seen notable downward trend in new medical legal claims from the 233 in 2023-2024 to 144 in 2024-2025. And also, our centers of excellency are really a proactive defense for us. In 2025-2020, we have procured 57 replacement vehicles, including 22 new ambulances, and our aeromedical services within 3 helicopters continues to provide vital support, especially in rural areas. In the quarter 1, report shows that we have set target of our PA-BN responses time reaching 72% against the 60% that was a target. In terms of infrastructure, as already mentioned by Honorable Mbonyana, we have completed 14 scheduled maintenance contracts and 18 capital projects. We are actively addressing water and sanitation challenges in 7 facilities and piloting renewable energy interventions in 6 facilities. In terms of digital leap, our HMS2 patient administration and billing software has expanded to 41 institutions, including 4 EMS sites. The electronic PHC comprehensive ticket register is now implemented in the 640 PHC facilities. We have exceeded our connectivity targets for both hospitals, 57% versus against the 52% was the target. Improving the patient experience and outcomes, our 2024 patient experience of care satisfaction rate reached 82% against the 79%, which was a target. Honorable members, we fully embrace the recommendations of the Portfolio Committee. Our strategic direction is already aligned with your insights as they are incorporated and articulated in our 5-year strategic framework for clinical governance for 2025 and 2030. We have also decided to implement integrated non-punitive incident report system, and we will encourage a just culture so that our healthcare workers can report adverse events without fear. We want to improve patients' satisfaction and incrementally. Soon, we are anticipating finalizing the appointment of hospital boards and clinic committees, providing structured way for our committees to provide input into a design, deliverable, and improvement of our healthcare. In simple terms, the clinical governance is a system that a healthcare organization uses to ensure that we provide high quality, safe, and effective care to patients. It is about being accountable for the care provided and continuous working to improve. Essentially, it is a framework that helps health workers to provide constantly deliver the best possible care. Following the national minister's announcement on the allocation of
2 minutes
additional
left,
funds to the permanent employment of 37,000 community health workers across the country, plus 1,200 doctors, 200 nurses, and 250 clinical support personnel, qinisekile ukuba ezindaba zokuqeshwa kwesigxina kwaba basebenzi babizwa ngoba ngonomakhaya wonke umuntu uyazilangazelela. We are in the process of making sure that those people are employed permanently. Thank you very much. This transformation is essential for the positioning of the Eastern Cape Department of Health for successful implementation of national health insurance, ultimately restoring dignity and hope for the people of the Eastern Cape. To the honorable members of this legislature, to our dedicated management team and every single healthcare worker at the coalface, the work continues. Together will restore dignity to our health services and hope to our people. We appreciate the findings and insights of the Portfolio Committee that has been framed as recommendations for implementation by the department, and the department commits to provide responses to the findings of the report within the 30 days. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we want to say, if Honorable Kaule is talking about the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we can be able to explain, but she must also wait for the outcomes that are coming up, and also listen what are the findings that relates to us as a department. But what we know, the irregular expenditure and the fruitless relates to the interest, they relates to the medical legals. It is not about the corruption in the department. And we also want to say, every month, Provincial Treasurer is able to give us all the people that have got conflict of interest, and we've only had one as this department so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kappa. Honorable members, I put the report. The report. Honorable Nkwencha, you have 10 minutes, and your 10 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members in the House, and members of executive that are led by the Premier. I will start presenting the report, but I will try, because of time, to try to get straight to findings and recommendations of our report for this term. Program 1, administration, our first finding, the organogram review remains incomplete with implementation planned for completion by December 2025. We recommend the department must submit a progress report on the finalization of the organogram by the end of the third quarter. Furthermore, the department must submit its current organogram within 30 days. The department's Buffalo City Metro office cleansing project remains delayed despite a repeated allocation of 4.3 million, 2023-2024. The department must submit a progress report in the completion of the PCM office cleansing project within 30 days. Despite policy pronouncement to recruit 200 social workers, only 39 were employed in 2024-2025 2025 due to budget and staffing constraint. Furthermore, employee numbers have declined due to attrition and unfunded posts, with the disproportion and impact on social professionals. The department must prioritize the recruitment of 200 social services practitioners and must submit a recruitment plan by the end of second quarter. Furthermore, the plan must include the retention of social work profession, including budgeted commitments for the 2025-2026 financial year, and strategies to retain scarce skills. Program 2, Social Welfare. The Sanitary Dignity Program remains centralized and subject to annual fourth quarter delays, with persistent procurement challenges despite increased budget and expanded target. The pending 3-year contract and lack of clarity on district versus provincial role further hamper effective implementation of sanitary towels. The department intends to the department must provide a detailed update within 30 days on the status of the 3-year sanitary dignity contracts, clarify procurement roles across the province and districts, and outline its delivery and monitoring strategy to ensure quarterly targets are met timeously. The 3-year sanitary dignity contract must ensure that sanitary packs are not only received by the end of the year. Department intends to provide support services to ex-mine workers, including psychosocial support, SRT grant, referrals to other departments, and family reunification. However, the 2025-26 policy pronouncements lacks a costed implementation plan and performance indicator to measure progress. The department must submit a comprehensive implementation plan for ex-mine workers support program within 30 days and incorporating public awareness strategies, intergovernmental collaboration mechanisms, budget allocation, and monitoring and evaluation framework. In Program 3, Children and Welfare, the department targets for family reunification and preservation have decreased despite growing needs. The department must increase family reunification target and allocate adequate resources to match growing services needs. In Program 4, findings, the department has reported a decrease in transfer to victim empowerment program by 8.3%, despite rising services targets and the prioritization of GBVF response in policy speeches and national strategies. The department must revise its budget allocation for VEPs and submit a plan to the committee, ensuring alignment within GBVF policy priorities and self-demand projections to ensure an equitable footprint across the province. The department does not have a standardized case management mechanism for GBVF case tracking or collaboration with the South African Police Services and Department of Justice. The department must create an inter-departmental GBVF case management dashboard to consolidate the tracking support. There is lack of public awareness campaigns for the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide and Sexual Violence Response Support. The department must collaborate with relevant stakeholders, develop and implement a district-level public awareness campaign on a national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide, and available sexual violence support services. A rollout plan with timelines and target audiences must be submitted to the committee within 30 days. Program 5, the findings. Yes. Department, despite a 34% increase in EPWP conditional grant, the number of job opportunities created under the program has decreased by 2.4%, suggesting inefficiencies in program implementation. The department must account for the decline in job creation under the EPWP grant and submit a performance improvement plan to the committee within 30 days. The department has decreased its budget for community nutrition development centers, as under CNTC, by 7.7, despite increased food insecurity and 4.9 rise in service beneficiaries. The department must raises its CNTC budget allocation and submit a revised plan and then ensure food security's intervention and adequate resources in line with rising community needs. The plan must be submitted to the committee within 30 days.
2 minutes left.
Okay. The department community profile program, the integrated community registration and outreach program, that is ICROP, is not linked to service delivery modeling. The department must integrate ICROP data into the district-level planning service delivery model, implementation, and budgeting processes. A strategy outlining how ICROP Insight will inform program design, resource allocation, and targeting of intervention must be submitted to the committee within 30 days. The general findings of the committee. The department performance data is unreliable due to the weak system, delayed M&E policy rollout, and outdated Excel-based reporting, which is susceptible and information corruption and loss. The department must submit a plan for the finalization of implementation of its M&E policy and transition from manual Excel-based reporting to secure centralized digital electronic information management system. The department failed to transform the equitable distribution of services and infrastructure due to the historic dominance of urban metropolitan district and expense of rural district. The department must conduct a district-focused transformation impact review across infrastructure, program delivery, and funding model. Furthermore, the department must develop and submit a transformation plan to address the inequitable distribution of services. The department lacks a full implemented NPO monitoring framework. Only a draft policy exists, and district NPO units remain under-resourced. The department must submit a progress report in finalization of NPO monitoring policy, its rollout and district and capable building of NPO units.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We thank you. We thank
you,
you.
Honorable Speaker.
Are there any clarities to the committee? To the MEC? Honorable Dr. King?
Deputy Speaker, noting that the department has already spent 4.3 million rand during the 2023-2024 financial year for cleaning project at the Buffalo City Metro offices, will this department be using the same funds to clean the office? If so, for what reason and how much? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mokhatosi.
I also thought you were going to give me that title.
No.
All right. Honorable Deputy Speaker, through you, does the department currently have a approved organogram? If not, why? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokhatosi. MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think irresponse zami zabakhona kwi-tandiphendule.
All right. Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, you shall wait for the presentation where the responses will be. Honorable Evers, how are you? Thank you. Honorable Evers, you have 13 minutes and your 13 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members and fellow citizens. I rise today not only as a public representative, but as a voice for the voiceless. I stand for the vulnerable, the poor, the elderly of our province who are being failed by the system meant to protect them. The Eastern Cape stand at social crossroads. We are blessed with policies, visions, and plans, yet cursed by a growing gap between these policies and the lived realities of our people. The mandate of social development is immense: to serve, to protect, and to uplift those who need it most. But today I must ask, are we truly meeting that responsibility? Let us begin with the cost of living crisis. Across the province, families are struggling to survive. The price of bread, transport, electricity, and other basic goods has risen far beyond the reach of an ordinary household. Grant recipients, especially the pensioners and child grant beneficiaries, are the hardest hit. The 2,180 old age grant does not stretch far when one has to buy food, electricity, medication, and still help support unemployed family members. How do we expect our elderly woman to survive when she must choose between food and chronic medication? And yet, despite these economic pressures, social support services remain thin, unfunded, and often inaccessible. Long queues at SASSA offices, grant payment failures, bad road conditions, and lack of transport for rural beneficiaries are daily realities for the people of our province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we must also speak about the real-life impact of government's slow response to social suffering. Let me bring before this House the heartbreaking story of Mrs. Nkosana, a 79-year-old woman from Kala, Esakisizwe local municipality, who has waited for over 20 years for a house. All she has now is to show is a concrete slab, a symbol of broken promises. During the raining seasons, her self-made house floods, while others around her have received homes. She has been forgotten. This is unacceptable. She deserves a meaningful life of dignity, not 20 years of broken promises. But this neglect is not only a threat facing our elders. There is a crisis of violence against the elderly. We cannot ignore the recent kidnapping of an elderly woman, and Ekowa Elliott. She was taken from her home, her place of safety, raped and robbed of all her money in her bank account. Her case is one amongst many. In rural areas across the province, elderly people are being killed, targeted for their social grants. Just recently, a 102-year-old woman was raped and murdered in her home in Butterworth. These are our mothers and our fathers, our gogos or damkul. Their lives should be honored and protected, not taken and forgotten. Where is the justice? Where is the outrage? Where is the urgency from those in power? We must strengthen our community protection services. We need more social workers, trauma counselors, and accessible safe houses. We need law enforcement to act swiftly and decisively in every case of elderly abuse and murder. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we cannot speak about social development without addressing the ongoing crisis of gender-based violence in our communities. Every day, women and girls live in fear at home, at school, at universities, TVET colleges, at work, and in public spaces. Gender-based violence is not just a criminal issue, it is a social emergency. Many survivors are left unsupported, especially in rural areas where shelters and counseling services are scarce and non-existent. The Department of Social Development must play a central role in preventing, protection, and response. This means funding more safe houses, expanding survivor support services, and working with men and boys to end the culture of violence. If we want a truly just and caring society, we must put women's safety at the heart of social policy. At the same time, we cannot ignore the social development also about breaking the cycle of poverty. Yes, grants are a lifeline, but they are not a long-term solution. If we are serious about transformation, we must invest in skills development programs for young people, expanded public work programs to create income opportunities in rural areas, support to small and informal businesses, especially for women, and food security initiatives like community gardens and feeding schemes that can reach those in need. Ons kan nie langer toekyk hoe arme mense ly. Daar is begroting wat nie behoorlik bestuur word nie. Sosiale ontwikkeling moet nie net 'n departement wees op papier nie, dit moet 'n werkende stelsel wees wat elke burger bereik. Ons bejaardes, kinders en gestremdes verdien nie net simpatie nie, hulle verdien optrede, hulle verdien veiligheid en hulle verdien hoop. Let us send a clear message to every person in the Eastern Cape. You matter, you are not forgotten. The Democratic Alliance hears you and sees you. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, mandithathe eli thuba ndibulele umphathiswa wezothutho kunye nesebe lakhe ngokuphawula kwendlela esuka kwidolophi yaseNgcobo ukuya kuGushingalo esakha isizwe. Olu phawulo lendlela lwenze umahluko kwabasebenzi bendlela abajongene nenkungu nezilwanyana. Abahlali bayabulela. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I support this budget vote with the firm expectation that the Department of Social Development will prioritize service delivery, protection, dignity, and a meaningful life for all the people of the Eastern Cape, especially the most vulnerable. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Evers. I now call upon the Economic Freedom Fighters, Honorable Bodoza. Honorable Bodoza, you have 9 minutes. Your 9 minutes, that's now over, Bodoza.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Ndibulise ngalo mbutho bese kubuliswe ngawo namhlanje. Deputy Speaker, andifuna ungqinelana no MEC wakwa Health no Honorable Mbonyana. Unfortunately uphumile. Kanye kufanele sizise iminutes zo committees zethu apha kule house to see uba xa sixoxa kweza committees sithini angangqina uMEC wakwa Social Development. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak on behalf of the forgotten, voiceless, our elderly, our children, the unemployed, the abused, and the underpaid community workers who keep our fragile social system from collapsing. The Portfolio Committee has tabled a detailed report, but underneath the pages, we see a State Department struggling with direction, choking on contradictions, and failing in its constitutional duty. In 2024-25 financial year, the MEC promised to recruit 200 social workers, yet only 39 have been employed. Now, in the year 25-26 financial year, we are told the policy is still active, but there is no budget to support the recruitment. The political lie made years ago is exposed, and there will be no consequences. The department's budget has increased by 4.8, which is equivalent to 476 million. But that means nothing if the lives of the poor remain the same. Ngaba le mali iyabonakala kumhlali osemqanduli, umhlali oseFlagstaff, umama othengisa imifuno edutywa, sithi siyakhulisa kodwa abantu basafa yindlala, basokola ngaphandle kwemisebenzi. This is what we call budget without impact, a ceremonial increase that changes nothing on the ground. Honorable Speaker, it is shocking. Social workers are working out of their cars in districts like Alfred Nzo and OR Tambo. Kutheni sibanika amaphupha kanti abanaso nesitulo sokuhlala. Offices remain closed. 14 buildings are in disrepair, and the Buffalo City Metro Cleaning Project, funded since 2023, is still not complete. This is not just a service delivery failure. It is a disrespect to professionals who are the backbone of community care. How can a department claim to serve the vulnerable when its own workers have no offices, no vehicles, no tools of trade? We cannot ignore the ongoing crisis in the non-profit organization sector. These are the very same organizations providing services to children, victims of abuse, people with disability, and poor families. Yet they are left to drown. The department takes more than 90 days to process payment, forcing NPOs to lay off staff, delay services, and shut down projects. Abantu abasebenza kwezi NPO bafumana a mere 2,000 rand ngenyanga, which is below a minimum wage. This is exploitation, plain and simple. The department talks about transformation, but continues to underfund black-led NPOs in the rural areas while loading them with compliance paperwork they can barely manage. When you look at the department's work with children and families, it becomes even more troubling. The report confirms that the target for family reunification and child support are being reduced despite rising social needs. Special daycare centers for children with disabilities remain unfunded, and the registration of partial care centers is low due to lack of municipal capacity. Child and youth care center workers are earning less than the national minimum wage. These are not just technical cliches. They are consequence of a system that is not people-centered, not community-rooted, and not responsive. Equally concerning in the department's response to gender-based violence and femicide, we are told that this is a national priority, but the budget for victim empowerment program has been reduced by 8.3%. The abuse reporting mobile app has stalled. KwaNobuhle One Stop Center is still not operational, and some social service practitioners, including VEP staff, are earning below 2,000, far less than the minimum wage. Honorable Speaker, ukuba sithetha nge-GBV kodwa singanekeli ngenkxaso yemali ngumdlalo lowo. The failure directly impacts survivors who are left without a refuge, without psychosocial support, and without justice. Ukulwa i-GBV akufuneki kube into nje, kufuneka kube inkqubo ehlanganisiweyo enemali nabantu nenyaniso. There is also a major failure in the data and performance monitoring. Despite the department's 5 strategic planning committing to digitization and data-driven planning, the reality is that the department is still using Excel spreadsheet to monitor thousands of NPOs and track outcomes. Meanwhile, the department admits It admits in its own report that the electronic record management system, which had 3 million allocated in 24-25 financial year, was not implemented. And now 5 million has been now allocated again in this financial year for the same system. What is the logic behind this? And where is and there is no accountability. The system is not only outdated, it is dangerous. It leads to inaccuracies, delays, and open door for corruption. The lack of fully implemented monitoring and evaluation framework triples oversight and makes it nearly impossible for this legislature to hold the department accountable. The final issue I want to raise, Honorable Speaker, is that of equity. The report clearly shows that urban metro district like BCM and Nelson Mandela Bay continues to receive more attention, while rural areas like Joe Gabi, Krizani, and Alfredo are left behind. Infrastructure program reach and staffing all reflect this bias. We are not transforming sisenza ubugqwetha bophuhliso apho abahluphekleyo behlala beza kufumana okusele ngasemva. The people of Cala, of Stake Parade, of Matitiela deserve the same dignity as the services of those in Ilsilandan and Ogqeberha. As the EFF, we are not opposing the idea of social development budget. We are opposing a budget that has no soul, no agency, no justice. We call for the full implementation of the committee's recommendation within strict time frames. We demand that this legislature receives monthly progress report. Honorable Speaker, budgets are political instruments. They reflect what we value. This budget in its current form does not value the rural poor, the NPO worker, the single mother, or the child in crisis. It is a budget that speaks of development but delivers delay. Honorable Speaker, we cannot support a budget that repeats the same cycle of underperformance, underpayment, and under-delivery. EFF does not reject the poor, we reject the budget that rejects the poor. End quotes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Podoza. Honorable Buya, you have 4 minutes left.
Inkosi Sekela Somlomo. Ngithathe ithuba ke Sekela Somlomo. When we speak of social development, we speak of the heart of our people. Yet right now, our people feels like balityelo Sekela Somlomo. In the Eastern Cape, too many lives lives in poverty, in child-headed homes, in household where grandparents carries the weight of raising children, all while relying on grants, food parcels, and temporary relief. Yes, so many says it is time to move on from the past, but we cannot move forward without acknowledging how the past still shapes the pain of today. The historical inequality, poor spatial planning, and lack of access have left scars that run deep. We see this daily, Kesekela Somlomo, women and children with GBV, and yet there is still no plan. And we are saying this is not only a local government issue now, this thing is a national issue. This thing is a national cry to everyone. GBV is everywhere. We cannot run away from that. And the question is, Sekela Somlomo, Umna as an MPL standing in this podium today, when I see GBV, what do I do? If we in this house have an answer on that question, then I believe we are all managing to fight GBV. Children with disability, bazibona okanye baziva bengekho exposed to opportunities. Although the policies of the government zisithi masibazisembeze, i-advert ziyaphuma pha zibe khona, do those adverts reach to them? If not, thina abantu bayibonayo lento ki-document ba abekho exposed, what do we do? Families struggling with addiction, hunger, and unemployment are left alone to survive. And when people do seek uncedo, they often met a judgment, not a compassion, Sekela Somlomo. Our social workers are few, are you reality? And the reality is that what makes them few, they cannot access our communities because yabaropa. Sibaleqa ngogani nemela sibaxuthe i-cellphone zabo ne-laptop zabo. So some of them, they are fearing to go into our communities. People don't know what help exists, where to find it, or if they even qualify, because outreach and advocacy are missing. This department must do more. We need centers that don't close their doors often a week. We need to make survive visible, accessible, and full of dignity. We must support young mothers and stay in school. We must support the elderly to live with independence and pride. We must empower families to break the cycle, not survive in it.
Thank you. Your 4 minutes is gone.
Engosi.
Thank you. Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Camilio Benjamin. Honorable Benjamin, you have 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, Chief Whip of the ruling party, leaders of the African National Congress and its alliance partners, leaders of political organizations.
Sorry, Honorable Benjamin. Honorable members, please. We are not in a PDRC here, please.
Aye, boss Speaker.
No, the Honorable Speaker is disturbing myself together with Honorable.
Aye, boss Speaker.
Want to silence him. Thank you. Continue.
Leaders of political parties represented in this House, honorable chairs, traditional leaders, religious fraternity, our esteemed guests, fellow South Africans, I greet you all. Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to open the debate by a quote from Franklin D. Roosevelt when he says, and I quote, "The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much. It is whether we provide enough for those who have too little," close quote. The department tabled their budget based on 3 priorities that they intend on implementing in this financial year 2025-2026, which includes growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling high costs of living, and building a capable and developmental state. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the dawn of democracy in South Africa implied that the ANC-led government has multiplicities and complex socio-economic challenges and disparities that needed to be addressed through systemic and innovative policy measures. This was manifested through the inception of the Reconstruction of Development Program, which provided an essential backdrop and the launch of the developmental welfare system in South Africa. The South African government elected to opt for developmental social welfare based on its inclusivity and egalitarian-oriented principles. This implies that the developmental social welfare approach is capable of reaching the majority of the poor people, in contrast with the pre-1994 welfare state system, which some deemed punitive, illegitimate, and conservative, leaning on the residual welfare model of social policy. The developmental model that South African government adopted anchored on a national policy framework that underscores 2 essential policy pillars. These pillars are social security, or social protection and social welfare. South Africa's social security program receives a substantial amount of the total social development budget, with welfare services apportioned a significantly smaller proportion of the total budget. The pursuit of developmental social welfare is also anchored on the aspirations of the government to become a developmental state, which is why it becomes imperative for the Social Development Department to have as their third priority building a capable and developmental state. Social grants are being used in South Africa since the country's democratic transition to combat economic inequality, poverty, and to improve welfare of poor households. These social grants successfully alleviate the burden of poverty, and when social grants are considered, South Africa achieves the highest absolute reduction in inequality. Which is why it is so fitting to share another quote by Nelson Mandela when he states, and I quote, "Poverty is not an accident, it is man-made and can be removed by the actions of human beings," close quote. The Department of Social Development prides itself in carrying out their duty in ensuring that the less fortunate are taken care of through their many range of programs designed specially to address matters of hunger, inequality, social ills, and even shelter. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are very pleased as the ANC that the allocation of 3.1 billion in 2025-2026 and 9.6 billion over the MTEF to fight gender-based violence while developing and implementing social crime prevention programs. We also welcome the budget of 42 million over the 2025 MTEF, which has been set aside to ensure that beneficiaries continue to benefit from the Sanitary Dignity Program. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the committee met with the Department of Social Development to analyze the annual budget, and what transpired was the following. The department's budget allocations continue to increase, but not in proportion to the growing service delivery targets, suggesting a misalignment in planning. The department's performance data is unreliable due to weak systems delayed by M&E policy rollout and outdated Excel-based reporting, which is susceptible to information corruption and loss. The department failed to transform the equitable distribution of services and infrastructure due to the historic dominance of urban metropolitan districts and at the expense of the rural districts. The department lacks a fully implemented NPO monitoring framework. Only a draft policy exists, and the district NPO units remain under-resourced. The department's intergovernmental and social needs cluster collaboration mechanisms remain fragmented, particularly in community development and NPO sector coordination. There is a growing trust deficit between the department and NPO stakeholders due to payments delays, increasing regularity burdens, and the poor communication. The ANC urges the department to improve on their projects, including those yet to be implemented, to strengthen its system of monitoring on funds that are transferred to projects and corporations, and furthermore equip stakeholders with the necessary skills to implement programs effectively. The ANC appreciates the work that has been done by the department so far, and in as much as there are glaring issues that has not been resolved, there is still time to put in the work, as those issues are not permanent. We urge the department to remember the mandate of the ANC and our policies as those who formed with a clear intention of ensuring that the Black South Africans, young and old, get not only work but also largely benefit on this land of our forefathers. The African National Congress welcomes the adoption of this report. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Benjamin. I will now call upon the MSC, Honorable Fanta. Honorable Fanta, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and the Speaker in her absence, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, the members of Parliament. The HODs present, chapter 9 and chapter 10 institutions present. Ndibulise kubemi bonke beMpuma Kapa bebukele kumakhasi onxibelelwano. Ndithi kuni, I greet you all in the wonderful name of Jesus. Honorable members, in the past month, the Eastern Cape has been battered by natural disasters, devastating floods that had disapprobation and affected poor communities. These events have left thousands displaced, schools damaged, livelihoods disrupted, and families grieving. Yet, in the face of adversity, government has responded not with indifference, but with urgency, compassion, and coordinated action. Working as the portfolio, SASSA, DSD, and NDA, and other government departments with NGOs, NPOs of business sector, they've helped our people. Social relief of the stress was given by our food soldiers, which is our social workers, because after that disaster, the stress will come out, but the psychosocial support, immediate food and dignity parcels distributed. These are not just relief measures, they are expressions of government that is present, listening and acting. Honorable members, when we tabled the Department of Social Development 2025-26 budget, we did so fully aligned with national and provincial priorities outlined in the seventh administration of government. Our total budget allocation of 3.1 billion budget seeks to respond directly to socio-economic challenges facing our communities, which are not new but are evolving. Honorable members, poverty, hunger, inequality, and unemployment continue to cast a long shadow over our developmental agenda. Every day we are reminded that the work of social development is ancient and sacred. The development has adopted the 3 priorities. These are not abstract policy goals. They are deeply rooted in the lived experiences of millions of people who are seeking dignity, opportunity, and relief from the daily pressures of survival. Or members, as we seek approval for our development budget, it is important to reflect on some of the feedback provided by the committee through this report. Indeed, the development has experienced a long-standing shortage of social workers, social auxiliary workers, and social work supervisors, which had adverse impacted service delivery, particularly at local service offices and service delivery points. This historic undercapacity has constrained the department's ability to meet the growing demand of social service effectively. However, as outlined in Department Circular number 6 of 2025, there is a commitment to address this critical challenge. The circular confirms that the department has allocated dedicated budget for the filling of critical and prioritized vacant posts during 2025-26 financial. The filling of these posts will be implemented in 2 phases, informed and guided by the availability of the budget. The phased approach represents a strategic and fiscal response effort to gradually build HR capacity with department, ensuring that essential social services are sustainable and strengthened in the medium term and long term. Furthermore, the draft service delivery model and organogram seek to respond to the historic human resource, so that we do have organogram, but we are in a point of reviewing it, and we are promising that by end of 31st December 25 will be finalized our organogram. Our historical irregular expenditure, the historical irregular expenditure incurred by department is linked to leases for offices accommodation and Eastern Cape Frail Care Center contract. The irregular expenditure for Frail has been condoned by Provincial Treasurer from 21-22 financial year and 24-25 financial year. The department has furthermore developed a draft frail care model for the province. Furthermore, the department has 143 offices. Out of these 46 offices are leased and 97 offices are state-owned. These 46 offices that are leased were initially regular, but later became irregular because of the inability to secure valid accommodation contracts by the Department of Public Works. The department has been forced to enter into annual lease arrangement with landlords to ensure uninterrupted services and local service level, to beef up our capacity to manage contracts on office official and at director level personnel has been rotated to that directorate to make sure that this issue of office is sorted out. Honorable Speaker, we welcome the Portfolio Committee recommendation to develop a provincial NPO accountability charter, a strategic response, a long-standing issue of governance, coordination, and impact in NPO sector. Yesterday, we met with them, and we are in part with what they were raising. But I want to highlight the issue of gender-based violence that all members of parliament are talking about. First, let me appreciate our Premier in his absence for being a responsible father, of taking care of his kids while besendle. That typically lead by example. Gender-based violence is a societal problem. And if Tina, we don't lead by example, it's a problem. Not because your campaign as an institution of higher learning. Must campaign is kabaspume. Ebusuku singenzi ishibini silala abantwana siba methisa sagqiba sibakhanyele. Because that's gender-based violence. When you go and campaign and uphume. Abantwana babangafaki ko Facebook ukuthi bareyishiwe. Zinkokeli zizoma apha zingqonde nge-gender-based violence eziyenzayo. Zimithisa abantwana zibakhanyele. Abantwana abazawujika babe bitter and against us as women. Ngabantwana abamethiswe zinkokeli bezicampaign. So the gender-based violence masingayikhombi pha masiyiqale size sapha kuthi we are not masingabi izitools zoyenza gender-based violence. We must make sure that abantwana bazalwa bephilile bayofa bephilile. Abantwana bangene emabhomeni bephilile babuye bephilile. Ngoba otata are taking responsibility yabo. The 102-year-old Honorable Tatangai, that mother was murdered in her safe home by a 37-year-old. I was there and TSA. In her safe home, likely protected. Problem is the society. Ngabantwana abamethiswa sithi singabondli babe bayazizigebenga. Out of members, this is a charter that is not about control, it is about coherence. It is about ensuring that every resource, every program, and every partnership is aligned and leveraged for maximum impact in our communities.
2 minutes left, Honorable
Izolo
MC.
oku bendilapha eBhisho, umama uyokukhangelwa endlini yakhe by a hired hit, badutyulwa. And there's nothing social development. It's a societal problem. We must deal with society. But why kusenzeka izinto? When a woman ngoku uzawufuneka estratweni angabikho safe? That society that is sick. In conclusion, the DSD budget for 2025-26 represents an investment in the well-being of vulnerable population in this province. The support of this budget is not just a financial measure, but it is a moral imperative to uplift and empower our communities. Honorable Speaker, the department will respond comprehensively to the resolution, House resolution within 30 days and provide plans and how we will give effect in the recommendation. We want to thank the honorable members for the sterling work they are doing in doing oversight. We highly appreciate your recommendation. We highly appreciate your whipping. You must whip us, we accept the whipping, and we love that whipping, so that to make sure that we change the lives of our people. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable MEC. Nivile ke uba funende niwiphe ndikhululwe ndizalo wipha ke. Honorable members, I put the report. Thank you. I will now ask the secretary to read the 5th order of the day.
Consideration of vote number 5, Public Works and Infrastructure, Appropriation Bill 2025.
Thank you. I will now call upon Honorable Toabu to present the report. Honorable Toabu, you have 10 minutes and your 10 minutes starts now.
Enkosi Sekela Somlomo. Mantathe elithuba ndizibulisele kuwe ndibesele ndiqabela kule protocol amalungu endlu yowesomthetho sele eyandlale kule ndlu. Ndithatha elithuba Sekela Somlomo ndendlale le report egameni lale committee yakwa Public Works and Infrastructure. I-committee Sekela Somlomo efumene budget ye 2.654 billion compared to the previous one of 2.682,736 billion, which indicates a decline of 1.1% compared to the previous one. Getting to the first program, year administration, I will talk to two of the findings there, finding C and finding E. Finding C is that in the 2024-25 financial year, the department accumulated a total of accruals and payables amounting to 478,237, of which 385.65 were settled and 92.627 remained a balance. The committee, in terms of a recommendation, says the department must implement mechanisms to improve the management of accruals. Then the second one, which is that I said I'll talk to, is E. The department has set a revenue regeneration target of 95.5 million by the end of the financial year. And then the recommendation that we put is that the department must put in place mechanisms to ensure that the set target is actually achieved. Then moving on to program 2, then I'll deal with all the findings and recommendations in that program. The first one is that the department does not have a maintenance plan for the state-owned properties, and the committee recommends that that must be corrected. Secondly, the validity and sustainability of asset register is a challenge in the department. And the committee in recommendation said that the department must implement regular asset verification, adopt a centralized digital system, and ensure clear asset management policies, including all the information needed by the province. Number 3, department is unable to charge market-related rentals on its properties due to properties that are not properly maintained. And then the department must properly maintain its properties in order to obtain market-related rentals to enhance its revenue mechanisms. D, the properties where evictions have been conducted lack the necessary security measures. The department, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is engaged in an Operation Bring Back campaign led by the Honorable MEC. Then the finding is that it's not able to charge the market-related. This one is talking about the evictions, and it's like security. It says thatha lezinye izindlu babuye bazozohlutha ababe behlala kuzo. So it requires an increase in the management of the properties. Then the committee is concerned about slow progress kule Bishop Office Precinct. And then as a recommendation, the department must submit a comprehensive plan for the Bishop Office Precinct to the committee, including a detailed outline of all stages involved in its implementation and a clear process plan for the project. And then lastly, in the program, the disposal of unviable commercial and residential properties as a strategy for revenue collection is a short-term measure, and it will not have a long-term impact on revenue generation. So we recommend that the department must devise an all-encompassing, cogent, and effective strategy for revenue collection that will have a long-term impact on provincial-owned revenue generation. The third program, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'll only focus on finding B. Although the department has contracted level 1 and 2 emerging contractors to supervise household contractors, monitoring the EPWP workers remains a challenge for the department. Honorable members know that they sometimes refer to them as Ocambalala because of the looseness in terms of their own supervision. Now, so the committee recommends that be corrected. Then on general findings, Deputy Speaker, based on the value of its assets, we see as the committee the 38 million allocated budget for facility maintenance as being inadequate. And we recommend that the department should review the current allocation of its facility maintenance budget as the existing provisions appear to be inadequate. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I tabled this report for the House to engage and then possibly adopt the report. Just to indicate that this department really requires Finance. I tabled the report, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tuabu. Are there any clarities to the committee? To the MEC? Honorable Mola.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Just one question regarding accruals. How did the department allow the accruals to reach this unacceptable level? And of course, what is in place to address this, to make the accruals back to zero? I trust that the MEC is going to say that it will be debated in her speech at the end. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mola. I also hope that you did not plot yourself by your very last sentiments. Honorable MEC.
It's a pity, Chair. I was ready to answer the member, but I'll give him what he wants. I'll answer him when I go to debate.
All right. Thank you, Honorable MEC. I will now call upon Honorable Dr. Fig from the Democratic Alliance. Honorable Dr. Fig, you have 13 minutes, and your 13 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, honorable members of the Executive Council, honorable members, fellow citizens of the Eastern Cape. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to debate the 2025-26 budget vote for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. This department should be the backbone of development in our province. It is responsible for constructing, maintaining, and managing the very infrastructure that underpins service delivery from schools and clinics to government departments and public spaces. But sadly, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it has become a department plagued by mismanagement, underspending, and a lack of consequence for failure. The department raises a concern about the fact that there is a decrease of 16.4% in the administration budget, particularly the 25.4% reduction in the MEC's office budget, stating that, and I quote, "It may compromise effective political leadership and oversight capabilities." I ask, what leadership are we talking about? Furthermore, outstanding accruals and payables stand at a massive 92.627 million rand, negatively impacting the 2025-26 goods and services budget of 928.306 million rand. But you just don't pay, because MEC Mvoko will give you more money, and the suppliers must suffer. The department has set a revenue generation target of 95.51 million rand for the year, but has failed to meet its target in previous years. In fact, last year, the department only generated own revenue of 17 million rand. The concern here is that Finance MEC Mvoko is relying on departments to meet their targets to fund the provincial budget deficit. Let me be clear. We cannot build a capable state on crumbling foundations. A department in crisis. The total allocation for the department for this financial year is 2.654 billion rand. That is a significant amount of money. Money that should change the lives, stimulate local economies, and drive inclusive development. Year after year, we are faced with the same issues. Firstly, chronic underspending. In the 2023-24 financial year, the department underspent by 54.8 million rand, mostly on infrastructure projects. This is money that could have been used to build roads in rural areas, repair dilapidated schools in the province, or provide decent office space for health workers in the province. Ineffective project management. Projects meant to take 12 months often stretch into 3 or 4 years. Some never start. Others are abandoned midstream while contractors are paid and communities are left with skeletal structures. Corruption and cadre deployment. There is no accountability for the millions lost to shoddy work, inflated invoices or irregular tenders awarded to politically connected companies. Deputy Speaker, when we drive through the province and see half-built schools and clinics with weeds growing through the foundations, we are not seeing a lack of money. We are seeing a lack of leadership and integrity. Speaker, there is also failure to maintain existing infrastructure. It is deeply concerning that while the department claims to be focusing on infrastructure renewal, the condition of public buildings is worsening. In the province, schools lack proper sanitation and 427 still use pit latrines. These are schools that fall under government infrastructure management. How is it possible that in 2025, children in our province still learn under trees and use unsafe toilets? In Nelson Mandela Bay, provincial buildings are falling apart, with government departments squatting in rented buildings at exorbitant cost instead of refurbishing and using state-owned properties. And the list goes on. What's worse, the department continues to hemorrhage money through poor asset management. It sits on underutilized state buildings while spending millions on leases from politically connected landlords. This is a betrayal of public trust. The EPWP is a missed opportunity. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the expanded public works program is meant to alleviate poverty and create short-term employment. But what has become of it? Workers are hired for 3 months with paid stipends that barely cover transport and receive no meaningful training or skills development. The selection process is opaque, often hijacked by ward councillors and deployed cadres to reward loyalty, not need. Despite the 151.356 million rand being allocated to EPWP in this budget, there is little impact on sustainable livelihoods. We in the Democratic Alliance believe EPWP can be more than a stipend machine. It can be a real vehicle for artisan development, training young people in plumbing, bricklaying, and carpentry so that they can become part of a permanent solution to our infrastructure crisis. But that would take vision and willingness to let go of political control in favor of community benefit. Corruption and the ghost of asbestos roofs. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department continues to reel from the ghost of its own scandals. We have not forgotten the asbestos roof scandal, where millions were spent, yet many homes are still covered in the toxic material today. The Auditor General's 2023 report painted a bleak picture. 1.3 billion rand in irregular expenditure, primarily due to poor contract management, deviations from supply chain processes, and a general disregard for the law. We have to ask who is accountable, who is jailed, who pays back the money. The fact that officials implicated in wrongdoing are moving sideways or are moved sideways or suspended on full pay for years tells us that this is a department where corruption is not punished, it is protected. A call for change, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The people of the Eastern Cape are not asking for miracles. They are asking for competence, for basic delivery, for the dignity of working toilets, functioning clinics, and safe school buildings. They want to see projects that are planned with transparency, implemented with urgency, monitored with accountability, and completed with quality. As the Democratic Alliance, we propose the following. 1, establish an independent infrastructure delivery unit within the Office of the Premier to oversee and fast-track critical projects. 2, blacklist contractors who abandon projects or delivered some substandard work. Let them never do business with the state again. 3, audit all state-owned buildings and develop a strategic plan to refurbish and repurpose them to reduce rental costs. Revamp the EPWP into a proper art and skills training program linked to infrastructure delivery. 5th, launch an infrastructure transparency portal where provincial project is tracked in real-time budgets, timelines, and contractors are visible to the public. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, this budget has potential, but under the current leadership, it is a missed opportunity. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has failed to be a catalyst for development. It has failed our people. And unless we see urgent reform, accountability, and skilled leadership, we will be here again next year, repeating the same truths while people wait. We in the Democratic Alliance will continue to push for transparency, meritocracy, and a government that works not for itself, but for the people, because the people of the Eastern Cape deserve more than broken buildings and broken promises. They deserve a meaningful life of dignity, delivery, and a future built on solid ground. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Fig. I will now call upon the EFF, Honorable Matikizela. Honorable Matikizela, you have 9 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Namzo Zamuzola, Jengo Dr. Fig, so that the House is all. And Pazamiseki. So, Honorable Speaker, fighters as led by the Deputy Chair of the province of the EFF, I must be honest, Speaker, Jaban sitting Zozol, I was tempted to degenerate and respond to some people, but I will not, because we have a serious responsibility of guiding this province. In a case people do not want to lead this province, we will guide it now with the hope that later we will lead it. The age is on our side. We'll lead it. We'll lead this province. But let me focus so that the House is all. I rise on behalf of economic freedom fighters in this debate on the budget vote for the Eastern Cape Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to place on record our strongest objection to approving this vote without decisive corrections. This department cannot simply be given a 2.6 billion and be left to continue as it has been delivering scandals, underperformance, and systematic corruption. Honorable members, this department is one of the key departments Treasury is eyeing for provincial revenue boost. I'm saying this because I know the MEC of Finance in the province is very passionate about this issue. So manje sicengeze lapha kuwe MEC enzela unikhusele nakwi-caucus. We have on many occasions on Portfolio Committee of Finance proposed that there must be an audit to establish the size of our property portfolio. Sazi ukuthi into esinazo kwa Department of Public Works, be it izindlu, the land, and anything that can help generate revenue and be accounted for. Kwazi ukuthi how many properties do we have and what states do ezikuso. The Portfolio Committee's own report states that there is no maintenance master plan to state-owned properties. Asset management is in chaos, preventing the department from charging market-related rentals. In the past financial year, only 17.3 million in the revenue was collected against a target of 79.1 million. That is just 22%. 92 million in accruals remains unpaid, slashing resources for goods and services this year. Major projects such as Bishop Office Present remain incomplete after years of delay. I know that the former MEC of Public Works was very passionate about this. He's no longer honorable. Ubabalo Matigizela was very passionate about this issue, but it has never moved since he left. Honorable Speaker, yet the budget makes little no provision to correct this. I will avoid degenerating MECs. Fine. Honorable members, these failures are not only written in reports, but they are also visible in every community. Construction extortion in Buffalo City, OR Tambo, and Nelson Mandela Bay have paralyzed the public works projects through threats and violence, causing abandonment and cost escalation. The mobile classroom tender scandal saw 20 million paid for classrooms that were never built. In Nxuba municipality, 26 million was paid for roadworks that were never delivered. The Special Investigating Unit is probing irregular expenditure worth hundreds of millions on water and infrastructure projects in Alfred Nzo. These are not isolated incidents. They reveal a deep crisis in governance and ethics within the department and related municipality structures. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department boasts of achieving 92% of its target, but these are percentage-based measures that disguise the truth. The reality is that schools remain unbuilt, clinics unfinished, and government facilities lie abandoned. Spending 97.8% of 2.5 billion budget without delivering tangible infrastructure is not performance, it is the waste disguised as work. Deputy Speaker, the infrastructure backlog in Eastern Cape is enormous. Every year of failure deepens the backlog. Every rand stolen or wasted robs our people of clinics, schools, and safe routes. Every abandoned project is a monument of systems failure. The EFF will not endorse budget that continues this cycle. Hence, we reject it. In conclusion, Speaker, we wish to argue this department to approach matters with knowledge that a lot depends on it. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matikizela. I will now call upon Honorable Keila. Honorable Keila, you have 5 minutes. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Masinibulise ayilula gqithile Premier in absentia no speaker MECs malunga eParliament malunga emibutho nalo wami kuthiwa UDM. Mandiqale ndithi happy birthday to President Olomisa. May you have many more years. Bantu bakuthi yesteryear yesteryear le department bisisikolo sabantu abakhayo nezikills. Wonke umuntu abeqala kule department ancede kule department. Abantu abatsha baqale ku grade 1 baye ku grade 9. Now into ke zitshintshile ngokuna. Elixesha lotata uMandela ngoko notata uMbeki. I-economy yale country iphelile. Basithethe inyani. Kunzima kwe-economy. Sibe nebhubesi eliphe eAmerica kuthiwa nguTrump. So sisengxakini. Yona leni department le budget incinci kuye MEC. Ayikho. There's a huge backlog kule department. There's huge expectations from this department. So I would suggest ubana makijongwe le budget. Before sisola abantu, budget yele department ayikho. Maintenance ingapha kwengqondo. I-backlog iphakeme kakhulu. So mna ndicebisa MEC ke nijongeni le budget inika le department. Because i-Eastern Cape is of failure okanye ilunga ngenxa yele department. So must support. Now I'll go for supporting the department. Masithembeke ubana le nto izokwenzeka kule nyanga izayo. Iyosinceda le economy indaba. Mhlawumbi iyosinceda MEC asazi ubana iyozala thokazi linina. But sinengxaki eMzantsi Africa masithethe inyani. Economy is tilted to one side eMzantsi Africa. Uyithanda ungayithandi loo nto leyo. Now I hope that will address the problems. And yesteryear again kusaphethe amabhulu. I-economy ikubo ebedonata ukwakha isikolo. Ayenzeki loo nto leyo. Soze uyifumane loo nto leyo. Masiyithethe nye ayenzeki loo nto leyo. You never hear of donations bana masincedise lo masipala masithinina. The dependence on government only without the private sector is a problem. It's a huge problem. Noba ngaphatha banini akazukwazi uphatha. Kunzima. So let us swallow our pride. Sizama ulungisa department lena. Sincediswe no MEC of vibrant osebenzayo simncedise bana mayilunge department. That is a school of thought that I'll bring to this debate. Yona nto iyoyinceda le department ubana more funds for the department sike sizama uyincedisa iphume kule ngxaki kuyo. Njengoba ndisitsho iicontract eziku grade 9 zakhuliswa ezimnyama zikhuliswe le department. So ke maske siphindele kundala nje MEC. Hope you the best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Keila. Honorable Arams, you have 4 minutes, and it starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Communities across our province are paying the price for the deep and persistent failures in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. These failures have led to delays, poor workmanship, abandoned projects, and ultimately a collapse of trust in government's ability to deliver. We see it in the vandalized and unutilized government buildings, structures that were meant to empower youth, women, and people living with disabilities. Instead, they stand empty, becoming havens for criminal activity and eyesores in our communities. These buildings could have been repurposed to address housing backlogs or used for community development, training, and support services. The infrastructure delivery management system, meant to streamline project delivery, is failing due to incompetence, fragmented coordination, and a lack of compliance with established guidelines. This has resulted in fruitless and wasteful expenditure and unnecessary inflation of prices, while our people wait for basic services like roads, clean water, and healthcare. I must speak from personal experience. As someone staying in the residence provided by the Department of Public Works, I've witnessed firsthand the shocking level of poor workmanship and the sheer waste of public funds. How can we preach efficiency and accountability when our own infrastructure is falling apart? We must be honest, corruption is a cancer in this department. It delays projects, inflates costs, and robs our people of progress. We cannot tolerate corruption that steals from the hopes of our people. Deputy Speaker, if we want to build trust, we must consult communities before development begins. We must ensure that those appointed to manage projects have the experience, capacity, and integrity to deliver. Proper asset registers, valid lease agreements, regular maintenance, and disaster preparedness are not optional, they are essential. Let us prioritize basic infrastructure and speedy procurement without compromising quality. Our people cannot keep waiting. Under the leadership of MEC Luciti, who is vibrant and has zeal and is young, we believe these changes are more than possible if the above is heeded to. On that basis, the Patriotic Alliance supports this report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now call upon Honorable Matuane. Honorable Matuane, you have 20 minutes, but you can use 10. It's still fine, but you have 20. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia, honorable members of the executive, honorable members of this House, distinguished guests, fellow Eastern Cape people who are watching on different platforms, good afternoon. Let me first start by making this correction. Nyayazi octopus, a jellyfish, it has flexible extensions. It uses tentacles to see. That is why people, when schools are built, schools are launched, clinics are built, they can't see. They are using tentacles like jellyfish. It's a pity I don't see Honorable Matigizela here, because she has not seen what Honorable God has been doing across this province. If there's one province that has no match in building state-of-the-art schools, is this province. Secondly, Chair, Honorable Fig is one honorable member in that committee. I served with him very well there. Honorable Fig makes a very bold statement about a department plagued by mismanagement. What does mismanagement mean? Mismanagement means the following. It's ineffective, it's inefficient, it's irresponsible in handling of resources. And that is false. Because we have not had in this August House a Department of Public Works that has a decreased productivity. We have not had a Department of Public Works that has a damaged reputation. We have not had that. So that conclusion is not informed. But I think we'll discuss it post this meeting in the next committee meeting with Honorable Dr. Fig. Honorable members, this year we commemorate 31st anniversary of the President Nelson Mandela first speech of the first democratic president of South Africa. That day marked the return of hope, the restoration of dignity, and the release of the oppressed people from slavery. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this appropriation takes place at a time when South Africa is preparing to welcome the world as it assumes the presidency and hosts the G20 summit in Johannesburg. A moment of national pride and the continental significance. This milestone places South Africa, and by extension Africa, at the center of global dialogue on economic growth, sustainable development, climate resilience, digital transformation, and multilateral cooperation. Further on, Honorable Deputy Speaker, this year marks the 70th commemoration of the Freedom Charter, which takes infrastructure development very seriously and recognizes its vital role in boosting employment and economic growth. The Charter emphasizes that the people shall share in the country's wealth, which suggests that infrastructure development is necessary to enable social transformation and economic growth. It also lays out the ideals and the vision of a democratic society. In this regard, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is bestowed with a huge responsibility to be a leader in the provincial infrastructure delivery, coordination, and socio-economic investment. It is bestowed to be a custodian of provincial government immovable assets and a coordinator and a provider of sustainable infrastructure resulting in socio-economic transformation and development. To this end, honorable members, the department's emphasis on sustainable initiatives, employment generation, and infrastructure development fits in nicely with the economic expansion of our province. Their focus on creative ideas and community involvement shows that they are dedicated to making the Eastern Cape a more resilient and a successful place to be. The strategic goals of this department for 2025, in my opinion, are both vital for our advancement and are realistic too. Honorable members, during the presentation of the budget speech by the MEC, she laid out steps to enhance project supervision and financial management. To boosting financing and speed up delivery, they are looking into public-private partnerships, in particular for big catalytic projects like the Bishop Precinct and other developments. These are initiatives that are intended to increase capacity, are also progressing well to guarantee that skilled workers are on hand to carry some of their funded projects effectively. So there is no department that is stagnant. The department's strategic plan places a strong emphasis on resilient and eco-friendly initiatives. We went to visit projects across the province during the oversight of the economic cluster, and we have seen for ourselves buildings using energy solutions like solar and other available solutions out there. These are intended to guarantee long-term advantages without endangering the environment. They are implementing sustainable resources management and green building standards. Honorable members, through a sustained assistance, openness, robust oversight, and community engagement, the ANC is confident that the department will achieve its goals, resulting in enhanced infrastructure, economic expansion, and social advancement. Honorable members, although infrastructure development is important, it can result in resource wastage or misallocation if there is no proper oversight, as is the case in some point with regarding
the illegal occupied houses in Amtata and elsewhere. Strong dedication to local employment, environmental sustainability, cooperation, and community involvement is, in this regard, very critical. Lando siyibone pha eMthatha, yabantu abakhushwe ezindlini, bangavumi, even declining or ignoring a court order is unacceptable. The provincial government need to show that these strategic initiatives, particularly for those who are underprivileged, will result in tangible, quantifiable benefits on the ground. As stated in our ANC manifesto, the department's policy direction places equal emphasis on social upliftment, economic inclusion, as well as infrastructure development. These objectives are attainable with appropriate governance and responsible leadership at the helm. I'm very satisfied that members who spoke before me, they've made these bold statements. Yabona ke into emandi ngayo xa umuntu omdala uthi uthatha ugeyila apho uthetha into oyithandayo. They made bold statements about the MEC and his ability to lead, given her age. Honorable members, building inclusive infrastructure is a key component of department's efforts to promote social cohesion, as illustrated in the recent budget vote of this department. We can lessen inequality and strengthen communities by giving priorities to initiatives that increase employment, enhance service accessibility, and encourage local economic engagement. With a focused approach on the development of office precincts, we went to different office precincts. One that stands out is Emaxesibeni, and the second one is at Elodale. Something that those small towns never thought it will exist. Today, we are proud to say this ANC government, this province, has delivered on the promise that will allow for a new spatial form in those small towns. Continuous oversight by responsible stakeholders, active participation are essential to making these a reality. Honorable Deputy Speaker, strategic, well-managed spending, social programs and infrastructure are essential to the future of our province. Adaptive leadership that is dedicated to fulfilling commitments and promoting sustainable development is demonstrated by the most recent budget improvements. Well, of course, as the report has stated, Honorable MEC for Finance, we still argue that the budget allocation for maintenance is still very, very small. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the challenge mentioned in the recent political overview of the MEC demonstrates significant obstacles, especially the legal actions, resource limitations, and community frustrations as a result or as a consequence of these legal actions. They draw attention to the necessity to improve our strategic planning, risk management, better foresight, to measure departmental trajectory and identify potential disruptive future impacts. These setbacks, such as unlawful occupied state houses and the refusal of the people being moved to comply with the court order, are regrettable. All these, honorable members, must teach us how to create a department that is more proactive, transparent, and resilient, so that we can better handle unforeseen circumstances in the future. It is imperative that the department takes a more planned and watchful approach to risk management going forward. To restore confidence and to avoid future difficulties, this entails improving adherence to legislation, making sure resources are used effectively, and engaging in greater stakeholder cooperation and involvement. Lanto yenzeke eMthatha and elsewhere in the province can be averted if every stakeholder, not only police, can come together and work with the department to resolve what is before us. Operation Bring Back will indeed happen. Honorable members, one of the commendable moves towards economic development and resolving historical injustices is the departmental emphasis on assisting black building material manufacturers and suppliers. We will break the iron curtain around this area. It's a very difficult area to break in. I still argue that we will still break the iron curtain. Those who are at the bottom will rise to the top one day, and with these initiatives, we can just build on and support the department to achieve these stated objectives. This project is in line with our more general objectives of economic liberation as the African National Congress. Honorable members, as you all know that reforming ownership structures, expanding access to land and financing, and guaranteeing the meaningful involvement of the historically marginalized groups are just a few of the fundamental changes that are necessary to transform the real estate industry. This is one industry that is very strong, that is very under transformation. We have to break that iron curtain, as I said earlier on. This is a great endeavor on the part of the MEC and his team and her team, but in order to really change this sector, it needs to be more of a comprehensive strategy. The African National Congress is certain that the survival of these businesses is critical to precipitating socio-economic progress in the Eastern Cape. If we support these small real estate participants, we can see real change. In conclusion, honorable members, let us once again declare our steadfast dedication to our revolutionary change as we continue with the 2025-26 fiscal year. This is not just a budget. It is a roadmap for the future in which we empower our artisans, improve every community, and create long-lasting, durable infrastructure. It is our shared duty to make sure that every cent is spent ethically, prudently, and with a laser-like focus on producing measurable outcomes. We have an obligation to govern with openness and purpose to the people of the Eastern Cape, to their aspirations, dreams, and futures. To make these strategic goals a reality and leave a lasting legacy of progress and inclusivity and hope for the future generation, let's work together, collaboratively. Now is an appropriate time for resolute action. The ANC supports the report.
I'll now call Honorable Lucity. Deputy Chair of Chairs, member of that committee, and greetings to yourself, the Honorable Speaker and the Premier in absentia, members of the Provincial Legislature, the DG and the HOD present, all the guests that are available, people of the Eastern Cape. Let me greet you as I rise before this House to unconditionally welcome and wholeheartedly accept the report from the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Infrastructure and Human Settlements. In so doing, I want to firstly affirm our commitment to providing a detailed response within the stimulated time frame in line with the standing rules of the Eastern Cape Legislature. At this conjuncture, let me explain. Well, I'm not here to offer a line-by-line response to the report, but rather I'm going to reflect on the broader implications, acknowledge some of the issues that have been raised in the report, and offer a forward-looking view on the path we intend to take. Honorable members,
When I tabled the policy and the budget speech for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure earlier this year, I made a firm commitment to reposition this department as the infrastructure coordinator of choice, not just by title, but through action, accountability, and innovation. And since then, we have taken deliberate steps to enhance coordination, strengthen delivery capacity, and integrate infrastructure planning across all spheres of government. Our goal remains clear: to ensure that infrastructure investment becomes the cornerstone of economic growth, service delivery, and social transformation. Amongst other things, we note the finding of the committee in relation to the master plan for the state properties. We have begun a comprehensive maintenance master plan where we are targeting the 30th of September 2025 for the final approval of the plan, which will be followed by a phased-in implementation. Further, the department is in the process of developing a maintenance strategy that will implement a hybrid total facilities management solution, the anticipated completion date being the 30th of September 2025. In relation to the construction of the Bishop Office Precinct, a good progress has been registered in that regard, and after a long process of negotiations between the preferred bidder, CDC, and the department can now confirm that the negotiations have been closed and award has been accepted and signed by both parties. The department has currently applied for the gap funding of 550 million to Provincial Treasury, which is required as part of the DPWI capital contribution over the 2028 MTF. The department will further seek concurrence with the Provincial Treasury for the application to National Treasury for the approval of guarantees and unitary payments. And once National Treasury approval is received, the PPP agreement will be concluded, bringing the financial close, allowing the CDC consortium to process the necessary funding applications. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, on the prestige portfolio, the department is aware of the current challenges that are being experienced mainly by the esteemed members of the legislature in the current administration, as we were requested to accommodate 62 members, and to date 47 have been accommodated, leaving 15, 6 of which that are waiting for the finalization of the refurbishments, and 9 for the procurement of the leased properties. And these processes are anticipated to be concluded by August 2025. But to improve our responsiveness to the maintenance needs of the prestige portfolio, in the interim, the department is going to deploy a team of 2 technical officials at the legislature precinct to inspect the facilities twice a week, direct maintenance requirements of the legislature to the appointed service providers in our internal maintenance team from BCM and Amatole district. Furthermore, the department is embarking on a benchmarking exercise with the National Department of Public Works to develop a comprehensive total facilities management solution for the prestige portfolio, which will be aligned with the department's mandate. And this will address the current fragmented maintenance approach towards this portfolio and improve the turnaround times and the workmanship. And we are planning to include this in our submission for the budget of the 26-27 financial year. But as the Eastern Cape, we do recognize that a well-coordinated pro-poor and strategic infrastructure program is essential to unlock economic potential, redress historical inequalities, and stimulate local job creation. We are guided by the vision, Eastern Cape Vision 2030, and the Provincial Medium-Term Development Plan, both of which emphasize the central role of infrastructure in shaping a resilient, inclusive, and growing province. Our work aligns with the national priorities to ensure that no citizen is left behind due to poor infrastructure. The 24-25 financial year presented substantial legal and financial hurdles. We faced a number of court judgments which compelled us to settle large payments, and these not only impacted our financial resources, but also delayed critical infrastructure projects, affecting labor and ultimately the communities that rely on our services. We take full accountability of these challenges, and more importantly, we are treating these setbacks as lessons that must guide us to become more robust and future fit. We are improving our legal risk management processes, contract oversight, and compliance mechanism to ensure such situations do not reoccur. We are focused on asserting the department as the implementing agent of choice for infrastructure development. And this is not merely aspirational. Our actions reflect this vision. We now boast a capable internal cohort of 73 built environment professionals, including 13 architects, 22 engineers, 15 construction project managers, 14 quantity surveyors, 6 town planners, 3 professional valuers. In our approach, it balances internal and external capacity at a 50-50 ratio, ensuring flexibility while building a resilient public service institution. A example of this is in the Mkanduli Cluster Office project, where our internal teams led the project from design to monitoring, saving the department 18% of the total project costs, which translates to 25 million. And these are not just financial savings, they are proof that investing in our internal capacity can yield world-class outcomes. Honorable members, transformation is not a checkbox. It is a national imperative. Through the beneficiation strategy for designated groups, we are mainstreaming empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. From April to December 2024, of the 1.4 billion in awarded tenders, 223 million went to women-owned enterprises, 183 million went to youth-owned enterprises, and 4.1 million went to enterprises that are owned by persons living with disabilities. We are also expanding this initiative to include our military veterans who will now benefit through the implementation of the MSME strategy and integrated contracted development program. Empowerment must be broad, inclusive, and targeted. In the 24-25 financial year, the department's budget stood at 2.6 billion. For 25-26, the allocation is 2.6 billion. An increase is in nominal terms, but not in real terms. This constrained physical environment requires us to be innovative and proactive. We are responding by leveraging our property portfolio for revenue generation. This year, we will release 100 state-owned enterprises for long-term leasing, thereby unlocking economic value while ensuring responsible asset management. The department has demonstrated sound financial discipline. We obtained an unqualified audit opinion, but thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I thought Kubasikla
Honorable members, I put the report. Any objections? I will ask the secretary to read the 6th order of the day.
Consideration of vote number 6, Education Appropriation Bill 2025.
Presentation of the report on education, Honorable Sondaba. Imizuzu yakho ilishumi, Honorable Sondaba. Nkosi, iqalile ngoku.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Greetings to you. Allow me to respectfully, humbly honor all the established protocols of your esteemed House. In the interest of time, we are oversighting the department with the budget allocation for 25-26 financial year of 44.636 billion rand. Program 1, I'll just go to findings and recommendation. A, there is a persistent trend of slow progress in the filling of vacant posts. Recommendation, the department must expedite the process for filling of vacant posts. B, accruals and payables are impacting negatively to the current budget of the department. The department must ensure that all outstanding accruals and payables are paid to avoid a negative effect of the current financial year budget. Let's move to Program 2, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Program 2, our findings there, textbook shortages in some schools are due to poor implementation of retrieval policy. And our recommendation is that the department must facilitate for the involvement of school management, school governing bodies, and parents in the implementation of retrieval policy, as these stakeholders are critical in full implementation and success of the policy. B, the main challenge is inadequate scholar transport for deserving learners affected by rationalization or realignment. Our recommendation is that during rationalization and realignment process, all required resources must follow learners. C, not all deserving or qualifying learners are benefiting from scholar transport. Our recommendation, the department, working with the Office of the Premier, the Department of Transport and Provincial Treasury, must ensure that all deserving learners or qualifying learners are transported in compliance with the 17 December 2024 Makhanda High Court order. D, water and roads are not, water and woods are not included in the budget of school nutrition. The department must ensure that water and woods are included in the budget of school nutrition program. Let's go to Program 3. Our findings there, the program has been underfunded due to budget constraints, resulted to the schools being unable to be funded as best for the school funding. Our recommendation there is that the department must develop a plan for the funding of independent schools that will be consistent with the national norms for funding of independent schools. The plan must be furnished to the committee. Our recommendation, our finding B in this program 3, there are schools operating as independent schools without registering, as required by Section 46 of South African Schools Act 1996, Act number 84 of 1996, as amended. And we are saying there in our recommendation that the department must devise mechanisms to ensure that unregistered independent schools do not continue to operate in the province. We go to public special school education. Our findings there is that 1A, there is a high demand of placement in special schools, including a demand for placement of overage learners. Our recommendation there is that the department, working closely with the Department of Social Development, must establish protective work programs and opportunity, especially for overage learners. Finding B, the Department of Education find it difficult to retain professionals due to lack of better incentives. Our recommendation there is that the department must provide incentives as a form of retention strategy. C, there is an overstretching of existing human resources in special schools. Our recommendation is that can provide high level of support in special schools. Let's go to Program 5, which is Early Childhood Development, which is, we have a priority, is our priority as a portfolio committee. Finding A, there is insufficient monitoring and support provided to this program due to financial constraints. The department, our recommendation is that the department must allocate adequate funding to this program to ensure that continuous monitoring and support is taking place. There is a trend of trained early childhood development practitioners leaving the sector for mainstream education due to uncertainty regarding their conditions of service. The department must provide the committee with the statistical data and a clear plan to avert the situation and fill the vacant position. C, there are improperly built facilities such as classrooms and cloakrooms. Our recommendation is that the department must ensure that ECD centers are properly at norms and standards. D, not all deserving qualifying learners are transported due to limited conditions. Is that the department must work closely with the Department of Transport and Provincial Treasury for additional funding to ensure that all deserving and qualifying learners from ECD centers also benefit from scholar transport. E, there are 1,057 unregistered centers in operation that are used as ECD centers. Our recommendation, the department must speed up the process of registering all ECD centers each year. F, the department must ensure that norms and standards by newly established ECD centers. That is our recommendation F. Recommendation G, the department must ensure that all grade R is included in the information management UMIS or ECDC. From 6, which is infrastructure development. Our finding is that the budget allocation for infrastructure is not adequate to deal with infrastructure backlogs, disasters, maintenance, and the projects in pipeline. Our recommendation is that the department working with Provincial Treasury must ensure that additional funding is sourced in order to deal with the backlog of infrastructural projects. B, the department has not managed to eradicate all pit latrines due to insufficient financial capacity. Our recommendation is that the department must allocate adequate budget to ensure that appropriate ablution facilities are provided as per required norms of the department. C, our findings, the department acknowledged that a total of 427 schools in 11 districts still
Uxolo,
have
Honorable
unsafe
Ixesha lakho liphelile.
have unsafe toilets. Thank you so much. In our general findings, we recommend that the internet connectivity at the departmental head office and in the district office is unreliable and hinders productivity. Furthermore, broadband installation connectivity of schools remains a challenge. And Deputy Chair of Chairs, we presented this report, this budget report for the consideration of the House. In conclusion, the Portfolio Committee appreciated the commitment shown by departmental officials, dedication displayed during engagement. Whip of the committee, the collective of the committee, as usual, expects that the department improve on its performance and that it implement House resolution without fail to better the educational plight of the people of Eastern Cape, especially learners. The committee also expresses its appreciation for the role of its support staff and in endeavoring to assist the committee to the best of their ability. Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Ikhona ingcaciso efunwa ekomitini? Ikhona ingcaciso efunwa kumphathiswa? Honorable King and Honorable Evans.
Deputy Chair of Chairs, we note that this report speaks about absence of qualified educators to fill vacancies. We just want to know how is that possible in the province with one of the highest unemployment graduates that we can have vacancies for educators? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The report notes that there are currently 1,057 unregistered ECD centers in the province. How was this number collated, and how do these centers continue operating unchecked? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to the honorable members. Honorable King, the vacancy rate in the sector is attributed to a number of various questions. You may have filled the vacancy today, but tomorrow guaranteed there is going to be a vacancy. Either through transfers, either through attraction, or through migration patterns. Now, we have got 824 vacancies that we are currently filling. As per the bulletin that we have issued in June, schools are engaged on it now. During this month, they should be completing the vacancies across the system. So it's a done deal, this one. On the issue of the ECD, Chair, through you, these are the centers, colleagues, that are predominantly private, which by legislation and regulation sometimes qualify, but upon monitoring and also assessing the conditions, they then has to be reviewed, especially after an opener of the Cwecwe case in the context of the private education schooling system in the country, which requires an alternative policy shift in terms of the current ones that we have. So I can go as far as that, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Hendricks, your platform is yours, and your 13 minutes starts now. 1313.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Deputy Chair, members of this esteemed House and guests, I greet you in this plenary that is not a committee meeting. I've stood at this podium, Chair, for many times. I've raised the alarm on some deep and persistent failures within the Education Department. I've been ridiculed. I've been dismissed because I'm overly negative. And I've even been accused, and I quote, of being a white man with a black face. These were not my words, but when my words cut to the bone, we tend to get personal, and we play the man and not the issue. The truth is that year in and year out, this department continues to turn a blind eye to the lived realities of our learners, similar to what Honorable Matiwane just did. And speaking of state-of-the-art schools, when there's 800 schools that still has asbestos, when there's 427 schools with pit latrines, but we will use this podium to speak of state-of-the-art schools. The Honorable MEC of Education in his 2025-26 budget and policy speech spoke a lot. He spoke of infrastructure, of progress, of hope, of targets met and plans in motion. But what the MEC omitted to say and consistently refuses to acknowledge is that there's a gaping chasm between the glossy rhetoric that we hear from the front and the lived reality of children in the Eastern Cape. Honorable Deputy Chair, every member in this House has seen last week firsthand the dire states of our schools and the challenges that they have to face. From a lack of fencing to vandalized classes, from overcrowding classrooms to no sanitation at schools. Let me make it even clearer, our children face death every single day in the hope of a better life. Our children are forced to walk vast distances, to sit in classrooms so full they cannot even hear the teacher. They are sharing broken desks that they cannot take notes on. They are staring out of shattered windows, looking at that very schools, MEC, that you've built and is now abandoned. Abandoned like their futures. Honorable Speaker, scholar transport is the backbone for access for learners to education in the Eastern Cape. Tens of thousands of learners depend on this system, and it's on the brink of collapse. I'm expecting a point of order from the ANC because I'm now delving into another portfolio's budget. But let me acknowledge that this cuts across departments when it comes to scholar transport. As of March this year, 2025, the expenditure on scholar transport reached a staggering 1.075 billion rand. 300 million rand already into over the budget. And we're not even done with the financial year back then. And even then, that 1.075 billion rand only covered 2/3 of the learners that are deserving of transport. I would be remiss not to commend Honorable Ngata in his absence. And now I'm back in committee. For finding room for over 8,000 learners, after 62,000 learners of the court case, he found room for over 8,000 learners on existing service providers, looking at those vacant seats and filling them up with those that was identified by the court. Honorable MEC, there is no more room. These taxis are full to capacity. There are no more budget. It's already under budget. There are no more additional operators that you can bring into the system. We've hit a wall when it comes to scholar transport. At the same time, our MEC, Honorable Gadi, is rationalizing almost 1,000 schools. And this results in more learners that require scholar transport. We're already underfunded. We're already only ferrying 2/3. We've already got a court case on top of us. And the MEC is closing schools and say, transport them. The problem is, MEC, that you've identified in the last financial year 8 hostels that you wanted to complete, and that have helped so much. But you only completed 1. Speaker, Deputy Chair, to the members of this executive, actually speak to one another. The MEC of Finance is saying there's no more money. The MEC of Transport is saying our taxis are full. And Honorable Gade is closing schools and saying, please transport these learners. Are you guys working for the same party? Because it seems like somebody is going to pay for this. It's almost like bank robbers, where they get caught, one person must take the fall. Let me withdraw before somebody objects. We were promised better services and no disruptions for a few financial years now. I can remember we've been highlighting this underfunding of scholar transport since Marshal van Boegenrode was standing here. But this weekend alone, there was threats from operators threatening to go on strike in, I think it was in Umtata, and to stop transporting learners because they have not been paid for 4 months. Speaker, we objected to this budget allocation, and we are probably going to object again. every single chance we get. And to be clear, it is not because we don't support scholar transport. It's because we know that this is funding is not an allocation that is enough. Let us look at the infrastructure rollout, or rather the complete lack thereof. Speaker, we have learners in this province who have spent their entire primary school years walking past abandoned building sites that represent the department's promise for a better life and a better school. Better schools for who? Because it seems to me that the only people who are benefiting from these projects are the very contractors who up and leave those projects unfinished. They're the ones who benefit. And let's not forget the infrastructure backlog. It's now sitting at the staggering 82 billion rand. Half of that is maintenance alone. I think I was standing at about 39 billion rand for maintenance alone. By the MEC's own admission, it's going to take over 40 years to deal with that backlog. By that time, I'll be almost 100 years old. The current matriculants are going to be grandfathers and grandmothers MEC by the time we're done with this backlog. How is this budget speaking to the collective crisis? Speaking of the department's 44 billion rand budget, only 1.92 billion is dedicated for school infrastructure. Less than 5% of the total budget. And please note, it's money that's not coming from MEC Mvoko. It's coming as a grant from National. Less than half of that 1.9 billion rand actually goes to brick and mortar. More than half of that money goes to consultants and professional fees. So it gets ridiculous. Almost 80% of your budget, 44 billion rand budget, Honorable
Xolo, Honorable
MEC,
Hendricks.
is, yes,
Honorable Hendricks.
Deputy Chair.
Xesha lakho liphelile.
2 minutes.
Xesha lakho liphelile.
I had no warning, Chair.
No, no need
No
for
warning.
that.
Honorable Speaker,
No
you
warning.
are presiding over decay. Please get your house in order. Thank you for the order.
Thank you. Honorable Njoli. Unemizuzu elishumi elinethoba. Iqalile
19.
ngoku. Oh, ilithoba. Nawuthule.
Ngosi Chair of the session.
Andina warning ke honorable. I don't have a warning.
Oh. All right. Dibulise kwi Red Battalions led by Honorable Mlokoti, Chairperson of the session, MECs, especially MEC Gade, the only MEC who responded to questions about the department on the spot. Honorable members, Usjumba Gandakile. The department receives nearly half of the provincial budget, yet year after year it fails the most basic test to provide safe, functional schools for all our children, especially those in the rural parts of this province. Honorable Speaker, we are now in the second half of the year 2025, and the Eastern Cape has missed the national deadline to eradicate pit latrines in schools. This is not a small failure, it is a deadly betrayal, more so in a province where many children have lost their lives falling in the pit latrines. The department promised that by the 31st of March 2025, not a single learner would be forced to relieve themselves in a hole in the ground. But as we speak, over 400 schools in this province still rely on pit toilets, with some even lacking toilets completely. What is worse is that many of these so-called improved VIP toilets that were installed are non-compliant, unsafe, and unusable. Some don't have proper support, others were delivered without doors, proper seating, or sanitation access. This is inhumane and cruelty of the highest order.
How does this department submit a budget report that celebrates performance when it knows that children in areas such as Bizana, Ofimvaba and Kumbu are still learning next to feces? Honorable Speaker, we must also speak about the scandals of schools that are only built on paper. Every year, budgets are approved, tenders are awarded, ceremonies are held, but on the ground, no school appears. No brick is laid, no contractor is seen, and yet the department cannot tell us where the money went, who was paid, and when, if ever, those communities will ever get the school. Even with all this, there are no consequences. No contractor has yet been blacklisted. No official has been suspended. No money has been recovered. The infrastructure backlog keeps increasing year in, year out, and still no decisive plan is put in place to clear it. 1.8 billion was allocated to infrastructure this year, and already over 500 million remains unspent. It is not just about money, it is about lack of capacity, the absence of urgency, and the disrespect for the lives of the poor black. There are schools in Ngqeleni that were promised renovations far back as 2021. They are still waiting. There are children in Lusikisiki learning in mud structures, even though they were listed in infrastructure plans since 2029. We cannot blame them for thinking that the department just does not care. Let us be honest, this budget does not prioritize rural communities. The acting principal yase Khulile Senior Secondary School is a product of that school. Zonke tishara zase Sabane Junior Secondary School are a product of that school. Yet, they are all proof of the standard of education from rural schools is of a high quality. Mhlawumbi nabo ngoku bayafuna ukhangela amarhewu alihlaza. Uqhabahleliswe sisazela soba esasikolo sakhiwa ngoyisemkhulu. Our fear is that when these educators retire, none of the youth will want to teach there because of the neglect, and that might lead to closure if their pleas continue to fall on deaf ears. This budget does not speak to the realities of children who walk 10 kilometers to school, who carry buckets of water because taps are dry, and who risk falling into collapsing toilets. Instead, the department continues to concentrate development in urban areas while using rural learners as political props during election season. We must also speak about the overspending in the wrong areas. The department overspent on administration but failed to employ non-teaching staff at schools. We're still fighting over old hostels that sit abandoned while learners cram in crowded schools, crowded classrooms with leaking roofs and no desks. The portfolio committee's own findings are damning. They confirm the missed targets and the lack of internal consequence management. They confirm that the department is not ready to deliver on its mandate, and yet we are told to pass this budget. We refuse. The AF therefore demands the following: immediate removal of all pit toilets in the province with clear public deadlines and criminal charges for contractors who delivered substandard sanitation. A forensic audit of all incomplete school infrastructure projects with public disclosure of payments made and names of companies involved. A dedicated ring-fenced rural school development budget allocation separate from the general infrastructure and protected from political interference. A strict performance framework for senior officials and contractors with immediate suspension and legal action for any missed target or fraudulent report. Honorable Speaker, there is no freedom if children are still learning next to sewage. There is no dignity if schools exist only in spreadsheets. There's no development when budgets are passed, but nothing reaches the people. Until this department respects the poor, delivers to the rural, and holds the corrupt accountable, we will not support its budget. We are basically being coerced to approve a budget for ghost schools and fake progress. The economic freedom fighters rejects this budget vote for education. Thank you.
Honorable Zindi, you have 5 minutes. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The UDM rise in full support of the Eastern Cape Department of Education's 2025-26 budget vote. I want to make it clear again that although we support this budget vote, we must address the real challenges that impact our learners and taxpayers. Honorable Chair of Chairs, concerning the scholar transport, the budget secures 794 million in 2025-26 for scholar transport. The funding underpins the court order program to deliver transport to qualifying learners traveling over 5 kilometers to Quintile 1 to 3 schools. Yet delays persist. The High Court order in Makanda ruled in December 2024 that nearly 40,000 learners were unlawfully denied transport and ordered all valid proposals to be approved by January 2025 with catch-up plans for the 2024 absentees. Monthly reporting is required. It is unacceptable that learners still walk dangerous distances or miss school. This funding must translate into real transport deliveries, not paper commitment. Regarding school infrastructure and pit latrines and safety, the province has allocated 1.9 billion in 2025-26 financial year for school infrastructure upgrades and new builds. That's welcome, yet we must urgently tackle sanitation issues. South African Human Rights Commission inspectors identified 427 schools with unsafe pit toilets, some built unsafely with seats too large for children, violating their rights to dignified safety and safe learning. Moreover, recent news has confirmed that infrastructure delays, poor contractor performance, and community disruptions have hindered delivery and harmed learners' well-being. We must ensure that this infrastructure budget is not just approved. It must translate into child-safe toilets, learning spaces that protect dignity and health, and progress before more harm is done. Regarding unfair labor practice, the department's scholar transport unit saw internal investigation in 2022 that led to suspensions, later overturned by court in March 2025 due to procedural flaws and denial of a fair hearing under PAJA. These flawed labor practices have wasted taxpayers' money on legal costs, delayed service delivery, and exposed governance weaknesses. We must reform internal processes so that fair treatment and due procedure prevent unnecessary disruptions. School safety, security, and substance abuse. The budget allocation rightly prioritizes learner attainment and infrastructure, but serious incidents overshadow these efforts. At least 26 teachers, including principals, faced sexual misconduct allegations in the 2024-25 year. Violence and abuse in schools continue unchecked. Teachers across our province endured at least 50 physical assaults this year. Substance abuse is escalating. At 50% of male learners reportedly use drugs, leading to bullying, teenage pregnancy, and disrupting learning. While the department has launched the awareness campaigns, peer education, and partner involvement with police, resources must match agency. We need strengthened protocols, trauma-enforced care, and enforce zero tolerance for abuse or substance misuse in our schools. In summary, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the budget vote allocates critical resources to education, that is scholar transport, school infrastructure, and learner support programs. The UDM support these allocations, but the real challenges require the oversight or follow-through. Number one, implement the Scholar Transport Court order swiftly and track it monthly. Eliminate unsafe pit toilets and ensure safe, dignified school sanitation. Reform internal labor processes to avoid costly and disruptive disputes. Bolster school safety and address substance abuse meaningfully. This represents more than numbers. It demands actions, accountability, and care of our learners and taxpayers. The UDM supports this budget vote wholeheartedly and call on this House to ensure that these funds deliver justice, safety, and opportunity for every children in the Eastern Cape. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Cindy. I now call upon Honorable Arams. Honorable Arams, you have 4 minutes and it starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, members of this August House and the community of the Eastern Cape at large. I rise to commend the Portfolio Committee on Education for this thorough and sobering report. It is both an affirmation of the tireless efforts being made in our education sector and a clear signal that our work is far from done. At the heart of this report is one undeniable truth. The right to education is not only about access to classrooms. It is about dignity, equity, and the creation of an enabling environment where no learner is left behind. We welcome the 44.6 billion rand allocation for the 2025-2026 financial year, but let us be honest, this is a budget stretched thin across an ocean of competing demands. From textbook shortages and pit latrines still haunting our schools, to under-resourced special education and the heartbreak of learners walking miles to school. This budget must not only speak to figures, but futures. Honourable members, the finding speaks volumes. Scholar transport remains a national shame despite a binding High Court order. This House must insist on urgent interdepartmental coordination to ensure every child is transported safely and with dignity. The backlog in infrastructure is a crisis, not a challenge. Unsafe toilets, lack of water, and broken furniture are not just infrastructural gaps. They are a violation of children's constitutional rights. ECD and Grade R must stop being the forgotten frontier. We must demand better planning, proper infrastructure, and funded posts for qualified practitioners. Yet amid these challenges, there is hope. There are dedicated officials and a dedicated HOD in this department. There are schools that, despite it all, rise. There is this committee firm in its oversight and unwavering in its call for accountability. And there is an MEC Gade, dedicated and driven despite people using their tentacles and refusing to at times see the avid progress in certain aspects and strides made in the Eastern Cape under his leadership. Let this not be another report that gathers dust. Let us ring-fence funds where it matters, demand consequences where there is negligence, and ensure that the destiny of our learners is not compromised because of weak systems or a lack of urgency. Proverbs 24 verse 10 says, "If you faint in the day of adversity, your strength is small," emphasizing that our true strength is revealed during difficult times. Let us not faint. Let us rise, firm in purpose and faithful in duty for the sake of every child in the Eastern Cape. The Patriotic Alliance supports this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Arams. I now call upon Honorable Fihlani. Oh, yes. Honorable Fihlani from the African National Congress. Honorable Fihlani, you have 20 minutes. And your 20 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Good evening, Leader of Government Business, Chief Whip, members of the Executive Council, members of the House and administrative support. Yeah. Thank you very much. And also those ones that are on the digital platform. Hey, relating. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as African National Congress, we rise to support the report. unlike those that are using tentacles, as Honorable Matiwane Bechilo, now Honorable Haramse, some are using tentacles just to see, not using their eyes. Because day in, day out, the MEC opens schools out there, not as a matter of fallacy, but as a matter of fact. So those are the issues that you could see that, mhlambi Honorable Ndruli, you must still open your eyes wider and nendlebe, and also go to the communities out there as a testament what the department is doing. Where the MEC is saying is opening school, just go there, follow up quietly. Ubone uba aziwa kuthiwa zibhalwa phansi kungekho nto. Also mhlambi ke Honorable Hendricks, ndicinga uba you are free to do your own. Ubu Hendricks? Hey, hayi ke ukhona Honorable Nutse naku leader of the opposition. Umxelele Honorable Hendricks that is free. He can also do his own policy speech in front of his mirror, kula bedroom yakhe. Because the policy speech that the MEC has done in this house is suffice and is continuing in the department with that policy speech, because he was citing some of the issues that you could see as ingekhoyo in that. We can agree more with Honorable Cindy, even the issues that you have put up, and also as you now, Honorable Haramse, who were also in support of the report. And even members of the committee have gone to a deeper length to deal with these issues, and it's not easy, you know. Some ke ababiko even as a committee, but you'll find them grandstanding here, speaking something that is out of 10. Using the siboleke pha kumazwi ayeke acatshulwa ngutata Oliver Tambo. Bakhona abatolikayo pha phezulu, bayanditolikela xa ndifuna. Apho athi ke xa ndivulayo ndatolikela. A nation that does not care for its children has no future and does not deserve one. We'll close quote there. We say, Honorable Speaker, as the African National Congress, these are not mere words or sloganeering statements, but as the ANC, it's a moral obligation and a daily call for action as we see it on a day-to-day. They form the ethical spine upon which our education policies are constructed. Policies rooted in justice, redress, transformation. We are here again, we just not play politics with the lives of the children, but debate seeks to undo the centuries of exclusion and inequality. That is a fact. We can't run away from that we have to do it on a day-to-day basis and remind some of that. The 2025-2026 education budget vote of 44.636 billion, which is 44,636 million rands, is not just a number on paper. It is a revolutionary instrument to redress. It is a declaration that no child will be left behind, not under the ANC watch. And nibonile ke in the challenges that we have faced now in the issues of disaster, education was there. And they've been there in support of those families and children to make sure that at least they are able to get the necessary support they desire. When we are also saying some of the opposition parties that stand here and performing outrage for headlines, seeking power without even purpose, for the ANC remains we are resolute in putting the children before profits, education, ego, and transformation, even before populism. We're not populists, we just do the work. We also seek for the poor, we do not speak for the poor only when it is election season. We're working with the poor and with them on a day-to-day. There's a difference in the movement that is rooted in the blood of the martyrs, and parties born in boardroom, some born out of bitterness. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the allocation of 35.9 billion in Program 2, which is focusing on public schools, public ordinary schools, is not merely for a financial exercise, it is a social revolution in motion. This funding directly supports over 1.6 million learners in nearly 5,400 public schools across the province of the Eastern Cape. It is clear evidence that the ANC-led government prioritized policies on education as a vehicle for the equity, redress, and development. We are also unapologetically advancing the constitutional right to the basic education in line with Section 29, subsection 1 of the Constitution. In our context, we say where apartheid left a vast rural province like ours underdeveloped, the expansion of public schooling is a tool for breaking the intergenerational poverty. The allocation supports over 60,000 educators who are at the heartbeat of our schools. The National School Nutrition Program, funded through the conditional grant that ensures over 1.6 million learners that are in quintile 1 and 3 are fed daily 2 meals a day. These are our poorest and most vulnerable learners, many of whom solemnly depend on that meal for their own nutritional needs. This is not a privilege, it is a right, and the ANC that is making that right a live reality. Through the National School Nutrition Program, we are tackling child hunger, improving concentration and academic performance, and also promoting food security at school household level, at school and at the household level. We also have about 13,767 volunteer food handlers who have been contracted to prepare meals across our schools. This is part of the poverty alleviation program. If you say you do not want to pass this budget, you saying what must happen in the province, even to the ordinary poor, claiming to represent the poor, rest of the poor in this province and the country. Then on the scholar transport program, the African National Congress through the Department of Transport has begun implementing really the court order within its own existing means. As a first step, it has prioritized 8,900 of the 62,000 learners that have been identified as deserving learners. While ensuring the cost-effective use of available resources, this brings to the total number to be transported in the 2025-26 financial year to 105,755, with allocated budget of 760,818. Following the adjustment, the total budget amount to 815 million. This is social justice in action, honorable members. This policy is translated into daily bread for a child, a textbook on the desk, and also hope that the heart of the parent is also assisted. Honorable Speaker, also in Program 5, I'm just try to take some of the Program 5, just putting some of the areas in Program 5, Honorable Deputy Speaker, which deal with the issues of the early childhood development. You must understand that some of that transfer has been transferred from social development to education now. In the ECD, where you have the pre-grade R programs, which is aligned in the migration to the department, where you have the expanded support of conditional grants that saw a 25.4% increase this year to ensure that materials, training, and compliance with the national norms and standards. Honourable members, we can say it's just about quality. The budget begins to answer the question, are we preparing our children not just to read, but to thrive in knowledge economy? Gumbuzo lo. Indeed, our ECD plans aligns with the National Development Plan Vision 2030, which calls for children to enter grade 1 equipped with cognitive and emotional development. The ANC in this course is on course to deliver this vision, Dr. Fick. Yeah, you agree with me. You cannot talk also about economic transformation without talking about ECD. For this reason, we say that it is a foundation, not a footnote, but as a first chapter of success story we are writing for every South African child. The 1.92 billion allocation to infrastructure development is investment with dignity. I've heard ke kuthethwa apha bazawuzibala uba bebesithini, but is an attack on the decaying remnants of apartheid fiscal neglect. When we say we are working to eradicate pit latrines and unsafe structures, we are not just building schools. The ANC is building confidence, security, and pride in black and rural learners who were for decades told they are second-class citizens. The 472 schools still using unsafe ablution facilities are not just names on a spreadsheet, but are a daily reminder of what was denied under the apartheid regime. Of course, we're still gonna use, even if it's 30 years, because we have to deal with equitable matters. Through the Accelerated School Infrastructural Delivery Initiative, which is ACIDI, and our provincial infrastructural program, we have already eradicated over many mud schools and built state-of-the-art sanitation, classrooms, and laboratories across the province. Our struggle is ongoing, but we will never retreat. We are acting in direct fulfillment of Section 29, subsection 1A of the Constitution, which guarantees that everyone has a right to a basic education, including adult basic education. Let us be clear that there is no basic education without a basic infrastructure. I would say, Honorable, I'm trying to just rush on some. The alignment in Section 195 of the Constitution, which demands the high standard of professional ethics and efficient use of resources on public administration. We're using that when we relate to the issues of HRD. And we've noted there that over 60,000 educators serve the province, many of whom have upskilled through Funza Lushaka bursaries and in-service training. That is evident what the MEC is doing on his day where he makes awards. You will find that many are young educators there. You could find there's a majority of youth who are excelling in those programs. We can say through the infrastructural upgrade, the inclusion of learners with disabilities and the development of educators, we are giving a practical meaning to what President Mandela once declared: education is great engine of personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor. Kwakutsho ke uTata uMandela xa ndikubalela apha. Let us also empower all of us to make sure that this budget is also working for all. When you take a portion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, just on the current global political agenda, we have noted that it's dominated by imperialist aggression, economic warfare, and ideological subversion, which poses severe challenges, especially in the socialist states. And we can say that for us, the analysis must be centered on the issues of class struggle, anti-imperialism, and the defense of our own sovereignty in advancing the proletarian internationalism. So, because we've noted that some of the members, even on this side of you could find that they are able to quote Okrisani, Honorable Kauli. But in terms of what we do, we must also be able to walk the talk. So the challenges that we're facing today, because in August, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think when we were starting in August, issues of what the madman, Egutwangu Trump, the issues of the 30% will be starting there. Those issues of those sanctions. You cannot say we are in the Eastern Cape, we are not impacted on that. As long as we are in this global village and we have America as one of the trade partners, that challenge is also putting us across. That will also face with that challenges. Some of the few recommendations that I'm trying to rush through, Honorable Deputy Speaker, so that I find you most time.
2 minutes left.
2 minutes.
That rushing through must be accommodated.
No, I've said we also support this. I've said in the that we support the report, and also some of the issues must be also prudent and work in a very efficient way, and make sure that where we could see there are non-core issues, we try and eliminate those. But we are happy with the path that the department MEC is taking. I think we are turning the corner. As the Premier have said when we are responding to the statements, we still hope for more productive ways within the. It does not say it's easy. It's not easy, but with your contingent, we do hope, we do have hope, and the support of the committee and this House at large, never mind those who are circling themselves outside of this House. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fihlani. You're 20 minutes. You're the first one to it. Thank you very much, Honorable Fihlani. I will now call upon the MEC for Education, Honorable Kade. Honorable Kade, you have 10 minutes. I know you are going to Finvita it as well, but it starts now.
Deputy Speaker, your established protocol is observed. I just wanted to greet all of you in that context so that we can maximize the content of the discussion. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is with profound humility and a deep sense of responsibility that we address this esteemed House to welcome the Portfolio Committee on Education Budget Vote Report. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Chairperson, Honorable Sondaba, the entire committee members of Education, and the entire House for the diligent and constructive scrutiny of the Department of Education's policy document, the planning documents, your vigorous evaluation of the MEC's policy speech, annual performance plan, operational plan, strategic plan, and the estimates of the provincial revenue and expenditure, which produces recommendations that are immense in value. The department fully endorsed the report and commits to implement its recommendations with urgency and dedication. With alignment with the South African historical imperatives to redress the inequality that is entrenched on the advanced transformative vision of the sector in the country. The South African history of systemic exclusion through the Bantustan's education system and the apartheid education system, which deliberately underfunded and segregated schooling for the majority of the people in this country, has necessitated the urgent reforms outlined in this report of you, Chair. The legacy of under-resourced schools, inadequate infrastructure, limited access to quality education for Black, colored, and Indian communities continued to shape the challenges we face today. The department's work is driven by the democratic ideas of the 1994 transitional government, rooted on the People's Charter, the call for education to be accessible to all. The budget vote report reflects the historical mandate addressing the persistent disparities in teacher shortages, infrastructure deficit, access to specialized education. By tackling these challenges, we honor the sacrifices of those who fought for education equity in 1976, and even in the current struggles that we are engaged on to create opportunities for the generations to come. Simultaneously, Deputy Chair, Deputy Speaker, our efforts are guided by a futuristic vision through Education Systems Transformation Plan, which aims to create a world-class, inclusive, and technological advanced education system by 2035, equipping learners to drive a globalized digital economy while fostering social cohesion and the nation-building project. The committee's concern regarding the slow filling of vacant posts reflects a historical challenge of resource allocation in underserved areas, a remnant of apartheid spatial inequalities that we're enduring today. To address this, the department commits to fill all the funded vacant posts during this financial year. We have already, Chair, advertised 824 post-level 1 positions, targeting the shortage in gateway subjects such as mathematics, science, and languages, as well as foundation phase and inclusive education. To build a sustainable pipeline of educators, we will launch a bursary, which was happening yesterday in Pizana, in encouraging the young South Africans to participate from the marginalized communities in ensuring that we respond to the call of giving priority to education as a sector. This initiative, Deputy Speaker, aligns the education system transformation plan's goal of developing a robust teaching workforce equipped to deliver the 21st century skills, in ensuring that by 2035, every learner has access to qualified educator proficiency in digital and inclusive pedagogy in the education. The recruitment bulletins for the office-based educators, including subject advisors and non-teaching staff, has been issued currently in August this month to strengthen the curriculum delivery and monitoring in underperforming districts, supporting our targets of 88% pass rate this year with integrity and quality. This is also part of concrete implementation of the LACE program. The underfunding and non-compliance of independent schools, as noted by the committee, echo historical patterns of unequal resource distribution. The department will submit a compliance and monitoring framework within this financial year in ensuring to the adherence of Section 46 of the South African Schools Act. A funding plan aligned with the national norms will support independent schools while prioritizing equally public education as a cornerstone of equitable access. The education systems plan envisions a full regulated education sector by 2030, gives leverage to data-driven monitoring system to ensure compliance and quality across all schools. Similarly, Deputy Speaker, the demand for special schools and the shortage of skills professionals such as therapists reflect historical neglect of the learners with disability, the learners of special needs. The department will recruit additional specialists and train public school teachers in the size policy to enhance inclusive education prescripts. Partnerships with the Department of Social Development will establish protective work programs for overage learners aligned within the Education Transformation Systems Plan. The early childhood development sector is critical to address the historical inequalities in foundations for learning, which disappropriate and affect disadvantaged communities. Infrastructure deficit, staffing constraints, and registration backlogs in the ECD centers are being currently addressed, Honorable Chair, through the e-care system, a digital platform to streamline compliance. By the end of this financial year, we aim to regularize a significant number of unregistered ECD centers in ensuring they meet the minimum norms and standards.
2 minutes left, Honorable MEC.
Honorable Chair, through the Basic Education Employment Initiative that was launched in April, we have employed 27,000 young people in the province, providing work experience, addressing unemployment and persistent challenges that has root in the South African economic history. The diversification of the curriculum through the three-streamed model, including the technical occupation, aviation school, agricultural schools, maritime schools, digital technological programs, which equip learners with skills to contribute in diverse economy that we would want to see. The provision of the buses, 8 of them, which we handed over last Thursday, Deputy Speaker, is our commitment in ensuring that we build the inclusive education and also responding to the Makhanda High Court on scholar transport in ensuring the access. The integration of the ICT into teaching and learning through teacher training and learning solutions bridges the digital divide that excluded marginalized communities, Chair. Deputy Speaker, in closing, the Department of Education recommits to the implementation of the committee's recommendations as part of our duty to redress the South Africa's historical injustice and build a future-ready education system. The SET envisage an Eastern Cape where any learner, regardless of the background, has access to quality education in smart, inclusive, sustainable schools by 2035. Our task, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is urgent. Our resolve is urgent and firm. Our children deserve a future where education unlocks their potential to lead a transformative South African society. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, I put the report.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, can I rise on a point of order, please? Thank you. Point of order, Rule 97.
matters of record. Noting that our speaker that debated the education debate was robbed of 4 minutes and 6 seconds, and the Deputy Chair of Chairs gave him less than 9 minutes, and it is on record, we'd like to place it on record that the Democratic Alliance will not support the education vote. We would also like to place it on record that we do believe the Deputy Chair of Chairs owes our Speaker a public apology and should give him 4 extra minutes next time he debates. Thank you.
Okay. I think when the Deputy Chair of Chairs presides, maybe she will be able to respond. I was not here, so yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that concludes the discussion on this matter and the business for the day. The House will adjourn until tomorrow, honorable members, the 30th of July 2025 at 14:15 for questions for oral reply and the consideration of 3 budget votes. This House is then adjourned, and members should go to the dining hall, as we have prepared the 3rd meal in the dining hall, so that by the time you get to the house, at least you won't have to cook. Thank you very much, honorable members.